may weaken a little bit, but I still want you to be prepared for some severe storms that are possible. Now, this has been an interesting storm to watch out there for tonight. In fact, I'm going to kind of go into this manually here so you can see what we're talking about. With this storm, just to the west of Huntsville, it has been producing rotation in the northern parts of Alabama. We have a tornado warning there. Now, the purple polygon that you see right here that's moving into Huntsville, the purple color means that this storm has been confirmed as a tornado there just to the north of Hartselle and also to the west of the Huntsville area. As this cluster has been moving across North Alabama, it has had a history of producing rotation there with that. So I'm going to take the lightning data off just so you can get a closer look here at what we're watching. That's near Athens, Alabama, there in North Alabama, Decatur, Alabama. It's already moved through Town Creek. This is the part right here. And again, this is Athens and Decatur in Alabama, not of course in Georgia here. But this is the part that has been producing potential rotation there. I'll put this into velocity mode. We'll take off the lightning once again here so we can get a look at what we're watching with that potential rotation right there. That is to the west of Huntsville. So again, this polygon here indicating in North Alabama where we have a confirmation of a tornado that has been moving through there. It's not just Doppler radar, but some indications there due to a tornado vortex signature that they're seeing on radar, or either eyewitnesses are saying that they actually saw a tornado move through. Now, there's a lot of complexity with this system that we're watching moving in. We have the main line that is back in western parts of Tennessee. It's already crossed over the Mississippi River. That main line has been producing, excuse me, the bulk of the severe weather out to the west of us, with numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings too. But look ahead of this. We're getting these other cells that have been developing. Those have also been producing some severe storms and tornado warnings. We had a tornado warning earlier north of Chattanooga. That is now a severe thunderstorm warning there with this cluster that's really been holding together for a long time. We often get what are called supercell thunderstorms, storms that don't just pop up and rain themselves out, but they hold together and travel a long distance. And I know that doesn't look that impressive, but that's still part of one of the thunderstorms earlier that produced numerous tornado warnings in parts of Tennessee. Now we have these additional clusters right here in parts of Tennessee. Now, I want you to notice a couple of things here. Northwest Georgia is included in a tornado watch. You can see in parts of Dade County, Walker County, Chattooga, and Catoosa County. And that's because of these storms in North Alabama that could be moving in. We're expecting a new watch to be issued that most likely is going to include eastern Tennessee and parts of western North Carolina, the southern Appalachians there. The National Weather Service sends out what they call a mesoscale convective discussion, and it was showing that area north of Georgia that may be included in the next watch. It is also possible through the evening hours tonight, depending on how these storms hold together, that the metro area could be included in a watch later on. Again, that all depends on how these storms hold together going into the nighttime hours once we lose some of that heating. So there's a look at the entire system that we're watching right now out to the west. Again, these storms, that's the main line, and then we have these developing ahead of it, so we have to watch all of this as the system continues to get a little bit closer here to our area. So here's a look at the tornado watch. I'm going to show this to you full screen here so you can see those areas that we're watching with the yellow colors there, indicating that tornado watch, multiple tornado watches. We've got some back in Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, this in North Alabama, and here you see in Northwest Georgia. Those are the 4 counties included in that watch until 11 o'clock tonight. Again, that's Dade County, Walker County, Catoosa County, and Chattooga County. Now here in the Atlanta area, as far as our viewing area is concerned, Chattooga County really is the only county in our area. These others in Northwest Georgia are in the Chattanooga television market, but we'll be watching Chattooga as those storms continue to get a little bit closer. Now again, we expect another watch to be issued in parts of eastern Tennessee and North Carolina very soon. We'll wait and see if any of those North Georgia counties are included in that. The reason I'm thinking we will have another watch for North Georgia a little bit later on as the storms move in is because we're still holding in this level 3 risk for some of these storms to turn severe here during the evening hours and early overnight hours. And Earlier, that level 3 area was just in far northwest Georgia, but then this morning, the Storm Prediction Center expanded that to come in just to the west of Atlanta, let's say roughly along I-20 and a little bit south of that on the west side, and then to the west of the I-85 corridor here. That's where we have that level 3 risk. And that means level 3 of 5, there's an enhanced risk for some of those storms to turn severe, and there would be more scattered to widely scattered shower, more numerous showers in a level 3 risk. In a level 2 risk, it would be a little more scattered or a little less numerous, and then only isolated stronger storms in the level 1 risk as that system continues to push down toward the south and also to the east. We expect it to be weakening a little bit more. Now, we can break down that severe weather outlook even more, and the Storm Prediction Center breaks it down for us into the tornado risk, hail risk, and also the wind risk here. Now, the tornado risk, you see a little bit of that yellow in northwest Georgia. That means there's an elevated risk for tornadoes to occur in northwest Georgia. The brown color there that includes the Atlanta area is a low risk, and the green to the south is a very low risk of any tornadoes that could develop. Now, when we're talking about hail, there's an elevated risk in northwest Georgia, a low risk here in Atlanta. Really, the wind risk is the main issue that we're going to be watching out there that has the highest risks there. As up from Rome to Dalton, there is a high risk for damaging winds or severe thunderstorm wind gusts there. Also from Atlanta up to from Carrollton, Marietta, and Canton up to Blairsville, that's an enhanced risk for some strong winds. The yellow, again, the elevated risk from Atlanta over to the east of us. So that's how we're breaking down those potential impacts here moving through. And it looks like the wind risk is that highest risk for any of those impacts. And that's why we have that noted here for strong winds being the highest risk for any of those threats there. The heavy rain is moderate. Now, we do think we'll have pockets of heavy rain, but this is going to be a pretty fast mover. So it's not going to be heavy rain for a long time to cause any flooding or anything, but there will just be some generally brief heavy rain as the line moves through, and then it's going to exit, and by tomorrow morning when we wake up, the rain's going to be gone here. And again, also watching that hail risk too. Now, if you were watching us last night, we were showing you what we call the significant tornado parameter, which shows us the environment that we have here that would be more conducive for tornadoes to develop. And last night when we were showing you this in north and northwest Georgia, we were showing you a lot of orange and even some reddish colors there, indicating a moderate risk that some of those tornadoes could develop and that the environment would be conducive for rotation here in those storms as they were moving in. But I want you to watch the latest high-resolution modeling that we've been getting here. And you can see tonight at 9 o'clock, we have that low to moderate risk in parts of North Alabama for rotation to develop. But watch as this moves closer to us here. Tonight at 11 o'clock, yes, we have the gray color, but that's really low risk for rotation. Some of that yellow trying to move into parts of Cleburne County, Alabama, and into areas of Polk County and also Haralson County in West Georgia, that orange color. But notice how that falls apart at the time when we're going to see the better chance for the storms, the actual line to be moving in. So we really are hoping that this is a little more accurate compared to what we were showing you last night, that when we see these new model data, this new model data coming in is taking into account all the ingredients that we have in the atmosphere. And if this is the case, the lower tornado risk, I like that a lot better than what we were showing last night in North Georgia. That was really a low to moderate tornado risk for parts of North and West Georgia. And then going to 3 o'clock in the morning, still only very low risk there down to the south. We had plenty of heating out there today. High temperatures made it up to the upper 80s. 88 degrees was the official high, unless after it came out it bumped up to 89 briefly. But with plenty of warm air ahead of this system, and of course that warm air adds to the instability of the atmosphere and kind of feeds some of these showers and storms as they'll be moving in. We do think, though, these temperatures will start to trend down a little bit as these storms get closer to us, and any cooling there will help to kind of help these storms to weaken just a little bit more there through those evening hours. So really the time frame where I want you to be most aware is from 10 o'clock. Well, the weather impact alert is in effect from 9 until 3, but for the metro area between 10 and 2 o'clock in the morning is when that main line will be moving through, when we'll see most of those impacts there. It's going to be that time frame. Once we get to 4 in the morning, the rain will be moving out. 6 o'clock in the morning, it's going to be gone. We'll wake up with dry weather conditions here early in the morning. So here's the timeline. This is our high resolution rapid refresh model that we're showing you here. We continuously get updates on this. By 9 o'clock, still nothing in Atlanta. We're watching this line of storms. Now again, that's the main line. We also have to watch the discrete cells ahead of that line, like what I was showing you in Huntsville. It is possible we could get some of that moving into northwest Georgia earlier than that main line. So we'll have to watch that very closely. But then this main line coming in, we're thinking this is at 11 o'clock tonight, covering much of northwest Georgia there from Rome up to Dalton. Still not in Atlanta yet, but then between 11 and 1 in the morning, that's when this line is going to be traveling into the metro Atlanta area, continuing to push on through. Once we get to 2 o'clock in the morning, a couple of lingering showers here on the back side of this system, but the main line, that leading edge, will already be from Athens to Covington, nearing Thomaston, down toward LaGrange. And again, by 2 in the morning, it's not going to be as impressive as it was back in the heat of the day to those states over to the west of us. And here we are at 5 in the morning. Everything has pushed to the east and also down to the south. So for your drive into work, yeah, the roads may be wet from the showers and storms from the night before, but we don't think we'll have any active precip coming down for your drive into work early in the morning. In fact, the sun will be coming out. And then for the rest of the day on Wednesday, things are going to be looking pretty good, where we see those weather conditions that'll be quieter. Temperatures start trending down a little bit more as well. So here is that 7-day outlook where you can see those temperatures. That'll be at about 84 degrees here on Wednesday and on Thursday for highs, with the dry weather conditions that we're going to be experiencing. Also, we're going to be watching temperatures a little cooler on Friday at 78 degrees, 81 Saturday, back to 88 on Sunday. We'll have about a 20% chance for a shower on Sunday, then a 40% chance for showers once we get into Monday as well as on Tuesday. So before I take you back to our looping radars, I want to go back though and look again to show you what we're watching out there right now with that cell that is in North Alabama, where we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, tornado warnings in effect there too, with that rotation there. So for folks in Dade and Walker County, again, that's legally in the Chattanooga viewing area, we're going to be keeping a really close eye on these storms as they move through North Alabama, and they're pushing to the east, and they do have a history of producing, having rotation with that and tornado warnings. And again, that purple polygon right there indicates where we have, in fact, I'm going to query this for you really quick, and you'll be able to see here what that is telling us about this tornado warning in effect until 7:45 our time, 6:45 Alabama time. Damaging tornado and 2-inch hail. It was confirmed by the public there. And that is going to continue to move across North Alabama. So we're going to keep an eye on that as we continue to watch these storms move closer to northwest Georgia. Stay with us. Danielle Moss is going to have another update at the bottom of the hour. I'll join you tonight at 8. We'll have plenty of updates for you throughout the night tonight.
North Georgia changes quickly, and when storms develop, you could see hail. Hail often forms when it's warm outside, not cold. It all has to do with temperatures higher up in the atmosphere. When thunderstorms develop, air rises, creating upward winds called updrafts. These updrafts carry particles of water up into the atmosphere where temperatures in the upper levels of the clouds are below freezing. The water particles freeze into little pellets of ice that we call hail. As the hailstones bounce around in the cloud, they fall below the freezing line, accumulate a layer of water, or bump into other hailstones, then rise back above the freezing line, freeze, and get bigger. This process continues until the hail is too heavy to be held up by the updrafts and they fall to the ground. Stronger updrafts mean bigger hail. In order for hail to be considered severe, it must be 1 inch or larger. That's about quarter-sized. And if you see that, let us know by joining our Facebook group. Just search 11Alive Weather Impact Team.
The spring is a busy time for tornadoes in Georgia, but some people mistakenly think if you live in a big city like Atlanta, you're safe. The truth is, tornadoes don't care where you live. They'll touch down anywhere. Need proof? Well, back on March 14th, 2008, a storm hit downtown Atlanta, producing an EF2 tornado. So why do people think tornadoes don't hit big cities? Well, it's true. You frequently hear tornadoes hitting rural areas, but that's because urban areas only make up 3% of the total land area in the United States, while rural areas make up 97%. To simplify it, if you're a betting person, the odds of a tornado hitting a rural area are greater because they make up more of our land compared to cities. So the next time you hear us forecasting severe storms in your area, heed the warning, even if you live in a city, because Mother Nature doesn't care about your zip code.
I'm meteorologist Danielle Moss. I want to provide a weather update for you. Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb and I are going to be here with you all night long until we are in the clear so that we can get more information and make sure that you have the latest details on the storms that are headed our way. The newest information, literally within the last 2 minutes or so, the Storm Prediction Center has expanded our tornado watch. In fact, as we take a closer look, before it was just for Chattooga County, and you can see this almost stretches all the way across North Georgia. So if your weather radio is going off, that is because there is a new tornado watch until 2 a.m. for most of North Georgia. So there's your heads up. Make sure that you are weather aware. Right now it's 7:31. This is a great time to charge your phones and be prepared for these storms to arrive, because as we are looking at the intensity of them as they're coming in from the west, they are pretty strong. In fact, here's a look at our southeast view for our satellite and radar. You can see all of these big red boxes. Those are actually tornado watches. The yellow box down here in portions of Louisiana as well as Arkansas and even Mississippi, that is a severe thunderstorm watch. The most important thing is what's happening into Alabama. This purple box on your screen, that is actually a confirmed tornado that has been on the ground near Huntsville, Alabama for quite some time. So if you know anyone in Huntsville, they definitely should be in their safe place. There's also numerous tornado warnings in portions of Tennessee as well as back into Mississippi. So this storm system continuing to push off. What I have been noticing though with it is, even though this is the main line of the cold front that's pushing through, we can actually start to see some of these like isolated showers and thunderstorms coming behind the front. So that's a little bit alarming. That means that even though you might think that you're in the clear because the main line has passed through, you need to make sure that you are weather aware for quite some time. Here in Georgia, we are dry right now. We're going to start to see some increasing cloud cover, specifically if you are in North Georgia, which is literally where that box is. That's where your new tornado watch is located. Now, this storm that we're watching in Huntsville, not only is it a severe thunderstorm warning, but there's also a very small portion of it that is signifying a confirmed tornado. We know this because what happens is in the chat that we are involved in with the National Weather Service, someone has confirmed they saw something on the ground or something that could be at least confirmed, whether that's debris in the air or that's a funnel cloud. So they went ahead and they said, okay, this is a confirmed tornado. So something that we are keeping our eye on. When I look at the characteristics of it, you can definitely see a slight hook. I know that Huntsville sign is there, but I've been watching this storm for at least the last 30 minutes or so. Let's take a live look outside, what's happening right now. You might be thinking, man, it was such a beautiful day today. How are we expecting storms? They're on the way. Don't you worry. We're going to start to see those winds increasing. Here's a look into Truist Park. We do have some pretty nice cumulonimbus clouds in the sky right now, but then off in the distance it's nice and clear, but we're going to start to see that cloud cover really increasing. Here's a look into Midtown at our Georgia Tech camera. Plenty of cloud cover there, starting to get a little bit more cloudy all across the area. Here's another thing. In Rome, you can start to see the winds are picking up because those flags are blowing around. So this is another indicator that the storms are on the way. It has been nice, warm, humid at times, and because our temperatures were so warm today, the good news is since it's going to be dark when these storms start to come in and the temperatures will start to fall, that is going to kind of reduce our risk just a little bit. However, check out our temperature right now. It's 86 with 48% humidity, so it feels like 87 outside. That's big. So that could definitely fuel some of these storms as they come through and kind of intensify them just a little bit. I know that we haven't had a lot of severe weather in the recent weeks, but we've had plenty throughout this spring. But let's go ahead and review the difference between a watch and a warning. I think this is very important for you all to know and to remember as well. A watch indicates the risk of a hazard. So if you have a weather radio, if you have your phone alerts turned on, you might be thinking, oh my goodness, there's a new tornado watch in effect. That doesn't mean that you should panic just yet. What you should be doing, though, is getting into your safe place. Go ahead and communicate with your family. Where are we going? What should we do? Have these conversations now. The watch means to prepare, right? It means to have your plan just in case. If you live in a mobile home, take this time now to go to the local storm shelter, wherever you can go, so that you are in a nice area, so that you don't have to worry about what could happen in case some of these storms are intense. A warning means that the event is occurring, likely or imminent. Take action now to save life or property. Here's the thing. We always tell people to be prepared. We'd rather you be prepared than scared outside, right? So when the watch is issued, which is right now, go ahead and get into your safe place and make sure that you have those conversations ahead of time. It's always good to be proactive. Nothing hurts to talk about things ahead of time before you get to that warning status. Also, even if you're not in this watch right now, I would go ahead and start having those conversations. Start charging your phone, start to get ready, because some of these storms are going to be coming through as people are starting to go to bed and get comfortable at night. So here's a look at your severe threat for today. Obviously, there is a large area that is in a level 3, the enhanced risk level for tonight. Memphis has already seen their storms, but within the last hour or so, they had another rogue tornado warning, in fact. And then as we look closer to home, we are still, unfortunately, awaiting that severe weather to arrive. There is an enhanced level for most of us, and it does now include portions of North Georgia and North Atlanta as well. And then there's a level 2 threat as we head into East Georgia, and then South Georgia near Macon is under a level 1. Honestly, the winds are definitely the main concern. So I really would say it doesn't matter what level you're in. Make sure that you are prepared in case your power goes out at the very least. And we could talk about trees coming down when we're talking about winds being this high. So we just want to make sure that you are all aware of what's going to happen. Now, we're going to time out some stuff, right? We're going to talk about 2 separate models. What can you expect? This is one of our models that we like to use. This is Tuesday at 10 p.m. I'm thinking that some of these storms could be arriving a little bit before 10 p.m., but just in case, we want to show you both models, what we look at. This is the latest model run for our graph model. So this is Tuesday at 10 p.m. in Northwest Georgia. The highest of the winds will be coming. And as you take a look along this line, back off to our west, you can see these little purple dots. That usually indicates that that's probably the strongest portion of the storm. But as we put it in motion along the leading edge, that's where you can expect the highest of the winds. So just be prepared for that. That's 11 p.m. moving through Metro Atlanta. A lot of people are sleeping at that time. It is still a school night. I know a lot of kids are on their last week of school, but make sure that you are prepared for that if you are going to bed earlier this evening. Continuing to push it into motion, around 1 a.m. things start to calm down just a little bit, which is good. And then by Wednesday morning, it looks like everything's clear. This is our secondary model that we like to show. Sometimes this model brings in storms a little bit more intense than we like to see them, but let's just check it out. What can you see? This is a good thing. When you start to see the models align, that's pretty much a good sign that we could be seeing storms around that 10 p.m. hour. Once again, it has it coming into Northwest Georgia around that time. Then the leading edge around 11:30. So that has really Metro Atlanta seeing some of that rainfall and those high winds coming in just a little bit earlier than that 11 and 12 o'clock time. This is at 1 a.m. headed through the metro, highest of the winds there. So make sure that you are prepared. We've also had a lot of severe weather, so some of your trees could be dead in your yard. You want to make sure that you just, stay away from those windows. Treat it as if it is a tornado warning, even if it is a severe thunderstorm warning, because our main concern will be the winds with this system. Here's a look at our power outage risk. And you see how fast it went through? I think that's a pretty good sign that as of right now, the winds aren't going to be that high to see large outages, but we could see some outages. Also, once again, this is a look at our tornado environment. In fact, I'm going to back it up just a little bit so that we can talk about it together. This is at 10:30. I like when it's just gray. That's a low end. It's not a zero. A zero would be nothing, right? But it is a low end. And then you start to see that yellow and orange in West Georgia. That's around 10:30 p.m. I'm thinking that's probably going to be lifted a little bit more towards the north. So that's something that we'll have to keep our eye on. That is probably the greatest strength for tornado environment between now and around 1 a.m. It does get to a low risk, and I'm thinking that's just because the winds are going to be so high. So that's why we have a chance to see a stronger tornado environment. But then as we head through the rest of the time, we're not really seeing anything develop there. Now, as far as rainfall totals are concerned, what can we expect with the rainfall? It's really not going to be a heavy rain event. Our main concern, I keep saying it, I know, the high winds. So you want to make sure that you are prepared in case there are some trees that come down. You want to make sure that you are prepared in case you see, some of those power outages as well. And I think that the model rainfall shows a good weather story as well. We're definitely starting to see some higher totals in Northwest Georgia, and I'm thinking that's because the strongest of the storms will be happening there first. So let's go back to our radar really quickly. I also want to take you back to the tornado watch so you can see what else is happening. But this is another look at these storms and our current satellite and radar across the southeast. The storms seem to be moving pretty quickly. And as we take a closer look here, we're starting to continue to see some of these warnings just kind of hold together. Unfortunately, the sun has not set, so that's still fueling some storms here. And this one isolated cell, this is over the last hour that this motion is going through right now. It's just holding on to a very strong cell that's continuing to move our way, and it's not really moving very fast. So that's another reason why that confirmed box is still there. As we take a closer look at it, it is a pretty large cell as well. This is moving through Huntsville. It's on the way to Scottsboro, and before you know it, it could be into Dalton. So that's something to look out for. Another live look here at home, and we are nice and dry. One more time for the tornado watch so you can see what's going on. I know a lot of us are wondering. This also scrolling at the bottom of your screen. This is a look at the tornado watch until 2 a.m. now. It does include most of North Georgia. So just make sure that you are weather aware tonight. Charge those phones. Make sure you have your weather radio plugged in. Make sure that you are prepared so you can get multiple ways to have notifications. Make sure that your notifications are on your phone as well, so that if anything happens, something's going to alert you and wake you up overnight, because that's the main concern with this system as well, is the timing of it. Unfortunately, a lot of people will be going to sleep, preparing for work tomorrow, and you want to make sure that you are as prepared as possible. I'm going to return you back to let you see some radar loops for yourself, and then around 8 p.m. Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb will come on and he will give you another update. But for now, I'm meteorologist Danielle Moss.
Georgia changes quickly, and when storms develop, you could see hail. Hail often forms when it's warm outside, not cold. It all has to do with temperatures higher up in the atmosphere. When thunderstorms develop, air rises, creating upward winds called updrafts. These updrafts carry particles of water up into the atmosphere where temperatures in the upper levels of the clouds are below freezing. The water particles freeze into little pellets of ice that we call hail. As the hailstones bounce around in the cloud, they fall below the freezing line, accumulate a layer of water, or bump into other hailstones, then rise back above the freezing line, freeze, and get bigger. This process continues until the hail is too heavy to be held up by the updrafts and they fall to the ground. Stronger updrafts mean bigger hail. In order for hail to be considered severe, it must be 1 inch or larger. That's about quarter sized. And if you see that, let us know by joining our Facebook group. Just search 11Alive Weather Impact Team.
Georgia power crews are preparing to respond once the storm passes.
That's right. It comes as crews are helping in other states after recent severe weather. Ron Jones joining us tonight in studio. So Ron, Georgia Power does have some very important information.
Yeah, some really good advice for our residents out there. So residents all across our area, they're getting ready for the possible rough weather that Chris was talking about. And Georgia Power is urging everyone to get prepared. So here's what you can do to stay safe during these storms. Families here are being told to charge up those phones and other devices and to keep an eye on the weather alerts, like using our 11Alive app. Make sure you turn on those notifications. And if power goes out in your neighborhood, Georgia Power says it will use its smart grid to work around downed power lines to get that electricity turned back on quicker.
We are able to pinpoint where there's an outage in a specific area and reroute that power to be able to restore power to our customers quicker than we normally would. So this system helps us to be able to pinpoint a certain area, and if there's an outage, we can take power and reroute it, and you can get your power back on quicker.
You know, officials are also reminding folks to stay away from metal objects during the storm. Unplug those electronics to avoid getting hurt or damaging your devices. So we got to stay alert, stay safe, and be ready for whatever the weather brings our way.
Good evening. It's now 8 o'clock. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11Alive Weather Impact Team, and we have been streaming extended weather coverage here throughout the evening hours as we are watching this line of showers and severe storms that are getting closer to Georgia. And we have some new developments. I know that at the bottom of the hour when Danielle Moss was with you here, she gave you this update on the new tornado watch that is in effect right now. This does not include Atlanta proper, but it does include some North Metro counties that you can see, generally parts of Forsyth County into Cherokee County, Bartow County, and Floyd County. That line up to the north, all of these counties in yellow here, that's where we have a tornado watch that's going to be in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning. Currently, we are tracking showers and storms, some of these severe back in Alabama, that will be moving into potentially Dade and Walker County between 9 and 9:30. That storm has a history of producing some rotation with it. There are additional storms back into Mississippi that we're going to be watching pushing in a little bit later on with the main line. That'll be here in the metro area, let's say between 11 and 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. So a lot to watch tonight where, again, we have this weather impact alert that is in effect until really from 9 o'clock tonight until about 3 o'clock in the morning. That is the main timeline when that line of storms is going to be traveling through North Georgia, from Northwest Georgia through the metro Atlanta area, again between 11 and 2 o'clock in the morning, and then to the east of us once we get to 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, it'll be pushing out of our area. The main impacts that we'll be watching will be severe thunderstorms, potentially that'll be pushing through, and the main impacts with that will be the potential for some pockets of heavy rain, damaging wind. We're talking about winds 60 to 70 miles an hour possible with this. Also, the potential for rotation to develop that could give us some tornadoes possible. That likelihood is more for North and West Georgia for that more tornado risk there. And then also watching the potential for some hail with some of these storms too. So be weather aware. Make sure you have a way to get warnings. We're going to be giving you extended coverage here streaming on 11Alive Plus. And of course, we'll break into programming on 11Alive television as well if we have any tornado warnings. Now, the beauty of this, though, right now on 11Alive Plus is that we don't have the confines of going to another program or anything. We're here with you as much as we can be. Danielle's going to be back with you at the bottom of the hour at 8:30. And once we get to the 9 o'clock hour and these storms start moving in, we're most likely going to be with you continuously with maybe just a couple of breaks here and there. But at 9 o'clock, we're really going to have a lot more extended coverage because that's when some of these storms are going to be pushing into parts of Northwest Georgia. So let me show you right now what we are watching. Again, in Atlanta and North Georgia, nothing is going on out there right now. We have dry weather conditions. We're beginning to see a couple little showers, lighter showers, beginning to move into parts of Northwest Georgia. But this is the main system that we're watching back just to the west of Huntsville and near Huntsville right now and south of Huntsville. We've got this one near Hartselle, Alabama. This is one tornado warning that we're watching right now. This one right here around Huntsville, the purple color that you see, that polygon, that is a tornado warning, but the purple color signifies that it is a confirmed tornado that is moving through there. So I want to get some more information on this as we zoom in just a little bit tighter here to those particular storms there in North Alabama, approaching, getting closer to parts of Northwest Georgia. I'm going to query this one right here for that tornado warning. The purple color that you see there, that is for Jackson County and Madison County in Alabama. That's going to be in effect. It says 7:30, that's Central Time. It's really 8:30 our time. But we're hearing that a confirmed tornado was located near Moore's Mill, moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. This is a radar-confirmed tornado, meaning that the National Weather Service was able to pick up a debris signature with that, with some lofted debris, where they could confirm that this is an actual tornado there near the Huntsville area. Moving closer to Huntsville. Scottsboro, you're not in that warning right now. You're in the severe thunderstorm warning, but not the tornado warning there. And then also this one near Hartselle, moving toward Lacey Spring in Alabama, is also a tornado warning. That one has not been confirmed. It's a radar indicated instead of a radar confirmed tornado. So we are watching these because this system is moving eastward, and that would be pushing in to Dade and Walker County potentially between 9 and 9:30. Now, if you're watching us on streaming, anybody can stream us, right? But as far as our television audience is concerned, Dade and Walker County are located in the Chattanooga viewing area. So we wouldn't be breaking into programming if there's a tornado warning for Dade and Walker, because the area of responsibility for those counties are up into Chattanooga. But we will be here with you streaming if that happens as well for those counties there in parts of northwest Georgia. If any of our counties, Chattooga County is one that we're responsible for. So if a warning is issued for them, a tornado warning, we'll have to go on the air for that. Also, once you get over to Murray County, Whitfield County, Catoosa County, they're in the Chattanooga viewing area as well there. So that just kind of is some background information as to why you might be wondering if you're seeing us on streaming but not on 11Alive. But this is pretty active there in North Alabama, so we're really having to keep a close eye on that. I'm thinking that the way this is moving, it is generally east, but there might be a little bit of a northerly component to that motion, maybe an east-northeast component, and that would maybe keep it north of Chattooga County and take it up toward Dade and maybe into Chattanooga. Now, again, that is if it holds together. But this storm has had a history of producing rotation there with it as well. There are other storms that we're watching. We have some north of Chattanooga with some tornado warnings there that are in effect between Chattanooga and Nashville. And then back to the west, this is really the main line back here into parts of Mississippi. That still has to cross over Alabama and then make it into Georgia. And that's what's going to be pushing in late tonight and into those overnight hours. And this also has a history of some severe weather with it too. So right now, yes, these are severe thunderstorms between Jackson and Memphis. But really this cluster right here in North Alabama and into Tennessee, that's the most active part with most of the tornado warnings that are in effect out there right now for those areas. Now, again, I want to take you into North Georgia, where you can see that nothing's really going on right now. But I'll show you this with another graphic here in just a minute, just to pinpoint that tornado watch. Well, I just showed you that at the top here, but this is another look at that going through. So Rome, Floyd County, you're included in this tornado watch. Chattooga County, Dade, Walker, Catoosa. We also have Whitfield and Murray, Gordon County, Cherokee County, Bartow County, Cherokee County, Forsyth County. Then it goes up to Pickens, Gilmer, Fannin. We also have Dawson, Lumpkin, and Union County. Those are the counties included in this tornado watch until 2 o'clock in the morning. The city of Atlanta, proper, is not included in that tornado watch until 2 o'clock in the morning. We will let you know, though, if any additional changes, expansions, or extensions of that watch takes place and whether or not Atlanta could be included in that. Now, we've been telling you about the level 3 of 5 risk that we have for parts of northwest Georgia, indicating where we have the higher chance for some of these storms to turn severe. And again, the ingredients that we'll be watching for will be the potential for tornadoes, strong damaging winds, maybe 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Hail is possible with that too, and pockets of heavy rain. Now, we're in a level 2 risk from Atlanta to the south and Atlanta to the east and northeast of us. That's still a risk for severe storms, but we really think that by the time these storms get to Atlanta, yes, we're still going to have rain. We'll have the potential for some severe thunderstorms, but we're really thinking the intensity of those storms will be a little bit lower. And that's thanks to the sun going down in just a little while here. And once that happens, we've already lost some of the daytime heating, but once the sun goes down, we'll lose a little bit more of that daytime heating. And we hope that our atmosphere will start to stabilize just a little bit, and that should be a good trigger for these storms really to actually decrease in intensity. Now, what we're watching here, and we broke this down for you a little bit earlier, but I want to break this down for you again. When I showed you that severe risk area of a level 2 and a level 3 risk, we can break that down as well and show you the additional risks we have with those particular impacts that we're talking about. The tornado risk The yellow color you see there in northwest Georgia is an elevated risk for tornadoes to develop. A low risk in the brown color from Atlanta northward, and then the green shows a very low risk for any tornadoes to develop here as the system moves in. The hail risk, again, the yellow color indicates an elevated risk. The brown color is a low risk, and then we don't really have any concerns about hail to the south and east of the city. The wind is the main risk that we're watching for out there tonight. As I mentioned, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds are possible with these storms. And again, you don't have to have a tornado for a tree to come down. You can have a tree come down in 45, 50 mile an hour winds. 60 and 70 mile an hour winds really enhances the risk for any trees to come down. So the kind of pinkish purple color you see there, that is a high risk for some really strong winds tonight in northwest Georgia. The reddish color is enhanced north and west of the city. The yellow color, elevated risk for some winds. So again, as I'm mentioning to you that we think that these storms may weaken a little bit, it doesn't mean that they're totally going to fall apart. They could still be strong moving in here, but maybe not as strong as they were earlier in Mississippi and Alabama and Tennessee as those storms were rolling through during the heat of the day. So moderate risk for the heavy rain. Now, we think that there will be some pockets of heavy rain as the storms move through, but they're moving pretty quickly. So it's not like we're going to see a lot of rain or flooding because it's going to be rather brief, but heavy rain coming through. The strong winds, that's the highest risk that we have. Tornado risk is on the lower end. Hail risk is also on the lower end too. So take a look at the tornado environment. This is our significant tornado parameter where you look at the oranges and the red colors indicating a low to moderate risk for a tornado to occur. This isn't a guarantee that tornadoes are going to occur. This is just where the environment is going to be conducive for rotation to develop there. Now, last night we were showing you this, and we were seeing a lot of oranges and red up in north and northwest Georgia. Well, now the latest high resolution models that we have coming in, watch how this gets closer to Georgia. And again, later into the nighttime hours, as we're losing some of that heating of the day, the oranges start to disappear a little bit more. It's not as widespread. So the environment becoming a little less conducive for tornadic development there. But again, it's on the low end, but it's not zero. We can see a spin up developing out of this, but that's just a nice trend to see through the late night hours that we're seeing that significant tornado parameter kind of shrink up a little bit more, and the chances for tornadoes would be lower during the late night hours. This is at 4:30 in the morning. Again, not concerned about tornadoes here. 84 right now. We had a high today of 88. We think that those temperatures will keep trending down at least a couple of degrees over the next couple of hours. And for the next 12 hours, the main timeline that we're watching for those storms, a low risk for storms at 9 o'clock here. It's really going to be 10, mainly 11, 1, and then diminishing, we're thinking around 3 o'clock or after. That is the time frame when we're going to see the better chances for those storms to be pushing through our area. It's not going to be raining that whole time. We're just talking about them traveling from West Georgia through metro Atlanta, exiting to the east. So here is that timeline. This is at 9 o'clock. I do think we'll have at least some discrete storms ahead of these main lines there in Dayton Walker by 9 o'clock. And then at 11 o'clock, better coverage of showers and storms there in northwest Georgia. Still nothing here in Atlanta yet, but then watch how this line between 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock stretches from northeast Georgia to the northern metro counties, western metro counties, and into west Georgia. That sweeps through again between 11 and 2 in the morning. All right, the back edge is still around at 2 in the morning here, but the leading edge from Athens to near Covington, getting closer to Thomaston, Peachtree City, and LaGrange. But then by 5 o'clock in the morning, everything is pretty much moving on well down to the south of us, and we'll have a much better day pushing in here going into your Wednesday afternoon with more sunshine and drier air that'll be pushing into our area as well. So here's that 7-day outlook where we are watching for where we will be watching for any of those, the drier weather to come in Wednesday and Thursday with highs in the mid 80s. And then on Friday, cooler at 78. Saturday, not bad, 81, partly cloudy skies. 20% chance for a shower pushing into our area going into Sunday. 40% chance on Memorial Day, and also into Tuesday, a 40% chance for rain that'll be pushing through our area. And again, before we leave you, for those of you watching on YouTube right now, do us a huge favor and download the 11Alive Plus app on your television. We are doing So much more weather content on there, and you can look at that at any time streaming on 11Alive Plus. Specifically in that carousel at the bottom, you'll see our Weather Impact 24/7 channel, where we have a lot of weather stuff going on there. So be sure to download that app and watch us there. So another look at what we're watching with those storms coming through Huntsville, getting closer to northwest Georgia. Danielle Moss is going to be with us here in just a few minutes at 8:30 for another update, and then at 9 o'clock we'll be doing more, even longer extended coverage here as these storms are pushing into parts of northwest Georgia.
We've got more severe weather. We always say when thunder roars, go indoors. And this is why. It is because lightning is very dangerous to be outside in. How does lightning form? Well, we have this giant buildup of electricity in the clouds on the ground, and the lightning bolt is that spark of electricity. I correlate it to static electricity outside, but much more powerful. See, lightning bolts are actually hotter than the surface of the sun, more than 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's that hot lightning bolt going through the sky that forces the air around it to expand rapidly, and that creates the sound of thunder. Now, do you always hear thunder when you see lightning and vice versa? Let's talk a little bit more about that. When we have a lightning bolt going through the sky, it does create thunder, but that thunder moves about 1 mile in 5 seconds. So if you see the lightning, but you don't hear the thunder, we call that heat lightning. You just may not hear the thunder, but you still are close enough to be struck by lightning. So very important tips going through severe weather.
As Georgia welcomes in spring, we also see more storms, and with them, more tornadoes. April tends to be the busiest month for them, with about 6 days of swirling action on average. It's the peak of the stormy season when Mother Nature really lets loose. When strong to severe storms roll in, they bring their party tricks: high winds, hail, lightning, and sometimes even a tornado or two. Tornadoes form when warm, moist air meets cooler, dry air. This creates instability and wind shear, causing horizontal air currents to rotate. Updrafts tilt these rotating air columns vertically, and when they reach the ground, a tornado forms. Tornadoes are rated using the enhanced Fujita scale, which ranges from EF0 to EF5. The scale measures wind speeds from 65 miles per hour to over 200 miles per hour, with higher ratings indicating more severe damage. To prepare for tornadoes, have a plan with a safe spot, a kit with essentials, and take warnings seriously. We go way more into detail with our guide on 11alive.com/weather. Alrighty, I'm meteorologist Danielle Moss with another weather update for you. We have been on top of it, and we are going to continue to track it all right for you at your fingertips, or maybe your eyeballs if you're laying at home and laying down in the bed. Here's your tornado watch. It has been extended just a little bit. It goes until 2 a.m. If you are watching in our Alabama counties, that's Cleburne and Randolph County, then that will be 1 a.m. your time. But unfortunately, you all are under that tornado watch as well. Let's take a wide look. What's going on? Is the severe weather still happening? The answer is yes, unfortunately. We're continuing to see these storms really come in, and they are not really falling apart much. So high winds are definitely going to continue to be our concern. And whenever we talk about those winds being high, that's the reason why we can't rule out the possibility for a tornado, unfortunately. If we put it into a pause just for a second, what are we looking at? These storms that are moving near Huntsville. This is still Huntsville's viewing area, but it's getting very close to Scottsboro, Alabama. As you take a closer look into what's going on, this has been a really strong cell that's continuing to hold together. And unfortunately, we're starting to see the characteristics of it really continue on as it heads closer and closer to the Georgia state line. There's also a tornado warning south of Huntsville as well. And you can kind of see a little bit of a hook there. That's another indicator that that could be a tornado that could be on the ground. So we are continuing to watch these storms very, very closely. And as we take a look further back off to the west throughout the entire state of Alabama, there's still some more moisture and some more strong thunderstorms, but they just don't meet the criteria just yet. We are continuing to be dry here in Metro Atlanta. This is a look into Truist Park this evening, and here's a look into Georgia Tech. You can see those clouds kind of continuing to move out of here. We're going to start to see increasing cloud cover over the next few hours. As we take a look into Rome, you can see the flags blowing there. That's because the winds are increasing as we anticipate the main line of this front to approach. So how hot is it outside right now? I think this is part of the big weather story, and unfortunately this could fuel some of these storms as they roll in. It's still 84 degrees outside, and when you factor in the humidity, it still feels like 86. So the humidity is staying in the air and the heat is too. So it's very important that you make sure that you are weather aware, and part of that is knowing the difference between a watch and a warning. I just want to make sure that we're not missing any updates here from the National Weather Service. No, they're continuing to talk about that storm that is north of us in Tennessee. A watch is very important. So we are already seeing some under a tornado watch. That means prepare yourself. Start talking about where will we go if a warning is issued? What should we do if a warning is issued? So you want to have those conversations ahead of time, and that's during the watch. However, if you live in a manufactured home, a mobile home, or if you live somewhere that you just don't feel comfortable or safe, then you want to make sure that you go ahead and take action during the watch time. Don't wait for that warning to be issued for you to take action to get to a storm shelter or to your safe place. If you are living somewhere where you're just not comfortable, go ahead and get into that place now so that you are prepared. Now, as you talk about a warning, that means that the event is occurring right then. That's when you start to hear your phone going off, maybe a siren. Don't just rely on the sirens tonight. I think that's very important for you all to remember as we head into the overnight hours. You want to make sure that you have multiple ways to get communication and notifications, because if a warning is issued, then we could definitely be, running to your safe place. And you don't want to do that. You want to go ahead and get there as safe as possible and that you are prepared for it. So that means that it's happening at the very current time. Take action now to save your life or your property. Another look at the severe weather threat for today. They have not expanded that level 3 down any further, but unfortunately it does include portions of Metro Atlanta. And with those temperatures still being into the mid to upper 80s, that means that some of the storms could continue over the next few hours. As we take a look at our forecast track, this is our latest model run for our graph. So it's still showing around the same time. Obviously, right now it's 8:34. These storms are going to get here a little bit before 10 o'clock p.m. Both models still have it coming in around 10 p.m., but I'm thinking that maybe around 9 o'clock, that's when we start to see some of these storms really starting to enter the viewing area as we head into North Georgia. In fact, I just saw my watch there. They just issued a severe thunderstorm warning that does include North Georgia. And it's for Dalton, Dade County there. So, they're probably going to continue to just put these warnings ahead of the storm. Sometimes the National Weather Service will issue a warning ahead of the storm so that you are prepared in case it does arrive. So we're going to continue to go through this model so that you all can know what to expect and when to expect it. So once again, this is a look at our model run, still coming in around 10 p.m., but obviously it's going to be here well before 10 p.m. I'm thinking within the next 30 minutes or so, we can start to see some action in some of those Northwest Georgia counties. Chattooga is really the only county that is in our viewing area that might see it first. So if you are in Chattooga County, heads up, that storm is headed your way. I don't think that they should put you into the warning, but you need to be prepared just in case they do, because all of those smaller counties in Northwest Georgia they're so close together. Sometimes they'll just lump y'all in one little warning. So just be prepared just in case you are in that warning in Chattooga County. Here's a look as around 11 p.m. here in Metro Atlanta, really North Georgia still, because you're going through Canton and Paulding County as well as Cobb County. Some of us could start to really feel those winds really getting strong. Heavy rainfall, high winds along that main line of storms. And then even as we head into the overnight hours, right at midnight through Metro Atlanta. We've seen several stories in the last few months about trees falling in Metro Atlanta, so you want to make sure that you are prepared. Go ahead, get away from those windows, especially if you have a lot of trees around your house. You want to get away from those windows as much as you possibly can. Around 1 a.m., it looks like most of the heavy rainfall will be completely done. And then as you head into your Wednesday morning, you won't have to worry about any rainfall really impacting your morning commute. This is our secondary model. This model still has it coming in around 10:30, but once again, I'm thinking we're going to already see action here in Northwest Georgia, probably within the next hour or so. Now, as you head into the 11 o'clock hour, this model has the storms kind of holding back in North Georgia just a little bit, so it has it moving much slower, which I could see that happening as well. These storms that have been developing in Huntsville right now, they have been moving rather slow. In fact, that one tornadic cell, has definitely continued to just slowly but surely push along, and it's held together because it's moving so slow. It's like it's sucking up all those ingredients in the environment. So I could see it slowing down just a little bit, but even if it does, it looks like through Metro Atlanta, we should be done by 3 a.m. Still want to watch along the main line of this front, and then even you can see that one little purple cell. Sometimes that kind of indicates a very strong cell within that main line that we'll have to keep our eye on. But once again, this model also has it completely done by the time you get ready to commute to work for your Wednesday. Now, we aren't really seeing a lot of power outage risk. I know that high winds are definitely our main concern, but as we take this back just a little bit, even around 11:30, when we're probably looking at the highest wind out in front of that main line, that's when some of those winds could be the highest. We maybe have a slight risk for some power outages. I'm thinking, and I hate to say this, but I'm thinking that the power outage risk is probably a little bit more than what this model is pulling into, because the winds are going to be so high. And in fact, as you take a look at our tornado environment, how ripe is the environment for us to see these strong to severe storms? If you put this in motion just a little bit, around 11 p.m., you can kind of see it. That yellow orangish color that you're looking at, that's probably our strongest chance to see some of those brief spin ups. Whenever we talk about high winds, unfortunately, that is just something that we have to keep our eye on for, is the brief spin ups that could be tornadic. So you just want to make sure that you are just prepared. Charge those phones in case some trees come down on some power lines or some power poles snap. You want to make sure that you are prepared all around. Here's another look at that 7-day forecast for you. I know a lot of people are wondering what's going to happen after the storm comes through overnight tonight. We are going to be dry for your Wednesday and your Thursday and your Friday and your Saturday. And in fact, Friday temperatures are going to be a little bit cooler, around 78 degrees. And then as we head into the weekend, we'll start to experience a little bit of a warming trend before more rainfall comes for the beginning of next week. Just want to make sure that you are, aware of what's going to happen after the storm rolls through. Let's take another look at the satellite and radar one more time, and just so that we all know what's going on, because I'm here talking with you and I also want to know what's happening with these storms in North Georgia, as well as they move closer and closer to Alabama. So we moving on. So that's good. That lets us know that these are just radar indicated. So the one confirmed storm is not having, we're not seeing any reports of it still being confirmed, which is good. But you can see how hefty this one cell is that's moving through Scottsboro right now in Alabama. And even this one storm that is south of Huntsville, it has a pretty good hail core inside of it as well. So good rotation. And in fact, even this little severe thunderstorm that's back behind Huntsville, moving over I-65 and 565 in Decatur, Alabama, that actually looks a little bit strong as well. It could look like it has a little bit of a rotation. In fact, the best part about being meteorologists is you can fast forward it and look and see how those storms are, if they are rotating. You can see this storm here that's coming through Lacey Springs, how it kind of has a little bit of a spin to it. That's what we kind of watch for whenever we talk about this storm has rotation in it, what's the velocity, what's going on. Those are the things that we investigate. This storm doesn't really have much rotation, but it's starting to get a little bit of a hook in it. So they'll probably, if they're playing it on the safe side, they might turn that into a tornado warning. But overall, right now, we do not have any warnings. We do, however, have some watches. So we want to make sure that you are prepared. Make sure you have these conversations. Our time frame from this is literally from 9 until 3 a.m. And that's probably the best chance for us to see those strong overnight storms. So just be prepared. Have those talks with your family. Go ahead and charge your phones. Make sure that you are prepared in case some of these storms are on the stronger side. Right now, it's 8:41. We're going to keep it right here and put you back on the radar loop so you can see what's happening. Maybe hear a little bit of, some severe weather preparedness items that we have been working on throughout the last few months so that you guys can also have more preparation at hand for you. And then we'll do another live stream coming up at 9 p.m. As Georgia welcomes in spring, we also see more storms, and with them, more tornadoes. April tends to be the busiest month for them, with about 6 days of swirling action on average. It's the peak of the stormy season when Mother Nature really lets loose. When strong to severe storms roll in, they bring their party tricks: high winds, hail, lightning, and sometimes even a tornado or two. Tornadoes form when warm, moist air meets cooler, dry air. This creates instability and wind shear, causing horizontal air currents to rotate. Updrafts tilt these rotating air columns vertically, and when they reach the ground, a tornado forms. Tornadoes are rated using the enhanced Fujita scale, which ranges from EF0 to EF5. The scale measures wind speeds from 65 miles per hour to over 200 miles per hour, with higher ratings indicating more severe damage. To prepare for tornadoes, have a plan with a safe spot, a kit with essentials, and take warnings seriously. We go way more into detail with our guide on 11alive.com/weather.
North Georgia changes quickly, and when storms develop, you could see hail. Hail often forms when it's warm outside, not cold. It all has to do with temperatures higher up in the atmosphere. When thunderstorms develop, air rises, creating upward winds called updrafts. These updrafts carry particles of water up into the atmosphere where temperatures in the upper levels of the clouds are below freezing. The water particles freeze into little pellets of ice that we call hail. As the hailstones bounce around in the cloud, they fall below the freezing line, accumulate a layer of water, or bump into other hailstones, then rise back above the freezing line, freeze, and get bigger. This process continues until the hail is too heavy to be held up by the updrafts and they fall to the ground. Stronger updrafts mean bigger hail. In order for hail to be considered severe, it must be 1 inch or larger. That's about quarter sized. And if you see that, let us know by joining our Facebook group. Just search 11Alive Weather Impact Team.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11Alive Weather Impact Team, where we are continuing our coverage here, streaming on 11Alive Plus, where we can give you long-form weather discussions here on these storms that we are tracking moving into our area tonight. Now, as you can see here in Atlanta, we're doing just fine. It's going to be a while before this line moves in, but what we're really focusing on right now is what is coming out of northeast Alabama, moving into northwest Georgia, and that's where we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of Dade and Walker County. I'm going to take you into that a little bit closer. You can see what we're watching here as we put this into motion. These storms, some of these have been prompting tornado warnings there with some rotation within those storms. We did have one that was coming out of Huntsville that was on target to move into Dade and Walker, but as of right now, it looks like the circulation out of that is no longer as impressive as it was. In fact, the folks in Alabama have taken away this tornado warning and made it a severe thunderstorm warning. And our National Weather Service in Peachtree City is going with a severe thunderstorm warning right now for Dade and also Walker County. That is until 11:30. However, this warning does have a tag in it saying a tornado is possible. This storm has had a history of producing rotation and tornadoes back into parts of Alabama. It is showing signs of weakening, but it could be that just that area of rotation might be shrinking up a little bit and not as impressive as it was earlier, but it could ramp back up. So that's why they included the tornado possible tag with that for folks in Dade and also into Walker County. Now, from kind of behind the scenes stuff though, Dade and Walker County is legally in the Chattanooga viewing area. So if they do issue a warning for Dade and Walker, we will not have to cut into programming on 11Alive for that. However, we are watching very closely this other cell that is back near, really on the north end of Gunnersville Lake. I'm going to turn off the lightning just so that we can get a good look at this right now. This near Scottsboro, okay, they just turned that polygon purple, which means that is a confirmed tornado there between Grant and Scottsboro. I'm going to query this for you so we can kind of see here what they are saying with that. Now, again, this is not DeKalb County, Georgia. It is DeKalb County, Alabama, but they have a tornado warning there for DeKalb County, Alabama, Jackson County, Alabama, and Marshall County, Alabama, because of this bit of circulation right there between Grant and Scottsboro. That is moving over toward the east. If that holds together and it clips parts of northern Chattooga County, then we would have to break into programming to alert our viewers for that. So we're going to keep an eye on this very closely. The National Weather Service showing that purple polygon, meaning that is a confirmed tornado located near Grant or 9 miles southwest of Scottsboro, moving to the east at about 45 miles an hour. They're saying that emergency management confirmed that tornado there, meaning that there must have been a visual sighting of that over there into Alabama. So that is what we have, what we're watching right now with this potential confirmed tornado that is moving through parts of north and eastern parts of Alabama. The next stop would be into northwest Georgia. That is if it holds together. This has been a little more encouraging there because this one in northern Alabama, far northeast Alabama, between Long Island and the Eider area, it also had some pretty long-standing rotation throughout much of northern Alabama. That's where we had some warnings earlier over near the Huntsville area. But as it's getting closer to northwest Georgia, we're seeing that rotation kind of come down a little bit, and it's not tight enough for our weather service to issue a warning here. So watching this in North Alabama, also watching this between Scottsboro and Grant. That's where we have what they're calling a confirmed tornado, as emergency managers have confirmed an actual tornado there. So we have to watch that moving into not only Dade and Walker County, but if that holds and stays moving to the east, then Chattooga County near Somerville could be included in a warning there, again, for a confirmed tornado. So we'll wait and see what happens with that. It's still going to be a while. In fact, let me put a time of arrival on there. I mentioned that was moving at about 45 miles an hour to the east. So tracking it from right there near Grant, moving to the east at 45 miles an hour. that would take it into Menlo, which would be right at the Georgia line. Here's Menlo right here. That would be at about 10:02. Again, depending on if this holds together, that's when it would be moving into the Menlo area. So we'll wait and see if that rotation does hold, and if it would potentially move into parts of Chattooga County a little bit later on tonight. So those are the main parts that we're watching coming into northwest Georgia here at this hour. But as you can see, we have some additional storms back into Alabama. Near Hartselle, we've got some storms, and then another cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings that are also back from Russellville to Double Springs, getting closer to Interstate 65 over near Coleman. This is all north of Birmingham, all right? But these are the clusters that we're watching moving into our area because as those move into northwest Georgia and potentially into the Atlanta area later on tonight, we're going to have to watch to see if they're going to continue showing signs of weakening. Here is what is working in our favor. As these storms have been firing up to our west earlier today, we still have a lot of tornado warnings there north of Chattanooga in Tennessee. This environment here in Tennessee moving into North Carolina is actually a little more conducive for tornadoes to develop there based on what we're seeing from the profiles within the atmosphere. And that's why they do have more tornado warnings there. We're watching this in North Alabama and then also keeping an eye on these storms back into Mississippi. I'm seeing encouraging signs from those storms in Mississippi. We haven't had as many tornado warnings out of this part of the system. And of course, this part and what's in West Alabama right now is what would move into Atlanta a little bit later. So it's really this part in North Alabama and into Tennessee that is the area that's a little more intense right now and where we have more of the questions of tornadic development there. And we hope that that slides and stays mainly to the north of us. We do have a tornado watch in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning. Does not include the city of Atlanta, but it does include areas on the north side, and we'll break that down for you here coming up in just a little bit. Also, the Storm Prediction Center is keeping northwest Georgia and west Georgia in that level 3 of 5 risk. For more widespread, stronger storms possible there. Scattered risk than this level 2 area for scattered thunderstorms that could be strong, and then only isolated stronger storms by the time it makes it down to parts of central Georgia. I do want to show you a look at that tornado watch because that is where we have, again, Atlanta is not included in this watch. But over in Alabama, Cleburne County is included. And then the areas that we are watching for this tornado watch, again, in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning, generally from Rome there in Floyd County, over to Bartow County, to Cherokee County, to Forsyth County. This line northward is where we have this tornado watch in effect. So again, I mentioned those counties on the south end of that. It goes to Dawson and Lumpkin, also into Union County, Fannin and Gilmer County, Murray, Whitfield. We also have Catoosa County, Dade, Walker, Chattooga. I mentioned Floyd. Also Gordon County, Pickens County. Those are the counties included in this tornado watch until 2 o'clock in the morning. Atlanta is not in it, but it is possible, depending on what we see out of any additional storms coming in from Alabama, that the National Weather Service could add some more counties into that. I'm not seeing anything that looks too threatening moving into Atlanta later on tonight that would make them, I think, keep that or push that watch into our area. But again, we have to keep an eye on that with these storms moving in. So we do have this weather impact alert in effect from now until 3 o'clock in the morning. We were talking about throughout this entire process of watching these storms coming in is that we thought that leading edge of storms would move into northwest Georgia around 9 o'clock. And that's where we are right now. Dade, Walker County, we've got those storms that are moving in right now. More back into Alabama that would be pushing in closer to Chattooga County in just a little while as well. The main things we're watching, strong storms possible with that. We really need to be weather aware as the system moves in. We always have to be weather aware, but especially with late night and overnight storms, make sure you have a way to get warnings here from that system. So here again is a look at that live radar. We're still watching here in Atlanta. We're just fine here, but up 75 north, pushing up. So Dalton is right along here. This is to the west of I-75 into Dade and Walker counties. You get closer to Cloudland Canyon and that area up there, up around Menlo, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, and up to the north. That's where we have that severe thunderstorm warning right now. It's not a tornado warning, but we do have another tornado warning with a confirmed tornado that is back into Alabama that we have to watch, that could push into parts of Tortuga County, which is one of the counties that we are responsible for here at 11Alive. We don't think if that happens that it would actually cross the state line until after maybe right around 10 o'clock. However, they will probably issue the warning well in advance of that. So that's what we're going to be watching over the next little while with these storms as they continue to get a little bit closer to our area. I want to do something here. If you watch us sometimes in our extended coverage, let me put this into live mode, and I'm going to query this lightning. There's a lot of lightning with this in North Alabama beginning to come into northwest Georgia. We have almost 600 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes, including these clusters here, this one that's about to move into northwest Georgia there. Plenty of lightning with these storms, so very electric. What we'll be doing, though, for the rest of the evening hours is keeping an eye on these storms tonight and an eye on this count. So help me remember 578 or just under 600 lightning strikes. As this moves into Georgia, we'll keep measuring these lightning numbers, and if we see those numbers coming down, then we will be able to say whether or not these storms are weakening a little bit more. We've got a live look for you right here. This is one of our traffic cameras that is at White Oak Gap Road. Danielle, did you set that one up? That's up in the Trenton area. Okay, so
in North Georgia?
Yes, they're in northwest Georgia. And we could see some of the lightning and, of course, the rain that's coming down right there, too. So that is one of our, that's one of our DOT cameras. I think, Reeves, you got that one for us. So that's up in the Trenton area. This camera that's at the top, this is our camera just to the east of the city looking toward the west. And, of course, we just have some clouds here. And, again, in Atlanta, we're looking fine. So there's a big difference between Atlanta to the north and also in northwest Georgia up in the Trenton area where you can see some of that lightning that's moving through those areas right now with those stronger storms up. That's 75 is right here at Dalton. We have Highway 59 that goes through Alabama into that part of northwest Georgia through parts of Dade County there too. So that's what we're watching that is pushing in right now. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 9:30 for those areas of Catoosa, Dade, and also Walker County. And then I really need to keep an eye on this part right here, that purple. Let me take the lightning off again here one more time. The purple color that you're seeing there, that is a tornado warning from between Grant and Scottsboro. You see that lake there? That's Gunnersville Lake right here in Alabama. Langston and Scottsboro, it is this part right here that we're watching for that potential for some rotation. Let's put this into velocity mode. This is actually picking up from the Birmingham radar. And take the lightning off so you can see that a little bit better. And we do have the red and green, a couple of areas here that we're watching. This around Langston actually looks a little broader here. This looks a little tighter over near the New Hope area. So there are a couple of spots there of potential rotation. And again, for those of you in northwest Georgia, there is a new tornado warning there for Dade and Walker. So again, we do not have to cut into programming for this. Let me get back out a little bit more, because since Dade and Walker are not in our viewing area, we don't have to cut in for that. But this is for this area right here. The tornado warning there for that southern part of Dade and the southern part of Walker County, where we have a tornado warning until 10 o'clock for those areas. And the National Weather Service is saying that it is radar indicated rotation. We are talking about some $half size hail in association with that as the storm continues to move in. So let's take a look at the velocity with that. And it would be right there crossing over the state line is the reason they've issued this. So that would be just to the south of Trenton, getting closer to Lafayette. So that's actually a pretty small polygon. Usually and again, this is until 10 o'clock. So that would be for another 45 minutes actually. But that would be from this right here that's coming out of Alabama, getting ready to cross over the state line, taking the lightning data off here. from this area right here that would be crossing over the state line into the southern parts of Dade, also into the western and southern parts of Walker County, where we have this tornado warning. Now, again, for those of you watching us on streaming, we're not cutting into programming on 11Alive for this warning because Dade and Walker County is legally in the Chattanooga viewing area. So the Chattanooga stations are the ones that are breaking in for that. If this warning that's back into Alabama gets into Catoosa County in a little while, if that holds together, we will have to break into programming on 11Alive for that one. But again, we're hoping that that rotation with that one does begin to fall apart. But as you can see right now, we've got a couple of areas of rotation that we're watching, and this purple color of that tornado warning back into Alabama is purple because it is a confirmed tornado. The red is a Doppler radar indicated. When it changes over to the purple color, that means that we have confirmation, and the National Weather Service is saying from that confirmation, it's not radar indicated, it is from an emergency manager. So there must have been a visual spotting or a sighting of an actual tornado there, and that's why they call it confirmed. So if this continues moving over to the east at about 45 miles an hour, we think it would be crossing over the state line at around the 10 o'clock hour, closer to the Menlo area. But again, that's if it holds together. We did see this storm in northeast Alabama, pushing into northwest Georgia, go from a tornado warning to a severe thunderstorm warning for a while. We were hoping that that rotation had fallen apart, but it did tighten back up and ramp back up. So that's why we have a new tornado warning there for that small part of Dade County and also into Walker County. So we're going to be keeping an eye on those storms as they continue to move on in. Danielle, I'm going to toss it over to you, just if you have if you're able to find anything new up there with those storms.
Yeah, so I've been watching this storm that is moving south of Scottsboro, and I've been kind of nosing around into the Huntsville chat with their National Weather Service, and they have actually had pictures of this very large funnel cloud that is literally continuing to move. So the police actually confirmed that there was a tornado on the ground. That is why that purple box is still holding together. Now, as I've been doing a little bit of investigating, the velocity has been a little bit tight, like Chris was saying, and unfortunately it has been holding together. So what's happening is, even just now, you saw it move just a little bit. That's the latest radar scan. That lets us know that unfortunately the storm still has the ingredients to be a tornado. And even though they're not actively saying, hey, we're seeing this tornado across this road and this road, we are definitely seeing the ingredients. And because it was confirmed by the police department that it is on the ground, that's why they went ahead and they issued the confirmed tornado warning. So definitely, if you know anyone, and this is very close to our viewing area, so it's very likely that some people might know someone who lives in Scottsboro, and it's really south of Scottsboro, and they said that the tornado was confirmed near Woodville. That's exactly, the Woodville Police Department actually confirmed that tornado on the ground. As it continues to push forward, it's going to be crossing into Fort Payne. That's I-59, so you want to make sure that anyone who's in Alabama or lives really close to that state line, that they have a fair heads up that this storm is headed their way. Now, it might not hold on to the same tornado strength, but the winds are still very high. In fact, I've been seeing multiple reports in the Huntsville group about trees being down, roads impassable because there are so many trees down. And that was one of the things that I was worried about with this storm as well, was what can we expect once these winds arrive? Also, is there a hail threat? That was another thing that I have been doing a little investigating about. This is a look at the hail track. So what this does, it takes all of the data from the storm and it kind of just maps out, okay, the hail has been falling for this amount. Now, here's the thing. If you take a look at our legend at the top, blue means that it is at least 1 inch size hail that's about to cross I-59. This is all a part of one of those really strong storms that is really tornado warned. And if we put our hail size on there, that's even a little bit more telling. Again, a confirmation that it could be at least inch size hail that's moving through these storms. And even the one that's moving near Woodville right now has some pretty decent hail size with it. And when we talk about hail size, I know a lot of people, this is, while we are not actively in a tornado warning ourselves, sometimes it gives us a little bit of leeway to talk a little bit more and get into the science of things. When we talk about hail sizes, it's very important to know what kind of hail that we're looking at. In fact, so an inch would be about a quarter. And when we start talking about an inch, that's when you start to see those severe thunderstorm warnings come out. Because even though a quarter, you're thinking that's tiny, that could still do some damage, especially on some windows. So not only are we seeing the rotation in this storm, but we're also seeing that severe size hail, and that's prompting that severe thunderstorm warning as well. Once you get into an inch and a half, that's ping pong size hail, and you're definitely going to see some busted windows with that. But anything less than that inch, sometimes they hold off on that severe thunderstorm warning. But regardless of the fact, even if it doesn't have that rotation, I'm still anticipating this to be a severe thunderstorm warning at the very least. Once again, this is in Alabama. It is near Scottsboro and Fort Payne in Jackson County, Alabama. It's going to continue to push our way, especially towards Catoosa. So we are trying to give you a fair heads up as well. That doesn't mean that the tornado warning is going to stay intact, but whenever we're talking about really strong winds, we've seen multiple straight line wind events this year. So when we talk about these winds being so high, just treat it as if it was a tornado warning. Get away from those windows. Make sure that you are safe. Talk to your family now about where you should go. Every time you see that radar move just a little bit, that was a new radar scan. And this real hook right here is probably the worst part of that storm. That's probably exactly where that rotation is currently moving. And you can also see that these tornado warnings, they're not expiring quickly, and these storms aren't falling apart too quickly. And because of that, they're remaining intense. So we want to make sure that you all are aware of that threat as well. And, even when we look past here in Metro Atlanta, it is dry. So you think, what's going on? I don't understand. The storms are on the way. Yes, the winds are probably going to start to increase here in the next 30 minutes to an hour. Southward of this, we have more severe weather back off to our west. So this is just the beginning of it all. We are anticipating on these storms, at least our weather impact alert goes from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. So during that time frame, you want to make sure that you are prepared for that, even if you are not seeing any rainfall right now. If you're in Rome, you're probably thinking, oh, those storms are to the north. I'm fine. No, go ahead, charge your phones. It's already 9:22. Charge your phones. Make sure you have multiple ways to get communications. And you don't want to just rely on those tornado sirens, because that's for if you're outside. If you're inside, you need your weather radio, you need your cell phone, get your app ready, turn your notifications on. That way, we will send you an alert if a warning is issued, or even if a watch is issued, so that you can wake up and be alerted overnight tonight. Chris, do you have anything over there that you are keeping your eye on?
Yeah, just watching those storms there in northwest Georgia and how they have been somewhat holding together. Also keeping an eye on this one tornado warning that you were just talking about there in Dade and also into Walker County. I'm going to get in a little bit tighter there. It does look like they just issued another, let me look back here. They're continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for central Catoosa, central Walker, and central Dade counties. I'm going to click on that just to see what they have new. I think they shrunk it up a little bit there, as we're watching 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail there in parts of Dade and also Walker County. So that just came in for this severe thunderstorm warning. So I know you're seeing a lot of boxes here. Let me take the lightning off just so that we can get a closer look at this. You've got the main yellow polygon, which is a severe thunderstorm warning for Dade County, Walker County, and parts of Catoosa County. And then we have this red polygon within that. That is the tornado warning for southern parts of Dade and central southern parts of and western parts of Walker County. That's in effect until let me get the expiration time on this one for you as well, as we have that is going to be in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. Now, the other one that I'm really a little more concerned about here is that one here that Danielle was just talking about. We actually have this purple color polygon right there. It is colored purple because it is a tornado warning. That was the red polygon. It changed colors to purple, which is the indicator of that it is a confirmed tornado. That is coming out, it was formed near the Grant area. It's now south of Scottsboro. This part right here where we still have that potential circulation, that would be moving closer to Henniger, and then also possibly getting into Dade and Walker County, and maybe into parts of Catoosa County, or actually Chattooga County right here near Somerville. And that's what we have to watch. If it gets into that, we'll have to cut into programming there on 11Alive. Another tornado warning back behind that between Huntsville and also the Lacey's Spring area is where we have that other tornado warning that is in effect there. So that is where most of the action is taking place right now in North and Northeast Alabama, pushing into parts of Northwest Georgia. We were hoping to see some weakening in Northwest Georgia with that circulation. Let me go back to the velocity mode right now. And go ahead. You've got some new information there, Danielle.
The Huntsville radar just went down.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so they said that it's down and it might be down for the remainder of the event.
Wow. Okay, the Huntsville radar, if y'all didn't hear Danielle, apparently just went down, they're saying, and it may stay down. So that's going to be a little more difficult for our National Weather Service office in Peachtree City. They use each other's radars to help see the different levels of the storms. And if they don't have the ability to see the Huntsville radar, that might kind of hamper us a little bit as these storms move in. And they're crossing over the line right now there, just south of Trenton there on Highway 59 is this part right here where there's another little red polygon there that's crossing over the line. And we do see the red and green colors there. That's indicating where we have the winds coming away and toward the radar site, and which would indicate the potential for some rotation. So it would be in this area right here, crossing over 59 and moving over the state line where we have these tornado warnings in effect at this hour. Also here, I'm going to put this into motion so we can see those two areas of rotation that we're watching. One back here. That was near New Hope earlier, crossing over Gunnersville Lake, that northern part of that. This moving near Powell. Again, having to watch that very closely to see if our National Weather Service is going to issue a tornado warning potentially for those areas in Northeast Georgia, maybe into Chattooga County. So, yes, that's what I was afraid of, that they may issue a warning just out of caution if they don't have the latest radar data out of there. If we have any suspect areas of rotation, then they might go ahead and issue a warning just to make sure people are prepared as it is coming from Alabama and into parts of North and West Georgia. So that's the interesting thing that we're going to have to watch here. Almost dropped the clicker. So this is, when I'm right here, this is our radar. And you can see that since it's so far away, it's not quite as defined there. As I scan over here, it changes over to what was the Huntsville radar. We still have some of that holding together there. So that's going to be interesting to watch as those storms move in and get closer to the Menlo area, and if they issue a tornado warning for that. Again, we've got some tower cameras here for you from our traffic cameras. We have this one that's up to the top and right-hand side of your screen. That's up around White Oak Gap, which is in the Trenton area. Both of these are near White Oak Gap Road, where you can see a lot of rain that's coming down in Northwest Georgia. Plenty of lightning there too. Not only are we seeing that on those tower cams, but we also on our radar imagery here, I just turned the lightning data off, but we have a lot of lightning within those storms. And the reason I turned it off, because it was covering up some of these signatures that we need to see here within our reflectivity as well as in the velocity mode. But there's a lot of lightning there in Northwest Georgia. We also have our roam camera on remote 58, if y'all want to check that out every once in a while and put it into one of these. We may be able to see a little bit of, so roam, nothing really is going on right now, but we might be able to see some of that lightning from the distance in our roam cameras. If y'all ever want to put that one up, that's something to keep an eye on there too. But Northwest Georgia, that is the area right now that is more under the gun, where we have these storms that are moving through. Severe thunderstorm warnings there. Also, Dade and Walker County, we have that tornado warning that is in effect for southern Dade and west central Walker County, with some rotation there. And again, near Scottsboro and south of Scottsboro in Alabama, and also just south of Huntsville, two separate tornado warnings there. One in the red polygon which is a radar indicated rotation with a tornado warning there. The purple polygon here around Scottsboro, that is a confirmed tornado. At least it was confirmed earlier. We don't know if it is still holding together as it gets closer to the Georgia state line. So we're waiting to see if our National Weather Service is going to issue a tornado warning for any part of Chattooga County. And that is in our far northern viewing area there up around the Menlo area where we see that. So that is what we're keeping an eye on as those storms move in from the Alabama area. Here again is another look at that tornado watch. That does not include Atlanta at this time, but it is as far south as Floyd County, Bartow County, Cherokee County, Forsyth County, that line up to the north. All of those counties there, indicating where we have the tornado watch that's in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning. So far, a lot of the ingredients for severe weather are mainly up in northwest Georgia. Atlanta is not included in this watch. Depending on how these storms elsewhere back in Alabama, south of these clusters that we've been watching here in northwest Alabama, moving into northeast Georgia, depending on how things hold together more to the west, that'll determine whether or not they have to issue a watch for the metro area or either extend this one a little bit more down to the south. I'm not seeing any signals of that as of right now. Since those storms that are out to the west are still way out to the west here. But we've got this weather impact alert between now and 3 o'clock in the morning. Strong storms are what will be moving in. You've got to be weather aware tonight, and that is why we are with you here streaming for these storms continuing to push on through. Now, Dade Walker County and that severe thunderstorm warning, did they just update that severe thunderstorm warning?
They did, yes.
To include now those areas of...
It also has Catoosa in it now.
Yes.
And Whitfield.
Southern Catoosa and Whitfield County right here. So that yellow polygon has extended more over to the east. So now it's no longer just Dade and Walker and a little bit, it's now including a little bit of Catoosa County and parts of Whitfield County there for that. And it most likely is probably saying tour possible, I'm assuming.
It does, yes.
Yeah, so what we're talking about, what Danielle and I are talking about, whenever we have some severe thunderstorm warnings where maybe the couplet that we're watching that is indicating any type of rotation is not tight enough or impressive enough to issue a for sure tornado warning, they'll issue a severe thunderstorm warning and still say tornado possible, meaning we're watching some areas of rotation that if it does get tighter, that could turn into a tornado warning. But we do have just Dade and Walker in that tornado warning, and then we have this severe thunderstorm warning that extends really over close to the Dalton area there around Interstate 75 for those areas of northwest Georgia for that severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect there. So yeah, that's the latest that we have with that. But really, I'm watching, Danielle and I are watching all of this very closely here for those storms coming out of Alabama. I'm going to put this into motion. This is for the last 2 hours. This will give you a good idea how these storms are actually still holding together, even though the sun has been down now for getting close to an hour and it's dark out there. We're trying to lose some of the heating of the day. But as these storms still move in, they are still holding together and not really weakening that much. And again, they have those bits of rotation there with them as well. So that's what we have to keep an eye on, especially this one south of Scottsboro, getting closer to Fort Payne. That would cross over 59 there and get closer to the Georgia-Alabama line for those storms, and as to whether or not they will then issue a tornado warning for folks in Catoosa County or Chattooga County, potentially there north of Rome. So we're watching that. And then, of course, we have additional storms that are out back into Alabama, western Alabama, into Mississippi, too. All of that we have to watch. It's going to be feeding our way right now. But meanwhile, you're in Atlanta looking outside and you're like, hey, it's fine here. We don't have any storms yet. But those storms will be pushing in later. So we just have to see how they hold together coming out of Alabama here with those storms. And then, again, the potential for any of these toward Hartsville, Coleman, Russellville, down to Double Spring. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings with those, too, at any time. those could pick up some rotation with them too. And then the storms back into Mississippi aren't as impressive now as they were. Yeah, we still have one severe thunderstorm warning there near Jackson, Mississippi, but it's really northern parts of Alabama, northwest Georgia, and here into Tennessee, where we have those strongest storms right now that have more of the action. In fact, Tennessee has multiple tornado warnings well to the north of Atlanta. Those are getting closer to the Knoxville area. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, even up into Kentucky as well. And then the southern part of this is in North Alabama coming into northwest Georgia right now, but not as much going on over near Birmingham, Montgomery. You're actually looking okay right now. This goes back into Mississippi, but those storms don't look as impressive either. We still have the level 3 of 5 risk. The Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, has not really changed this at all. We usually get an update here before 9 o'clock from the Storm Prediction Center where they might refine these convective outlook areas, but so far they have not done that. They pretty much kept us in that level 3 risk there in parts of North Georgia coming through that area right now. Okay, so nothing new here from the Weather Service. We're actually looking okay with that as that system continues to move in. I also want to show you this. If you were watching our stream a little bit earlier, we were breaking down not only the convective outlooks, but how we can even break that down into any potential risk areas. And we've been saying here that in northwest Georgia, that yellow color is more of an elevated risk in far northwest Georgia for any tornadoes to develop. The brownish color you see there is a lower risk. The green color is a very low risk for any tornadoes to develop. Also with hail, a little larger area of an elevated risk in northwest Georgia, and then the brown color that includes Metro Atlanta, lower risk for hail, and then not really any risk there to the east of us. Really the bigger threats that we've been watching is the wind risk with these storms. The wind risk is enhanced in northwest Georgia, even down close to the Atlanta area. And then the yellow color is indicating elevated risk for stronger winds. So we're not out of the woods yet. As we watch these storms come in, it's still going to be a while before they make it to the Atlanta area, but it's these winds can hold together. Even if we don't have any tornadoes out of it, we can still have some strong winds and severe weather with those storms pushing through the Atlanta area. And we have lost some heating as we continue to lose more heating once the sun's been down a little bit longer. We hope that we will see these storms weaken a little bit more, but as of right now, they're still holding together pretty well in North Alabama, pushing into northwest Georgia. So the heavy rain risk is moderate. But that heavy rain would be brief. This is going to be a pretty quick moving system. When you do have the heavy rain, it won't last a long time. It won't be there long enough to cause any flooding or anything. And then also a higher risk for strong winds, low risk for a tornado, and the lower risk for hail too. Some of the hail, though, that has been falling in North Alabama has been pretty large there. Tornado parameter still showing the environment in that yellow and orange color, still west and northwest Georgia. But then through the night, that tornado environment actually goes to really low. So that's why we're thinking that we should see some improvements here in the late night hours. But we can't let our guard down because these storms that we're tracking right now back into Alabama still holding together pretty well there. And the one there in northwest Georgia still holding together. They have not canceled that or anything. We're still watching that potential for any rotation that could be developing with those storms. Again, I just took the lightning off just so that we could get a good look at this reflectivity. Really heavy rain, a lot of red there. Scottsboro, north of Albertville. Again, I've been mentioning Gunnersville Lake right here. That is just to the west of Interstate 59. Huntsville still seeing some of that heavier rain. We don't have anything severe in Huntsville proper right now, but just south of Huntsville. These are severe between Huntsville, Albertville, Coleman, and also the Hartselle area there along Interstate 65. I'm still watching this part right there that did pretty much cross over Gunnersville Lake, where we have that potential rotation going through right now. A couple of spots there, and Danielle, I don't know if they're giving you any additional information out of that, but it looks like these two areas, one from Grant, and then this right here is a little broader south of Scottsboro, but those are the areas that we've been watching. And again, I don't think that this radar, Danielle, I guess that we're looking at right now, isn't most likely updating.
It's not updating at all.
Because we have to go over here to get the Peachtree
City
City radar here. So that is going to be something to watch as these storms continue to move in. And we're getting pretty much the radar from Peachtree City that could be shooting over these storms in Alabama. So that's the tricky part with the Huntsville radar right now being down, kind of making it a little more difficult to track these storms. And as I click over here, this then becomes the Huntsville radar. Yeah. Right there. So, okay. So that's what we're going to keep watching there. Those storms coming out of Alabama, moving into those areas of northwest Georgia. And again, that tornado warning for Dade and Walker County that is supposed to be in effect until 10 o'clock with that potential rotation that was moving through, which triggered that tornado warning. It's radar indicated, not a confirmed tornado, but again, the purple polygon that we see back here between Scottsboro and Fort Payne, that is where we have a confirmed tornado from earlier. We have not seen any updates. Danielle, have you seen any updates on that confirmed tornado, if they have any additional information, if it's still holding together or not? But I know it's crippled because of the...
Right. So what I've been paying attention to, Chris, is that I think that Peachtree City, unfortunately, is also their backup. So what's happening is they're being back up from Birmingham, which Birmingham, I don't know if you all have been following, but they are also experiencing a software outage. So they are actually here in Atlanta using their building basically as their front, their home front right now. Not only is Peachtree City Birmingham's backup, but they're also Huntsville's backup. So it's quiet in the chats right now because all three offices are having to coordinate about what to do and how to handle this. I also want to point out that this is a good time to mention we are streaming right now. So you also need to add time for warnings because streaming comes in a little bit slower than it would if you were over the air. So just remember that when you're hearing us talk about these times and the warnings and things of that nature, because streaming is also a little bit delayed, slower coming into your TV than it would be if we were watching over the air. So just keep that in mind as well. Chris was also talking about the winds. This is obviously in Rome where we're not seeing any severe weather right now, but you can see from the flags there that the winds are still very high. So regardless of what's going on, this is a great time to just prepare for these strong storms. As of right now, we are not seeing any tornado warnings, but that could change very soon. With this radar outage, most of the time, the National Weather Service, they would issue just kind of out of abundance of caution. And we would, let you all know that. But just in case, we want you to be prepared for that risk as well, especially if you live in Chattooga. So I would just kind of treat this as if, the storms were on the way and are headed our way as well. Another thing that I wanted to talk about a little bit is the difference between a watch and a warning, so that, if you are kind of new to weather and you're trying to figure out what should I do, where should I go, this is a good time to have those conversations. If you live in a mobile home, a manufactured home, or you just don't feel comfortable in your own house and you want to go to a storm shelter, do that now while the watch is in place. That indicates the risk of that hazardous weather. Go ahead and have your plan in place. Now, once that warning is issued, you should already be there, because that means that the event is occurring. This is a great example of why we say to prepare during the watch, because if a warning is issued right now, or God forbid something is going on with the Huntsville satellite and radar and they're not getting that information close enough and that confirmed tornado is still on the ground, you don't want to wait till that warning is issued. Get into that safe place now while the watch is going on. The ingredients are there for the storms to be strong or severe. So go ahead and get into your safe place now. Go ahead and take that action so that you know where you need to go. Also, charge your phones, because regardless of if you see a tornado warning, you want to make sure that your phones are charged, because we could be seeing some power outages. When trees fall down, that's definitely a possibility. I've also been keeping up with the Huntsville chat. Unfortunately, I have seen some really bad trees come down. One literally just split a home in half. I asked if we could share that photo and he declined, but it's a very scary photo. So you want to make sure that you are prepared in case the trees fall down. At the very least, you don't need a tornado warning for that to happen. We've been seeing multiple cases of that as we have been going throughout the spring and really headed towards summer as well. The cameras that you're seeing off, to my side, to my right, which is your left, the winds high in Rome, also some really heavy rainfall that's happening in Dade County as well. A lot of people out and about. It's 9:44 p.m. I know a lot of people probably headed home getting prepared for their Wednesday. It's important that you have these conversations. If you know someone who is just now on their way home, make sure that they are aware that the storms could be getting bad at any time. Here's another look at that radar, because it is very important. This is another way that we know that radar is not updating. This has been the same kind of a shot since the last at least 15 or 20 minutes. So that's also very concerning. And even as we see the tornado warning.
As you're showing that, I just wanted to point out to you, you'll see that purple now extends to the Georgia state line.
Yes, it does.
They did just issue a new tornado warning in Alabama. It stops right here at the Georgia line. So as of right now, this does not include Catoosa County, but it is just Chattooga County is just to the west of Chattooga County here. It also stops here in Dade County and Walker County too. So this is still a confirmed tornado. They were saying here in this warning that it was broadcast media confirmed for DeKalb, Alabama, Jackson, Alabama, and Marshall, Alabama until 9:30 Central, which is really 10:30 our time here in Eastern Time. So that is the latest warning we have there. It is the color purple in Alabama because it is confirmed from broadcast media there of a tornado, and they're saying that the location with this was over section or near Scottsboro, moving east at 35 miles an hour. I'm seeing here our National Weather Service is saying not planning to continue the tour warning and keep the severe tour possible at this time. We're watching the cells to the southwest over in Alabama. If anyone has reports, they would be gratefully appreciated. So I don't know, Danielle, if they're talking about the tour warning in Dade and Walker or the one for
Dade and Walker.
Okay. So that's what they're talking about. I was curious if they were talking about
that's
the
one
one
that they're
in
not planning
Alabama
on
that may
extending.
Okay. So in fact, so let me just erase that here, and so we can see it a little bit better, where we do have this tornado warning that we told you about earlier here, this red polygon in Dade and Walker. So this is about to expire in a little while, and they're saying they most likely will not continue with that tornado warning, but we really have to watch this one right here that has been confirmed there just south of Scottsboro, where we have, again, that potential rotation right here south of Scottsboro that would be moving over crossing over Interstate 59 between Hennegar and Fort Payne. And then if that holds together, we may have another warning that they'll have to issue that could include southern Dade, southern Walker, and maybe parts of Chattooga County here near Summerville. So if you're in Summerville right now, I want you to treat this as if you may have a tornado warning coming soon. We have, again, a confirmation of a tornado there in Alabama that is going to be crossing over Interstate 59 in just a little while. It is possible that that could hold together into Dade, Walker, and maybe into parts of Chattooga County there around the Summerville area. So again, this isn't just a radar indicated possible tornado. It has been confirmed, and we have to watch that very closely crossing over the state line into northwest Georgia. So that would be the next step for this if that, again, holds together. And again, we have this one, that red polygon, shrinking up just a little bit there to the west of Lafayette. And they say they're most likely are going to let that one expire, which will be in just a few minutes here. We'll put that expiration time up for that one as well. That expires at 10. And unless they see any additional rotation out of that in Dade and Walker, they most likely will let that expire and just hold on to the severe thunderstorm warning and mention tornado possible. And if they get any additional rotation within that, they would then issue another tornado warning with that. But the one that I'm watching a little more closely here is that one near Scottsboro and just to the south of Scottsboro, because it is confirmed. It is not just radar indicated. It is the purple color there indicating that has been confirmed, and it'll be crossing over 59 in just a little bit, just between Fort Payne and the Hennegar area. And then if that holds together, crossing over the line. So our National Weather Service office here in Peachtree City is also watching that storm back into Alabama. They will then assess whether or not we need to issue a warning here for any more of these counties in northwest Georgia, or if they will be issuing a severe thunderstorm warning there with that too. All right, so they're saying they're canceling. Okay, that red polygon did just disappear.
They just canceled it.
So instead of letting it expire at 10, they just canceled it. So really 11 minutes before the expiration time, they are canceling that warning there. So that is a good sign that they saw the rotation within that cell that must be falling apart. But we still have a severe thunderstorm warning in northwest Georgia. And they're saying with the tag there, tornado possible at any time. We could see that rotation that just kind of fell apart. It could get a little bit stronger. And if it gets tighter, then they would issue another tornado warning for this area that is in northwest Georgia. We're really hoping that that trend of weakening will continue moving into Georgia. We hope that weakening trend is going to be here, but we still see from this reflectivity there a nice little hook there south of Scottsboro. We're seeing from the reflectivity there some potential rotation too. I want to put on the shear tracks on this too. This is just one of the tools that we have here where we can look at any potential shear or rotation with these storms. This is the one that was a little bit stronger that prompted the tornado warning there in Alabama earlier. But now as you see that coming into northwest Georgia, that blue color falls apart. So that is a good signal that we have. Also, that around Grant and around Guntersville Lake, we're not seeing that really hold together as much anymore either. So this is the shear tracks. Let me just put it to actual shear right now. And so Danielle, I'm actually a little encouraged by the fact that we don't see any additional shear with this. Let me put this back for the past 2 hours. I'm putting this into motion. And what you're going to be watching for, again, this is just, we are looking for some storm rotation within this. And you see this, the blues, that is what prompted the tornado warnings north of Scottsboro earlier. And that's what moved into Dade and Walker County. But notice how the blue disappears going into Dade and Walker County. We also are seeing that disappearing over to Guntersville Lake. We're not seeing as much shear there as this gets closer to Fort Payne. So even though we did have a confirmed tornado in Alabama, we're not seeing all the signals that we saw a little bit earlier. And again, that could be because of the issues that we're having with the radar over into the Huntsville area. So a lot to watch, still a lot of uncertainties. We always wish that we could be very certain about these things for you as we're tracking these for you live. Speaking of that, and since I have the radar up here, I want to do another count, lightning count for you. Okay, now we just saw that all that radar did disappear there, but I still have the lightning count on here. I'm going to query this for you. Earlier, remember we had just under 600 lightning strikes. We're now at over 600. So we're not really we're still seeing a lot of lightning in Alabama with these storms that really aren't totally weakening and falling apart. But we'll keep an eye on that lightning count there for those areas to the east of us. So now, Danielle, when I move over to the Huntsville radar, it does totally disappear.
Yeah, it just did the same thing for me.
So another warning it looks like there, the one coming out of east of Coleman, the red polygon that you see right there. Let me take the radar, the lightning off again so we can see that reflectivity. All right, so let me break down for you again what we have in northwest Georgia. Severe thunderstorm warning for Walker County, moving into Catoosa County and parts of Whitfield County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but with the tag tornado possible. We saw rotation with it earlier. The rotation has been falling apart, but it is possible that it could ramp back up. So right now, it is not a tornado warned storm. It is a severe thunderstorm warning, but they're saying at any time we could see rotation developing from it, and that's going to be in effect for a little while longer. This is another, the purple polygon that you see there is a tornado warning. That is one, it is purple because it was confirmed earlier from broadcast media over into Alabama as being an actual tornado. It looks like they just updated that. It doesn't look as large as it was earlier, but they're still calling it confirmed. And then we also have this new red polygon between Gadsden, Coleman, and the Fife area with this right here. That's on the southern end of Gunnersville Lake. And there's a little bit of rotation there with that, and that has prompted a tornado warning there too. So we have to watch these very closely coming out of Alabama. So far, the trend has been showing signs of weakening, pushing in, but not falling apart altogether. So severe thunderstorm warning, TOR possible out of that tornado warning, out of that severe thunderstorm warning in North Georgia for parts of Walker County, into Catoosa County, and into a small part of Whitfield County. And then these two tornado warnings in northeast Alabama getting closer to the Georgia line. So I want you folks in Summerville here in Catoosa County to know that, or Chattooga County, I'm sorry, in Chattooga County right there, to know that just over the state line, to see if that is going to hold together to prompt a tornado warning for you in any part of Chattooga County. Also in Floyd County, in Rome, I want you guys to know, just over the state line, we have another tornado warning that is over along Interstate 59 and west of that between Gadsden and the Coleman area, where we have another tornado warning that was issued. We're going to keep watching that as it gets closer to the Georgia line to see if it is going to hold together to potentially have any type of rotation with that, and if they will need to extend any tornado warnings into parts of northwest Georgia, potentially into Chattooga County, potentially into Floyd County in just a little while. So we're wanting to give you advance warning here as we are streaming to let you know about these storms coming in and that they are strong. A couple of tornado warnings in Alabama, one of those with a confirmed tornado warning there as it comes out of Alabama and into parts of northwest Georgia. So this is getting closer to the Georgia line. And Danielle, I would think that if they were going to pull the trigger on a tornado warning, they would be doing that probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Are you getting any indications there?
Yeah, I would say the same thing. The only thing that they talked about in the chat was the one in Walker County. They are watching it because they think that it might be retightening, re-strengthening a little bit there.
And that's why they kept the TOR possible tag in there, even though they saw that rotation really falling apart. Now they're saying that rotation could be tightening up again. And that is normal. We see this often with cycling within these tornadoes or, within any rotation with that it really takes a lot for a tornado to hold together and to stay strong. A lot of times we'll see some spin in the atmosphere. It'll loosen up a little bit. It'll keep moving over to the west or northwest, and then it'll tighten up again, then loosen up, and then move a little bit more, tighten up again. So that's just the tricky thing with watching these storms. Right when you think that it might be over, they can tighten up again. So we'll keep an eye on this one to see if this turns red in just a little bit, if they have to issue a new tornado warning out of that. So for those of you in our control room right now, just be prepared and make sure Master Control is aware that we might be calling them at any moment for a cut-in to 11Alive, just to make sure that they're ready to get us on as soon as possible. And for those of you on streaming, you may see some behind-the-scenes things here, as if we do see a tornado warning pop up, we'll be, okay, there is a new tornado warning there in those areas of, from Lafayette. Let me just make sure that that does not.
Walker, Catoosa, and Whitfield counties.
Okay, Walker, Catoosa,
and Murray.
And Whitfield, and Murray. And I think that we are okay. Murray is not one of ours. We need to confirm that. Danielle, do you mind going and looking at that map?
I don't
have
think
it there. I just want to make sure.
That is the Chattanooga, for sure.
That Murray is not ours.
Yes.
Okay. So all of those counties that have been just included in this new tornado warning there in northwest Georgia. We put this into live mode. Come back over here, and this is for those far northern counties in northwest Georgia. Again, not in our viewing area. These are in the Chattanooga viewing area, but Catoosa County, Murray County, Walker County, and Whitfield County in a tornado warning until 10:45 because of this system right here. We've been watching this moving through northwest Georgia, or northeast Alabama into northwest Georgia. It prompted a tornado warning with some tighter rotation. It weakened. Now we're seeing that rotation tightening up again over Walker County right here, just south of Kensington, and that's going to keep moving over to the east. So Dalton, you're included in this warning. Even though you guys are in Dalton are watching the Chattanooga TV stations right now, you are included in this warning now that's going to be crossing over 75 in just a little bit. The speed of this storm here is, let me see what the speed is going to the east at 25 miles an hour. That's actually moving a little bit slower than the one from earlier. So I'm going to take this from that center of that rotation over to 25 miles an hour. That would take it into Catlett at 10:06, Rio at 10:16, Mill Creek at 10:24, Dalton at 10:36, if that holds together there into the Dalton area. And then eventually into Spring Place at about 10:54. So moving pretty slowly over Walker County, and then eventually that would push into Whitfield County, and then maybe into parts of Murray County. There's just a very small part of Murray County included in that tornado warning right now. Okay, the bottom camera that you see there is Dalton, Georgia, the one there right here. There's a lot of lightning with that. So this is up along S75 North at US 41. Also, y'all check on Cody and his crew there in our weather impact vehicle. I know they were going northwest. I'm not sure if they were going to go all the way to Dalton or not, or just stop in Gordon County. So again, we can check in with them as they are driving through northwest Georgia right now. So this is Whitfield County, that bottom camera that you see right there in the Dalton area. This one is still in Walker County up at the near Trenton at White Oak Gap Road. Where we see that. But there's that tornado warning there north of Calhoun, getting closer to the Dalton area where we see those storms that are rolling through. We also have here, let's see, ignore those times of arrival right there. That wasn't supposed to show up. Okay, so we have a new, okay, this is interesting. So every time I go over here, so if you're just tuning in, the Huntsville radar is down. And whenever I slide over to Huntsville, it goes and picks up their radar. And that's why it disappeared, because we're not getting the data in from Huntsville. But another interesting thing, there's the 2 tornado warnings there in northwest Georgia, but then they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning right here, stopping at the Georgia line too. Is that, Brand? Do you see that?
Yeah,
it's just a really small.
I'm not even seeing any data right there either.
Yeah, so that's kind of a weird thing. But again, that's just over the line into, again, we are watching for Chattooga County and Floyd County, because as part of the Atlanta viewing area, we are responsible for certain counties. We are not responsible for those in far northwest Georgia, because that's part of the Chattanooga viewing area. So the folks in Lafayette over toward Dalton, they're watching the Chattanooga TV stations. But when you get to Chattooga County and Floyd County, that is part of the Atlanta viewing area. So we're really having to watch this right here. These 2 tornado warnings and now a new severe thunderstorm warning that is just over the line. Our weather service here at Peachtree City. Yep.
Sorry. So someone, NWS just said that the tornado is on the ground heading towards Sylvania. So they're going to keep that together. If you zoom in, it is south of Hennigar, and it's east of Valley Head, Alabama.
Okay. So again, every time so.
They said it picked up debris from the storm between Section and Sylvania. So the tornado is on the ground. So they're going to keep that going. But I mean, it's very difficult because,
Yes. So it's that's the cell that we're watching right there. That'll be crossing over 59 and just north of Fort Payne in just a little bit. So was that the Huntsville?
That's a
Huntsville.
Yeah, okay. I'm in the Huntsville group looking at.
So I know that the National Weather Service here in Peachtree City is getting all of that information as well. And then if this crosses over the line into Chattooga County, they may have Floyd County included in that. They might have Dade and Walker included in that too. But again, you can't play games with confirmed tornadoes. And this was a confirmed tornado that's over into Alabama that is most likely going to be crossing the line here into Georgia relatively soon. 2 other warnings out to the, or another warning out to the west too. There's actually 3 total tornado warnings. This one that we talked about in Walker County, Catoosa County, a little bit of Murray County, and Whitfield County, including the Dalton area, with some rotation that just tightened back up there. We have this over in Fort Payne, near Fort Payne, that is a confirmed tornado. That's why that polygon is purple, indicating a confirmed tornado that was coming out of Alabama. And then another one around Albertville, another tornado warning. Now, why are we talking about these tornado warnings in Alabama? Because the next step will be crossing over the state line into Georgia. So we're wanting to give you, our viewers, any advance warning that we can to let people know that these are about to cross over into parts of northwest Georgia. And when they issue a tornado warning there, we will be breaking into programming on 11Alive. We'll be making a lot of people mad because it is the season finale of The Voice. So it's going to be kind of tricky to watch those storms as they continue to move in from Alabama and into Georgia to see whether or not they are actually going to weaken moving in, or if this confirmed tornado back into Alabama is going to hold together and cross over the state line into Georgia. That next step for that would be Chattooga County. Maybe Floyd County would be included in that too. So we're watching Rome very closely as well. These cameras that you can see that lightning there. One of these is, in fact, we saw the lightning flash at the same time on those cameras. That was pretty cool there. This is in Gordon County, up 75 North Post, near the Calhoun area. And then this one is in Whitfield County, near the Dalton county. But you can see those lightning flashes, excuse me, pretty much at the same time there on those cameras. And then y'all let me know too if we get Cody anytime soon, if we can go to him at any time. So Cody was going to be going up 75 north toward Calhoun and toward the Dalton area. So we were kind of getting him in position for any of those storms as they continue to move into our area tonight. So really a lot to watch here. We hope the weakening trend will happen and will continue as we're losing some of the heating of the day. Now, I know I keep saying that. Nighttime tornadoes can happen. They have happened. We've had plenty of nighttime strong storms before. The storms don't always weaken.
This is new tornado warning incoming for portions of Chattooga, Walker, and far southern Dade counties.
Okay, so it will be, okay, there it is. So guys, we got to get on the air right now. We got to get on the air right now. Okay, so for those of you who are streaming with us, stand by as we are going on the air right now on 11Alive for a tornado warning that is in parts of northwest Georgia into Chattooga County, and we're going to break into that coming up any second now.
You ready to pop that thing up?
Okay. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11Alive Weather Impact Team. We are so sorry to break into your programming here. I know many of you are fans of The Voice, but we have to break in right now to tell you about this tornado warning in northwest Georgia. This is just in. We have a tornado warning for parts of northern Chattooga County. This is just north of the Rome area. You can see these red polygons. We actually have multiple tornado warnings that have been in effect here in parts of North Georgia. The one near Dalton is really in the Chattanooga area, but we are more concerned about this one coming out of Alabama, moving across the state line in just a little while near the Summerville area. The reason why this one is more urgent is because this is not just a radar indicated tornado back in Alabama. It is a radar confirmed tornado back in Alabama. We have confirmation of a tornado on the ground over near Fort Payne, all right? This is going to be crossing over Interstate 59 and then moving into the northern part of Chattooga County near Summerville, also not far from the Menlo area. Now, for those of you who are watching The Voice, I know you're not happy that I'm breaking in, but again, this is not a radar indicated tornado. This has been a confirmed tornado in Alabama that if it holds together, it'll cross over the line. So what we're supposed to be doing is we're going to move The Voice over to WATL, channel 36. So if you are not worried about your safety here, if you're in Atlanta and you don't really want to watch the potential rotation there in Northwest Georgia, you can go to WATL. That is where we're supposed to be moving The Voice to onto channel 36 if you want to continue watching that. But for the rest of you who are interested in this severe thunderstorm that's coming across the line from Alabama that has rotation with it and that has prompted this tornado warning, it is in effect for the southern parts of Walker County, southern Dade, and then this part of Chattooga County right here near the Summerville area. Now, what makes this tricky is the radar out of Huntsville, Alabama has gone down. So we can't get a good signal out of that right now. In fact, I'm going to do something really quick here on our radar so that it won't keep disappearing there. And well, I'll be able to get that in just a second here. But we just want you to know that there is there was a confirmation of a tornado over the state line into Alabama. It is still in Alabama right now, but very soon it's going to be crossing over Interstate 59 and moving into Georgia, and that would push it into the northern parts of Chattooga County there in the Summerville area. This warning is going to be in effect for the next little while here. I'm going to go ahead and put this on here so you can see what we're talking about there. It's in effect until 10:45 tonight. There are two of them in North Georgia, but I'm really concentrating on this one right now in Chattooga County as that cell that has been producing severe weather back in Alabama eventually will be making it into the Summerville area. So this is going to be in effect until 10:45 for Chattooga County, for Dade County, also for these areas of Walker County. Now I'm going to zoom out because I want you to be able to see where this is in relation to the Atlanta area, where we have these storms that have been very intense there back into Alabama. We'll put this into motion for you. And as you can see here in Atlanta, we're fine. So I know you're watching The Voice thinking, why are we having to do this? Because Atlanta is fine. We are responsible for Chattooga County here, and again, north of Rome. There's another warning in Geraldine, Alabama. If that one holds together, it'll be moving into Floyd County. So we're wanting to give everyone advance warning as these storms are moving in, but the active warning we have right here is in northern parts of Chattooga County for a tornado warning. Now, you'll notice back in Alabama, you see how that polygon is not red, it is purple. The purple color means that it is a confirmed tornado in Alabama. We had reports. Danielle Moss is with me here now as well. Danielle was reading from the Weather Service there, saying that it was an actual spotted tornado.
Yes.
It was that emergency managers. Tell me what that was.
That was the National Weather Service. Whoever is working in that office, she has confirmed, she might be working at home, but she did confirm that there were debris in the air allotted from that tornado. And while we're on here, Chris, I'm going to go ahead and update too. They just added Paulding, Polk, and Harrison counties into this tornado watch at the same time that they issued that tornado warning. So if you're in Paulding County, you might be hearing your weather radio go off, and that is because of that warning. Not only just, kind of clearing some things up as well. Not only is that Huntsville radar down, but if you are watching us on streaming, just a heads up, we're going to be a little bit delayed. So you need to add some time to your preparation as far as these storms are concerned, just so that you are, doing the best thing for yourself and your families to make sure that you are safe. But once again, Harrison, Polk, and Paulding County now into that tornado watch until 2 a.m. this morning, Chris.
All right, Danielle, thanks for that update. Danielle, while I'm talking with you guys here, she is monitoring the weather chats that we are watching from Huntsville, from Birmingham, also here from our National Weather Service office in Peachtree City. And so you can see here this cluster of storms in northwest Georgia and back into Alabama that's going to be crossing over the state line where we have this tornado warning in effect just north of Rome into parts of Chattooga County. The reason this one is a little extra important is because this is This is a confirmed tornado just over the state line in Alabama. A National Weather Service employee there confirmed lofted debris from that storm that's in Alabama. It's crossing over Interstate 59 right about now, or maybe just to the west of that. And then its next stop is going to be here into Georgia, there into parts of Chattooga County, where we have this tornado warning that is going to be in effect until, let's see, that expiration time is at 10:45. It is moving to the east at 25 miles an hour. So I am going to track this for you here. We'll go back to our live mode. And
update, Chris. She just posted this as well. There are now additional reports confirming that tornado on the ground between Sylvania and Henniger and will approach Valley Head, Alabama. And those people need to be in their safe place. And Valley Head is really close to the state line headed into Georgia. So.
Okay. And another indicator of that, as Danielle was saying, this part of it just turned purple too,
right.
All right? So tornado warning there. Again, the red polygon that is in parts of Dade and Walker County and Chattooga County is the warning that we have for us here in Georgia. The purple polygons back into Alabama, we have two of them now, indicating confirmed tornado in Alabama. Danielle just mentioned the new information that she just got in, that were multiple reports then now of a confirmed tornado there. And that's why we have to be breaking in, even though this is far away from Atlanta. We are responsible for Chattooga County. We're responsible for Floyd County. Floyd County is not in this warning right now, but with additional storms in Alabama, Floyd County could be included if any of those storms hold together. And we know we've got a lot of viewers up in the Rome area as well. So again, if you're watching us now, you're upset because the voice is not on, hopefully you get the indications that it is, okay, this just changed purple right here.
A new tornado warning as well.
So this is brand new information that this just turned purple, indicating a confirmation of a tornado there that is approaching northwest Georgia from the Alabama area. For Dade and also Walker and Chattooga County. The confirmation here is radar indicated rotation. Let's see here what that latest part is. But again, they moved it to purple, indicating confirmation there of those of a potential tornado back into Alabama that's going to be crossing over the state line here. So now we have, it's not confirmed in Georgia yet, but the storm that we are warning for is confirmed, which is just over the state line, and that's going to keep pushing over the state line, moving into Georgia. So again, voice viewers, I know that again we were supposed to be moving the voice over to WATL channel 36. It is I know it's the series finale. The lead up of the entire season comes down to tonight and in the next 45 minutes there. So that's why we are giving you the opportunity to turn over to that channel to see the voice right now. But for those of you staying with us, we need to let you know and give you life-saving information here of these storms that are coming out of Alabama, moving into northwest Georgia. And what makes this a little bit more urgent is that this is just not radar indicated rotation. This is a confirmed tornado in Alabama. If it holds together, it would cross over the state line and move into parts of West Georgia. I'm going to put this into velocity mode and see if we're able to get a good signal out of that there. Let's see here. What makes this hard is that the Huntsville National Weather Service radar is down right now.
Yeah, it's hard to see a lot of things because it's just so far away.
Yeah, and a lot of what Danielle is saying is a lot of times we're using the Peachtree City radar right now, and that could be shooting over these storms. So we're not seeing the classic, hook echoes out of that right now, but we have 3 purple polygons. One in Alabama, this one right here just over the line, and then this one into northwest Georgia. Now again, we don't have confirmation of a tornado on the ground in Georgia yet. But the reason this is a confirmed tornado there is because the reason this warning is in effect is because this one back into Alabama is confirmed of a tornado on the ground there that is going to be crossing over the line into parts of northwest Georgia. And again, we hope it'll weaken as it moves in, but this warning is supposed to be in effect until 10:45. We're going to be on here with you until we see signs of that storm either weakening or until this warning expires. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning over here in Alabama. Additional tornado warnings back into Alabama there as well with those storms. If this one holds together back here, if that holds together, that could move into Floyd County over near Rome. So we're watching all of these polygons here and all of these storms in North Georgia and also in Northwest Georgia and Northeastern Alabama, prompting these tornado warnings that you can see here back into Alabama crossing over the state line. We did see some signs earlier of a tornado warning in Dade and Walker County that weakened, but then it ramped back up again. So that's why we have this other tornado warning that is for parts of Walker County, southern areas of Catoosa County, Whitfield County, and a little bit of Murray County. We're not talking as much about that one because those counties are in the Chattanooga viewing area, but it's this part right here that we're watching, this severe thunderstorm warning, southern Walker, southern Dade, and then this part of Chattooga County, north of Rome. We're also watching this part of a tornado warning there that is also colored in purple that could push into Floyd, and then these back into Alabama just on the other side of Interstate 59 that could eventually get into Floyd County as well. So Floyd County, you're not in any type of tornado warning right now, but we want to give you advance warning. We want you to be aware as these storms in Alabama get closer to the Georgia state line. If they hold together, you could see a tornado warning issued for you in Floyd County in just a little while too. But the main one we're watching right here, these storms, and again, Danielle was getting some great information from the National Weather Service of these storms there that are crossing over the state line. I'm keeping this at the edge of the screen just because this is the part we're watching right here. That red and the green that you're seeing right there along Interstate 59, where we've had a couple of areas of rotation that we're watching there that have been confirmed tornadoes back into Alabama, now getting closer to the Georgia state line and about to cross the state line into these areas of Chattooga County here. Also, we have to watch these storms as they continue to move on in and whether or not they will continue holding together there with that potential rotation pushing into the Georgia area. I'm going to look at this radar really quick here, and
they have not said anything yet of an update about the Huntsville storm. I will say that, with them kind of being so far away from what the radar that we are looking at, you can see that lightning flash as well. I think that is in Whitfield County, Dalton. So what's happening in Huntsville right now is we're seeing them kind of issue ahead of time. Unfortunately, law enforcement and multiple people have confirmed that this tornado is on the ground in Alabama, and it is very close to that state line. If you know anything about Valley Head, Alabama, it's right there, really close to where Alabama and Georgia meet. So once again, that's another reason why we are on the air, to make sure that you all know. As far as the wind speeds are concerned, here in Metro Atlanta, we're not seeing any huge wind speeds, but when you can look at the Rome camera, in fact, I'm going to pull it up because I have it pulled up behind me a few seconds ago. That Rome camera shows a pretty good weather story. While it's not raining, the storms are very close, and you can see that flag blowing in the wind. The winds are increasing as the storms get closer and closer. And Chris and I have been live streaming for a few minutes now, and we have been telling people to just treat it as a strong thunderstorm, because even if you don't have that tornado warning, unfortunately, the winds are so high with this that we could be seeing some of those trees go down. And once again, if you are just joining us or you're trying to find the voice, we are on because there is a confirmed tornado right now on the ground that's getting very close to Chattooga County. There is a tornado warning for there. They have also expanded that tornado watch until 2 a.m. and it does include Paulding County. So we're starting to see that tornado watch creep closer and closer to the metro area as well, Chris. As of right now, I'm not seeing any large hail. I'm not seeing any really good shear tracks as I'm doing my investigation here. But it is, alarming that, people are seeing this thing on the ground, and it's dark outside right now. So that means that they're seeing debris and things like that in the air with this storm.
All right, Danielle, let's come back here. I put the time of arrival for this circulation that is in Alabama right now. It's from that storm. Danielle mentioned that it was just south and east of the Hennigar area. We think it's pretty much crossing over 59 right here in Alabama. This is the Georgia state line. Again, let me explain to you, if you're just tuning in, normally you're seeing us showing red polygons indicating where we have a tornado warning in effect. This one is purple. It is purple for a reason, because it is a signifier that this is a confirmed tornado coming out of Alabama. It's about to be crossing over the state line into Georgia, into the southern parts of Walker County, and into the northern parts of Chattooga County. So if you're familiar excuse me, with some of these cities here, it would move into Cloudland at 10:37, Chelsea at 10:43, Harrisburg at 10:50, Summerville at 10:54. That's what you see right there on the map. That is in the northern parts of Chattooga County. Tryon at 10:58. So that would be closer to the 11 o'clock hour. If it held together, it would then push into Farmersville at 11:07. Everett Springs at 11:20, but that is outside of the polygon right now. So really it's just, we're thinking once it gets to Tryon and Summerville and maybe over into Oakton at 11:01, that would where it would be inside that polygon there for those spots in Chattooga County and the southern parts of Walker County, southern parts of Dade County as well. As you can see, Rome right here, not getting in on much action right now, but I want you folks in Floyd County, even though you don't have any warnings right now, I want you guys to be aware that there is a tornado warning to your west in Alabama. This red polygon you see right there near Collinsville, getting closer to Galesville, that is where we have another tornado warning. It's radar indicated, not confirmed, but I want you guys in Rome to be aware that storm in Alabama could be crossing over the state line soon, moving in, and again, it could have some rotation with it as well. So these are those areas that we're watching in parts of northwest Georgia and also into northeastern parts of Alabama. You see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings going from northeast Alabama into northwest Georgia. And all of these have some impacts here on these areas that we're responsible for in Chattooga County. And again, this one at Albertville, that'll be crossing over Interstate 59 in just a little bit. If that holds together, then we would have to see potentially Floyd County get added into either a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning in just a little while. That's all part of this system that we have been telling you about for the past couple of days here, where we have this potential for severe weather here for tonight. That's why we issued an 11Alive weather impact alert for today, with these storms continuing to move on in, actually for tonight and into the overnight hours, for these storms that continue to move on in. So let's go back to radar here, and you'll be able to see those storms. I'll take the lightning data off. Well, first off, just look at all that lightning that you can see. We saw on those tower cams all the lightning that was flashing there from those storms. I'll take the lightning off just so that we can get a better look at the actual structure of these storms there in parts of northwest Georgia. And you'll be able to see these areas that we're talking about here, where we have those storms really still holding together, even at this late night hour. It's 10:30 at night. The sun has been down almost a couple of hours, but these storms are still holding together very well and not weakening a lot as they cross over the line. We did see some weakening a little bit in Dade and Walker County with this storm, but then it ramped back up again as it was pushing from Walker County into these areas of Catoosa County, into parts of Whitfield County, and also into a little bit of Murray County right there too, where we have this other tornado warning. Again, these purple polygons right here are tornado warnings. They are purple because that's an indicator of a confirmation of tornado. And it's not just the red polygon, which is a tornado warning, but the purple indicates confirmation of actual tornado on the ground there. That's back in Alabama. Now we're watching for that rotation that's pretty much going to be crossing over the state line here very soon. Additional tornado warnings west of Powell, Alabama, and around Albertville. We have to watch that very closely and this very closely, because that could move into Floyd County up into the Rome area very soon here as well. Strong storms moving through and pushing through parts of northwest Georgia, and these storms are exhibiting some signs of rotation there. We also have these tower cams that you can see. Again, the top one here is Whitfield County up around Dalton. This is also in the Whitfield County area too. One is at 75 at State Route 52. This is 75 at US 41. You see the wet roads. You can see cars driving slow here on Interstate 75 because of the heavy rain coming in, and you also see that lightning that's moving through as well. Our Cody Alcorn is also up in Northwest Georgia in our weather impact vehicle. We're going to try to get a report from him coming up in just a little bit too to see what he's seeing there as they are moving up 75 here into these areas where we have these tornado warnings that are in effect. But again, those purple polygons indicating confirmed tornado that's crossing over the state line from Alabama, about to move into Georgia. Go ahead, Danielle.
They're thinking about extending it into Murray County as well. One of the emergency managers there says that he can see a funnel from their live stream there.
Okay, so that is for this one there coming out. So they may extend this one into more of Murray County.
Yes.
Here? Yes, okay, so that's from that one right there coming out of Whitfield County into Murray. And again, saying that they could actually see a funnel on one of their tower cam feeds, which is, even on a dark night, to be able to see that is actually pretty impressive. So active weather here tonight. Again, we apologize that if you're missing The Voice and you had to move over to Channel 36, you can continue to watch The Voice there, the season finale of that. But we have to be responsible here to pass along life-saving information, not only for, I don't want to say just a tornado warning, but this is a confirmed tornado warning there for that storm back into Alabama that is crossing over the state line here. So we have to be on TV to make sure people have the information. If you recall, the other night up in Missouri, near St. Louis, we had multiple deaths in nocturnal tornadoes, meaning nighttime tornadoes, because people are trying to go to bed. They may not be paying attention. They are going to sleep and aren't aware of what's going on. And that's why breaking into programming is so important, especially with these nighttime tornadoes, because people just don't see a tornado that could be on the way. And of course, our radar is helping us to be able to see those signatures that we have out there too. Again, I'm going to make this show up a little bit better here in just a second. You'll be able to see right there coming out of, okay, Danielle had mentioned Valley Head, Alabama.
Yes.
With that system, and you can see Valley Head showing up on the map right here. So this is the area we're talking about here. And this is where we can see that rotation really within any of this right here. This is Valley Head. This is the state line, all right? So if you're saying, why do we care about a storm in Alabama? Because it's crossing over the state line right now. And again, this is a confirmed tornado, and it's crossing over the state line, moving into the northern parts of Chattooga County. This is Menlo, this is Somerville, this is Tryon right here. As you see this black line, that is southern Walker County, that is the southern parts of Dade County right here.
New tornado warning.
So right here, we have a brand new tornado warning.
For Gilmer, Murray, and Whitfield until 11:15 p.m.
Okay, so brand new tornado warning. That is for this part right here. And really, they're warning this way in advance.
Right, because that radar's still out.
Yes, so this is Gilmer County right here. Here is Murray. Here is Whitfield. We're talking about right here along 75 in the Dalton area, where we have this rotation right here along 75, pretty much crossing 75 right now. So that still has to go through southern Whitfield and Murray County and Gilmer County. You are in our viewing area. I want you to know, in Gilmer County, you have a tornado warning. It's still going to take a while before it gets to your area. This is going to be in effect until 11:15. I would think that this rotation that we're seeing around Dalton right now may not even cross over the Gilmer County line until we get closer to 11 o'clock tonight. So in Gilmer County, western Gilmer, I want you to go ahead and get in your tornado safe position, but just know it's still going to be a while before this rotation that is over Dalton right now is going to move through Whitfield, through Murray County, and then into the western parts of Gilmer County with this red polygon that we see here right now. And this is radar indicated tornado. We have had numerous areas of rotation here along this storm as it has been moving from Alabama and into northwest Georgia. So again, this is all well to the north of the Atlanta area. I'm going to put this back to our reflectivity mode here. And you'll be able to see here these areas that we're watching in North Georgia and into Alabama with these storms, where I want to show you where this is in relation to Atlanta. Atlanta is just under the banner right there. There's Alpharetta, okay, here. So here's 75 north here, moving up toward the north. We have these tornado warnings here. This one is really an extension of the previous one that we had coming out of Whitfield County around Dalton. Now we have this new one that includes western parts of Gilmer County. The circulation is not near you in Gilmer yet, but we're giving you advance warning there. It's still going to be about another 30 minutes or so, we think, until it gets to western Gilmer County. This one here is also very important, as it is a tornado warning for a confirmed tornado that was back in Alabama, and it does include those areas of Chattooga County, the northern parts of Chattooga County. Let me take this off here really quick here, so we can get a closer look at those storms. All right, so here's a look at all of those warnings. We have this from Dalton moving closer to LJ. So LJ, you're right inside that polygon there in Gilmer County. But it's for this storm that's at Dalton. Still going to take a while before it gets to you. It still has to cross through Whitfield and through Murray County before it gets to you in the western part of Gilmer County. This one is the confirmed tornado that we had over the state line into Alabama. It's now crossing the state line, moving into these areas of northern Chattooga County, southern parts of Dade County. There is another tornado warning between Fort Payne and Albertville. We have to keep an eye on this one. It is also moving toward the state line. If that holds together, we could see a tornado warning that might be issued that includes the rest of Chattooga County and maybe Floyd County near the Rome area. So again, watching these storms there, this one is the one that is a little more intense that we really have to keep an eye on right here, because it has been a confirmed tornado that was into those areas there of North Georgia. They just took
trimmed it down a little bit.
A little bit of yeah.
Yeah. So now it is Murray and Whitfield counties.
Okay. So this is the eastern part of Walker County and this part of Catoosa County are no longer in that tornado warning, but Whitfield County, Murray County, and Gilmer County are still in this tornado warning. So that's the update that we have here. This one, though, is the confirmed tornado coming out of Alabama, crossing over the state line now into the northern parts of Chattooga County, southern parts of Walker County right here, where we have this system that continues to move in to those areas near Tryon, also near Menlo, and near Somerville. So earlier Danielle was talking about from the National Weather Service when that warning came out, mentioning Valley Head. Now it is pretty much over crossing the line into Georgia here between Menlo, Walnut Grove, and Tryon. Here's Somerville right here. Highway 27 is right here. You've got Lafayette. Lafayette is not included in that polygon right now, but it is just to the south of you where we have this potential rotation right here coming out of Alabama from Valley Head, crossing over the state line, northern Chattooga County. So Menlo, Somerville, just to the north of you. These areas along the county line there of Chattooga County into southern Walker County, that's where we have this potential rotation that is moving through. Again, getting closer to the Tryon area. I want you guys in Tryon to be in your tornado safe positions right now as these storms continue to move through your area. I'm going to put this back to velocity mode, and then I'll have to kind of reset this here. What's making this tricky is that the Huntsville radar is out of commission right now, and that's why whenever I keep going back to this, that it goes blank there for just a second. I have to put this back to our Peachtree City radar. So there we have it right there, and we'll take the lightning off so you can see here those areas that we're watching. All right, so here is that potential rotation that we're watching. Really here, Danielle, I'm thinking right there from the state line here over to just north of Somerville. That would be, again, right on that county line.
Even the radar looks kind of indicative of a possible hook right there.
Yes,
as
yes.
well.
This part right here that we're talking about north of Somerville. So right on the county line between Chattooga County, northern Chattooga, southern parts of Walker County. This is going to be in effect until 10:45 with this warning here. This is Cherokee County, Alabama that you see right here. That warning is in effect until, it says 10:15 Central Time, which is really 11:15 Eastern Time. And then additional warnings that are back over to the west too, over into Alabama. All of that moving over, getting closer to the state line. Again, to you folks in Floyd County near Rome, I want you to be weather aware. You do not have a warning yet.
They just issued a new tornado
but it is
warning.
possible that you could have one here. All right, so this is, okay, that is the new warning right here that extends now into Gordon.
Yes,
right?
and
That's
it's
the
Floyd
update?
County as well. So it's
And
Floyd.
then northern Floyd, okay,
Yes,
so yes.
Floyd, Whitfield, Gordon, Walker, and Chattooga counties is the new tornado warning.
So this northern little part of Floyd, you know, this area of Floyd right here. So Rome is here, and there you see, that's just that little bit of Floyd County is included in that warning. Gordon County, you are included in this too. And again, y'all, we had talked, y'all let me know where Cody is. He was supposed to be going up to around Calhoun into Gordon County. I'm not sure if they were going up to Dalton, but we'd love to get a, Cody is in our weather impact vehicle. Let me know if we're going to be able to do that. Okay, Calhoun is where we have a tornado warning right now. So if we can get to them, I would like to make sure that they are aware of that right now and make sure they know that they are in a tornado warning. So we have to keep an eye on that. That was just expanded into Gordon County there. Calhoun, you're included in that tornado warning there as well. So that is the newest one that was just issued. It will be in effect until also 10:45. I want to make sure that that is giving us the right one here.
It's 11:15.
11:15. Okay,
Yes.
so this is pointing to the different one. Here we go. Yeah, there we go.
Yep. I think they did some crossing with their polygons, and so
Yes, that's what makes this a little confusing here. And if you're watching, just know we have multiple tornado warnings in northwest Georgia right now. And this is red because this tornado warning is extending to the east of the confirmed tornado warning. If this holds together and we get continued confirmation out of that's in the southern parts of Walker County, northern parts of Chattooga County, right there between Lafayette and Somerville, this is where we have that potential rotation right now. And that polygon is purple because it was confirmed on the ground back into Alabama. They held on to that confirmation moving into Georgia. Right now, we're waiting to see if this red polygon here will change to purple, indicating if they see any other indications of a potential confirmation of a tornado there. So again, a lot going on here with these different colors. The red indicates tornado warnings that are radar indicated. The purple indicates where we've had confirmation of a tornado. So for those of you in this one that goes into Calhoun and into Gordon County, we do not have confirmation that that's going to make it to you yet, but you have to be aware that there is a storm that has a confirmed tornado with it to our west, and if that holds together, we may see this polygon turn purple too if they get a confirmation of that moving through from Somerville over to closer to the Calhoun area. So that's what we're going to be watching with these storms moving in. Yes, Danielle.
So you're going to see a lot of things happening right now. It looks like they have just reissued some tornado warnings. They're trying to clean it up just a little bit because what's happening is you're seeing those double boxes on your screen. So the tornado warnings that are in Walker County right now, you can kind of see those two lines right there. It's double boxed because they have two separate warnings going on. One of them is going to be expiring soon, but the latest one is until 11:30 p.m. And this is a tornado warning located over Cloudland, and this is 10 miles northwest of Somerville, moving east at 31 miles an hour. So I like to draw a kind of a cone so we can see exactly what we're looking at and give you some times as well, so you know when this storm will be approaching you. And I think this is very important as well. Ella J at 11:10, and just for reference, it is 10:42 p.m. So you have time. Make sure that you're in your safe place. Make sure that you're away from those windows, because even if these tornadoes continue to be radar indicated, the winds are high for sure. Chopped Oak, 11:13 p.m. Blue Ridge, 11:24 p.m. Mineral Bluff at 11:28 p.m. and Baxter at 11:38 p.m. So that's all for the latest tornado warning that does not expire until 11:30 p.m. The warning specifically right now is for Walker and Chattooga County until that time. Winds are definitely high. As of right now, it is radar indicated. So that's very important to note. Like Chris was saying, whenever we see these purple polygons, the one that is moving through Somerville right now, that means that it is a confirmed. Someone has seen it with their own eyes. As of right now, the one that is in Walker County that is headed towards LJ, I'm sure you all are hearing the winds pick up, and the winds are definitely high, some heavy rainfall as well. This tornado warning does not expire until 11:30 p.m. and as of right now, it is radar indicated. So make sure that you are in your safe place. Once again, if you are in the purple polygon, Somerville specifically, I would definitely be in your safe place as well. And Calhoun, even though you are under a radar indicated tornado, treat it as if it is that confirmed, because you can see how that purple polygon is continuing to be extended. That means that we're continuing to see reports of that tornado on the ground from very reputable sources. This is just not someone that's looking out their window saying it. These are the law enforcement and also National Weather Service meteorologists who are trained professionals to say, okay, yes, this tornado is on the ground. Chris?
All right, Danielle, again, I'm widening out a little bit just so that we can reset and so that people can understand these areas that we're talking about. Here's Atlanta down at the bottom of your screen here. We do not, I know there's some green showing up. A lot of this are some false echoes that we have right now. So no rain in Atlanta right now. We are talking about these storms in North Georgia. More storms in Alabama that are closing in on northwest Georgia. We have this tornado warning here that stops right at the Georgia line. If that holds together, Floyd County would be added into a warning. You're not in a warning now, but I want the rest of Chattooga County and the rest of Floyd County to be aware. You may have a tornado warning coming into your area soon as well.
Northern
as
Floyd
this moves
is in that, the latest.
Yes, and Northern Floyd is in this one right here. It's just that little sliver of Floyd, but the rest of Floyd might be included in that. Then we're watching, look at it. They're just polygons overlapping each other here, where we have the purple polygons indicating where we had confirmed tornadoes that had been crossing over the state line into the southern areas of Floyd County, actually the southern areas of Walker County, and also the southern areas of or the northern areas of Chattooga. So what we're seeing right here, this is a purple polygon. Okay, that just disappeared. Now they're cleaning that up to include with these warnings right here. So we have a tornado warning for this part of Chattooga County. That includes the Tryon area. We also have southern Walker County. This moves over into Gordon County, which is around Calhoun along Interstate 75. The tornado is not to your area yet, but those of you in Calhoun, in northwestern parts of the Gordon County area, I want you to be aware these storms are moving your way. You are included in that warning there along 75 from between Calhoun and Dalton. Another tornado warning from Dalton in Whitfield County into Murray County. That goes over into Gilmer County, which is right here. The western parts of Gilmer County included in these tornado warnings too. So I know that you're in Atlanta thinking everything's fine. Why are we breaking into programming? We are responsible for Gilmer County. We're also responsible for Gordon County. We are responsible for Chattooga County. We are responsible for Floyd County. And that little part of Floyd County, that far northern part there, you know, north of Armurchie there, where the county just kind of comes really tight right there, that is the part of Floyd County included in that warning right now. From this part of the storm coming out of Tryon, that'll keep moving into potentially the Gordon County area and near Calhoun at any moment, or not any moment now. It'll still be a while before it gets into the Calhoun area. And then the purple polygons back into Alabama, they're purple because we had confirmed tornadoes there, and that's what's crossing over the line, additional storms there that are pushing into parts of northwest Georgia. And then down to the south of that, another additional tornado warnings from Fort Payne down to center Alabama. So this is the one, that red polygon stops right at the Georgia line there at Chattooga County and also into Floyd County. And the rest of Floyd County could potentially be included in a tornado warning soon too. And that would most likely include Rome. Again, depending on if any of that circulation holds together that's as it crosses over Interstate 59, and if it makes it over into the Rome area or into Floyd County. So right now, only that little bit of Floyd County is included in a warning, but we may have additional spots of Floyd County in a tornado warning if this stuff holds together coming out of the Alabama area. So a lot to watch here. Multiple tornado warnings in northwest Georgia. Again, here in Atlanta, we're okay for now. We don't have any storms in our area now. Most of the storms are north and west of us. I'm a little encouraged because back in Birmingham, not a lot going on. I mean, they've got rain, but we don't have any warnings there right now. This would be the part of the storm that would make it into Atlanta a little bit later on, and maybe that would lose some of its intensity as it comes in during the later nighttime hours tonight. But the strongest part of this right now is in those areas of north and northwest Georgia. You folks in LJ, I want you to be in your tornado safe positions as that storm is going to be getting closer to you in LJ in just a little bit. Now, I want you to also see this is our tower cam in Rome, where we most likely are going to be seeing some flashes of lightning. We also have Murray County right here, where we are seeing some flashes of lightning there in the Chatsworth area from the storms. The traffic lights are blowing. We have wet roads there as the rain's been coming down, and you can also see the flashing of lightning there in those spots too. And again, let me know if we get Cody anytime soon, because if he's up around Calhoun, he's in a tornado warning right now in our weather impact vehicle. So I want to make sure they're aware of that and they can kind of tell us what they see going on there in those areas of Calhoun. Multiple tornado warnings, nighttime tornadoes. Anytime you've got a tornado, it's not a good time. But nocturnal tornadoes, nighttime tornadoes are dangerous because, number one, people aren't always aware. It is dark. You can't see a tornado a lot of times at night. And they could be a little more, unsettling there because it is nighttime as these storms move in. Some people might be trying to sleep and not even know that we have any tornado warnings there in these areas. But we have multiple tornado warnings in North Georgia, including this one that's going to be getting closer to the LJ area in just a little bit. That's what has been moving out of Whitfield, crossing over Murray County at Chatsworth. We just showed you a tower cam out of Chatsworth just a moment ago from our traffic cameras there, and that would be crossing over into Gilmer. So this is the county line there. From Murray County into Gilmer County, and that's the part of western Gilmer County included in this tornado warning. And that circulation, that potential rotation is not too far off from Chatsworth right now. It would be this area right here. All right, they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning out of that. That might be a good sign there that maybe they're seeing the rotation with that maybe falling apart somewhat. Are they giving any indications of that, Danielle?
Yes, they said that they're going to be canceling the active tornado warning and issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Whitfield and Murray counties.
So that is, and I wonder if I guess
it does have a tornado possible tag.
Okay, so what they're going to do with this, you see this red polygon right here, which is a tornado warning. You just saw the yellow come up now, which is a severe thunderstorm warning. What they're going to do is they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire or to be canceled here in Whitfield and also into Murray County. And they have issued now a severe thunderstorm warning that would include Gilmer County, and it goes over to the Fannin County line. But what they're going to say is this is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible, meaning that they're not seeing the signals strong enough to make this an actual tornado warning anymore, but they're issuing a severe thunderstorm warning. So you just saw the red polygon disappear. So that's a good sign, but don't let your guard down in Gilmer County or in Murray County.
But they just issued a new tornado warning.
This has happened before, back in Dade and Walker, where we thought it was weakening. However, it still held together there. So this is so this one is in Calhoun still, right?
Yes.
So this is a new tornado warning? Is that the one in Chattooga?
Yes.
Maybe a little bit more of that? Okay, so so these are overlapping polygons right now. They've added a little bit more to that over into parts of Chattooga County there near Somerville. But we still have this extending over along 75 there into Calhoun, and having to watch these storms coming from center Alabama here and along Fort Payne there. These storms, if they hold together, Floyd County, I expect any moment you'll at least be in a severe thunderstorm warning in Floyd and for central and southern Chattooga County, but it is possible that this red polygon might extend over into Floyd County, where you may have a tornado warning for you as well. So everyone there in northwest Georgia, I want you to be paying attention, because these storms have been serious. They have been confirmations. We've had confirmations of tornadoes with some of those coming out of Alabama, crossing over the state line. We still have this purple polygon in Alabama, which was a confirmed tornado. The good news is now these tornado warnings, now it's still very serious to take, you have to take these storms very seriously here when you've got these tornado warnings, of course. But when it's a purple polygon, that's when it is confirmed. And as of right now, we don't have confirmed tags on these in Summerville and over into Calhoun, but they are radar indicated. We're seeing signals from radar that we do have the rotation there with those storms. And as they move over to the east, you have to take cover and you have to be prepared for these storms moving through. And again, that coming out of center Alabama could push into Floyd County in just a little bit there. So again, I'm going to widen out so you can see where this is in relation to Atlanta. All right, holding together very well there in North Georgia with strong storms, severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings back into Alabama, additional tornado warnings. That's going to keep moving to the east. That looks like it would be clipping the north metro area as we track these storms moving over to the east. So now it's going to be watching the time there to see as these move in here during these overnight hours. We're going to be seeing that these conditions there, whether or not we're going to see weakening in these storms thanks to some more stable air as we're losing some of the heating of the day. Now, we've been talking about this one up 75 there in Gordon County, up around Calhoun. I'm going to get a little bit closer to that. We are going to be joined right now by Cody Alcorn. Cody is in our 11Alive weather impact tracker. And while Cody is talking, I want to make sure we leave the radar up. I don't want to lose radar here. So Cody, tell me exactly where you are and what you've been seeing so far.
Yeah, you can, I'm not sure if you can see us, but probably not, but our roof camera, there's just lightning everywhere. That's why I've kind of kept it on this roof. We're coming up on exit 315, so we're just south of Calhoun, but lightning's really starting to pick up. You can see from our roof camera here, that lightning off to the north and to the west of us. And that's all we're really seeing right now. We're not seeing any wind. We were there at the Buc-ee's in Calhoun. A lot of people stopping to get off the interstate there, asking us what's going on. But so far right now, things are calm on 75, but you can just see a lightning show just to our north. Again, we are just out to be into the Calhoun area, and that lightning's really picking up. I'm starting to see some raindrops on the windshield, so we must be getting close to this storm, but I can tell you that lightning really starting to pick up right now, Chris, here on 75 as we get closer to the actual city of Calhoun. Again, we're just a little bit south right now on 75.
All right, Cody, what I want you to be aware of is you are moving into this tornado warning, all right? The tornado warning extends really, it includes Calhoun, it includes that area of 75 here that is in the northern parts of Gordon County. So what I want you guys to do is, number one, be aware of your surroundings there. The actual worst part of the storm is not over you yet, but it's going to be coming to you soon here. So I want to make sure that you guys, I don't know if you want to get off at the next exit and just make sure that you are in an area where you can take cover if you need to here in a bit. But I want you to be also aware and try to let us know what you're seeing, if it is safe coming up in just a little while, because you guys are now, if you're south of Calhoun about to move into the city, it's in Calhoun right here, up 75, where you are going to be, you're in that tornado warning, all right? And these storms are just to the west of you. So it's going to be really in the next 15, 20 minutes or so when you're going to see these conditions really deteriorating. So I want you to be safe there, Cody, and I'm not sure who your driver is and your photographer that you're working with right now. Number one, safety. Maybe get off at the next exit to make sure that you have a place that you can go for cover if you need to. But that's where we're watching right there, that you are moving into that tornado warning area right now as these storms are coming out. Now, is that heavy rain that we're seeing there, Cody? I don't know if you can still talk to us there. Okay.
Okay.
Go, tell me what you got.
Yeah, Chris, you can hear our alarm going off. We just got an emergency alert. So we're going to be getting off 317 here at Chatsworth. Our phones are going off. We just got a tornado warning for this area, telling us to seek shelter. So we're going to be getting off here at the next exit. But yeah, we're starting to see the rain. You can see that in our roof camera right now. And again, so we're just getting that area as our phones just went off here in North Gordon County. So again, we're going to get off here at the Chatsworth exit and see what we can find to get underneath. And we'll keep this shot up. Again, this is on our roof. We're not controlling the camera, so we are being safe. Seatbelts are on, going slow. Obviously, you see a lot of traffic out here. So we are keeping an eye on this, listening to you as well. So we're going to get off here. We're going on 225, if people are familiar with that. Again, just outside of Calhoun, you can see that lightning. And again, we don't have much rain. It's still pretty light rain right now, just kind of a mist hitting our windshield. It's just that lightning show off to our north and to the west of us where we're at right now. So to give you an idea, Chris, if you see a map, we're getting off at 225 here off of 75 north. That's the Chatsworth exit 317. So that's where we're going to get off here and see what we can find.
All right, Cody, and I think what probably happened is y'all drove into that polygon, and that's why your phones went off, because that's how those weather emergency alerts or the wireless emergency alerts work. If you're in that polygon, your phone will go off. And I think y'all just drove into it because that warning has been in effect for the past few minutes, but then y'all just drove into that warning. So again, be careful there. There in the Calhoun area. If y'all could pop me back up, I want you to, and then we'll come back to also his, let's keep his camera up. What they're doing, they're getting off at the exit. They're in the tornado warning. They're along 75. They're going to make sure they are in a position that they can take cover if necessary, because these storms are getting a little bit closer to them there in Calhoun. And again, let's reset and show you what we've got going on as we have this severe thunderstorm warning that goes into Gilmer County. This was a tornado warning earlier. They have now made this a severe thunderstorm warning, but with the tag tornado possible. So we're keeping an eye on this part moving into Gilmer County, getting closer to LJ as to whether or not they will have to issue another tornado warning out of that. We have this coming out of Somerville, moving into Calhoun. That's where Cody is right here along 75 in Calhoun. That's the camera that you see right here from our weather impact tracker. And they're making sure they're getting to an area where they can take cover if needed there. As we're watching those storms here coming out of the northern parts of Chattooga County, southern parts of Walker County, that's going to be crossing over the line into Gordon County, where we have this tornado warning that is in effect, and that'll be crossing over 75 in just a little bit. The other thing we're watching, additional tornado warnings back here into Alabama, where near Center, Alabama, between Fort Payne and Center, that's where we have another tornado warning. This stops right at the southern parts of Chattooga County and Floyd County. If that holds together, we'll see more of Floyd County included in a warning. And again, we already have the far northern parts of Floyd in a tornado warning. So that is what we're watching right now as these storms are pretty intense there over parts of North Georgia. I'm going to put this back to our velocity mode here so we can see any of that rotation near where Cody is. And stand by here with me for just a moment as I'm going to make sure that we can actually see that. Okay. So this is a little bit interesting. Let me take the radar off here. I don't know if y'all could hear Danielle just there. I don't think her mic was on, but this is this right here, Danielle, though, we'll have to keep an eye on that south of Villanelle and to the west of Sugar Valley. Right. That could be the interesting part of that, which has triggered this severe this tornado warning with this particular part of potential rotation right there. So Cody is right here along 75, there between Calhoun and Sugar Valley. They were just south of Calhoun. You heard their alarms going off in their car when they moved into this polygon here. So our weather impact tracker, Cody and team, they're right in this area here. This is where we have that potential rotation right now that is to the north and east of Tryon, south and east of Walnut Grove. All right, can y'all see their camera right there? They're stopping in an area to take cover or to be in a safer spot instead of driving down the road, and you can see all the lightning. So this is our weather impact tracker up near Calhoun and into Gordon County. This is in Whitfield County, the camera that you see right there up around Dalton with the very heavy rain and plenty of thunder and lightning that's moving through there too. So hang with us here as, again, we're making sure Cody and his driver and photographer are in a safe place right now, but they're going to keep their camera going here on top of the vehicle. Just look at all that lightning there with that. And there, again, right here at Calhoun, this, where the red and green are coming together, this is indicating a potential bit of rotation there from that tornado warning. And then what Danielle was talking about around Somerville, we have this potential rotation here in that tornado warning. So there are two different tornado warnings in two different areas of potential rotation that we're watching. This around Somerville, and if this is that rotation right now, that has prompted that warning there that's getting closer to Calhoun. Are y'all saying I can go to Cody? Oh, Danielle, go ahead, Danielle, what you got?
Yes, so I did a nice little polygon so that we can see exactly where this storm is tracking towards. So if I call out your town, your city, your neighborhood, make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. This is for the tornado warning that is in Somerville that has that really tight rotation that we're keeping our eye on. That's really the main part of rotation that I'm seeing in all of these tornado warnings. So Tryon at 11:09, and I know you guys have already had some heavy rainfall and you've had multiple tornado warnings already, but that's for 11:09. And for reference, it is 11:03. If you're on streaming, you need to be reminded that this is coming in a little bit extra delayed because streaming is a little bit slower than over the air. Also, Farmersville at 11:16, Sugar Valley at 11:32 p.m., Calhoun at 11:38. So Cody, anyone in Calhoun, this is for the tornado warning that is further back to the west. So just a heads up there. This is not the current tornado warning in Calhoun. This is the one that is on the way towards you now. Also, Fairmont at 11:57. You can see all the lightning in all of these cameras. This top camera is from Whitfield County. That has already had several tornado warnings. Cody's is down at the bottom. That is in Calhoun currently. And that middle camera, I think, is also in Dade or Walker County. It's in Northwest Georgia. But as of right now, lightning, definitely a main concern. As you can see from those cameras, the rotations in these storms are also very difficult to kind of keep an eye on because, like we said earlier, they are far away from our radar that we usually monitor here. It's
Danielle,
like Peachtree City.
Brand new tornado warning right now just came in. You'll see that there on your
Floyd
map.
County, yes.
That went into Floyd County. All right, so this is a brand new tornado warning. This is what we've been telling you about that we're watching for here as those storms have been coming out of Alabama. So multiple tornado warnings. Remember, I was telling you we have to watch this storm that was butting up to the Georgia state line and that we may have to extend that warning over into the Floyd County area, including Rome. They have just done that right now. It includes the southern parts here of Chattooga County. It includes the rest of Floyd County there from Rome over to the western parts of Floyd and into Cedar Bluff, Alabama. That circulation right there around Cedar Bluff, it is what is triggering this warning right now. That will be moving over into Floyd County and Rome. So Rome, over to the north of you, west of you, and just to the south of you in Rome, everyone in this red polygon here, be in your tornado safe position. Now, this is a red polygon. It is a radar indicated tornado. It's not, we don't have a confirmation on it yet, but we have to take it seriously because many of these storms that we have been tracking out there tonight have become confirmed tornadoes. So this is the latest one we have right now that just came in, and this is the one we were telling you about earlier, giving you advanced warning of those storms coming out of Alabama. So this is the potential circulation right here as it is in Alabama now, about to cross over the line into the southern parts of Chattooga County and then into the rest of Floyd County, pushing into Rome. Now, I wanted to give you that update. I also want to take you back up here to this storm that we're watching coming out of. Now, what you see right here, this is Cody Alcorn and team in our weather impact tracker in Gordon County over in Calhoun, where you can see the heavy rain that's coming down, a lot of lightning. We were just doing a live report with him as they were driving down the road. I encouraged them to get off of the interstate to be in an area where they could take cover here as they are right here. Here's Calhoun, all right? They are in this area right here, just north and near Calhoun. here is a potential tornado right here, all right? So this is going to be moving over toward the east, getting closer to Cody and his team. We're making sure they are in a safe spot right now. They have their camera still going there on the vehicle, and you can see the heavy rain and the lightning that's coming down right now. So we're making sure Cody and his team are staying safe, but they are really close here to this echo that we see right now. That is most likely the circulation that has prompted this tornado warning there south of Villanelle and just to the west of Sugar Valley. So if you are in Sugar Valley, I want you to be sure you're in your tornado safe position. In Calhoun, this may be just to the north of you, but make sure you're in a tornado safe spot. Also here in these southern areas here, just around Highway 41, be in your tornado safe position there as well, as our signatures here on radar are indicating some circulation. And this is a radar indicated tornado warning that is in effect for these spots here, there. Now, right now on the southern parts of Chattooga County, all right, coming out of Walker here, all right, that widen out a little bit. This is Walker County, northern parts of Chattooga, also there in the northern parts of Floyd, that little bit of Floyd County right there in the tornado warning. And then this part, in fact, that is where that circulation is right now, about to move into that far northern part of Floyd County right here, eventually getting over closer to 75, and Cody is located, excuse me, in this area right here, just along 75 there in Calhoun, where we have this potential rotation right now that'll be moving closer to him. So we're making sure they are staying safe there. They're keeping their camera going on top of the vehicle, and we'll be able to see what happens as these storms get closer to them. We have this other tornado warning right here. I would think that this rotation here, not too far off from Somerville, is part of that rotation now and part of that warning that we have. And then this newest tornado warning that we just told you about in Floyd County, this is going to be in effect for southern areas of Chattooga County, right here just south of Lyerly. This part right here is the southern part of Chattooga County, moving into Floyd there at Armurchie, over toward Rome, where we have this coming out of Galesville, Alabama, potential circulation right there. This is also about to cross over the line from Alabama into West Georgia. And if that keeps moving over to the east, that would push into the Rome area too. Danielle, I don't know if you have that warning open, the one for Floyd. And I want to see what the speed is of that. And we can put a time of arrival on here.
Yes, it's moving east at 30 miles an hour.
Okay. These have generally been moving about 30, 35, sometimes 40 miles an hour. So this is moving at, you said 30 miles an hour.
Yes.
So we're going to put a time of arrival on that. If that holds together, so Farrell, it says 10:14 because that's Central Time. That would be 11:14 our time. Sprite at 11:25, Coosa at 11:30, Benton at 11:36, and then Rome at 11:49 if this were to hold together. So again, moving at about 30 miles an hour over the state line, it would take it until about 11:49 before it gets over into the Rome area. Right now, it is 11:10. So that would be, another little while here before, another 50 minutes or 40 minutes or so before it would make it into the Rome area. So we really have to keep an eye on that circulation there too. And then Danielle, I don't know if you have the other warning that's for Gordon County, since I've got that information right here.
They're going to continue the Chattooga warning downstream.
Okay, and did we have a speed on that one for Gordon
Chattooga
County?
and Walker?
No, the one for, the one that goes into Gordon and Calhoun,
Yes.
coming out of Walker and Chattooga, yeah.
That one is moving east at 35.
That was 35. Okay, Danielle has been an amazing resource here. And y'all know Danielle used to be a chief meteorologist in Memphis and has done wall-to-wall coverage for hours and hours there in Memphis. So she's very well versed on these storms, and I'm so glad that she is here. Sugar Valley, that would move into your area at 11:17. So that, again, we're thinking Cody is right around here. That storm would be pushing in just to the west of him at 11, right there at Sugar Valley at 11:17, and then into Resaca at 11:24, Angelville at 11:30, Ranger at 11:52. Now, Ranger is not in the warning right now. If it makes it to you, it would be at 11:52. Audubon, it would be 11:38. So I wanted to see, really, within the next few minutes, this would be pushing closer to Cody and his team there with that potential rotation there, about to move into Sugar Valley. and then eventually into Calhoun, where Cody is located right here, just north of Calhoun. So we're watching this very closely for multiple reasons. We want to protect you, our viewers, as well, but we also want to make sure Cody, he's listening to us right now, getting this information so that we can warn him and his crew to be safe out there. And again, keeping an eye on these other storms that are pushing into Gilmer County, where we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for those areas of Murray County into Gilmer County around Ellijay. This earlier was a tornado warned storm, but the rotation with that weakened, and they issued a severe thunderstorm warning into Gilmer County, and including the Ellijay area, but they've tagged it with the phrase tornado possible, meaning that we could see that rotation redevelop at any time, and if so, then they would have to issue another tornado warning for those folks up into parts of Murray County and also into Gilmer County. So those are those warnings that we have. And again, in Atlanta, we're actually doing okay. I'm going to put this back to our reflectivity mode here, and you can see kind of these areas that we're talking about, and just look at all that lightning. So in Atlanta, we're actually okay. We're talking about these storms that are really firing up in northwest Georgia, but all of this is going to be moving into the Atlanta area later on. And if you were watching us earlier, we were talking about how Atlanta would be more under the more active part of the storm here once we get into 11 to about 2 o'clock in the morning, and that would be timing out. I just see a new severe thunderstorm warning. This looks like a large one that includes multiple counties here, Danielle, that just came in. Let me put this, go ahead.
Bartow, Floyd, Murray, Gordon, and Chattooga. Bartow, Floyd, Murray, Gordon, and Chattooga. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued, and that does not expire until let's see, I'm trying to pull it, midnight.
Okay, I'll pop this up here too.
60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And Chris, just so you know as well, I've been looking at the hail tracks for these storms, and the latest tornado warning that was issued for Floyd County. What I'm concerned with is over the Alabama state line is the hail tracks with this storm. They look like they've been holding together pretty largely, and it looks like this hail size could be right at 1 inch or maybe even trying to trend a little bit higher than that. When they issued this tornado warning, it did say less than 1 inch. However, I'm thinking that as it gets closer to Floyd County, that's when we can start to see that hail become a bigger threat with this storm. Not just also watching for the shear and the rotation, what we're seeing, but also the hail is a little bit alarming for this. And I've been watching it for at least the last 15, 20 minutes, and that is what I've been seeing outside of just the rotation. And hail can cause a lot of damage with windows, roofing, all types of things, the siding of your home, even as far as your shingles on the side of your home as well. So right now, this is the tornado warning that I'm kind of monitoring and looking at. That is the newest tornado warning for Floyd County, Chris.
All right, that's good to know. And I've put those counties here for you so you can see this. That yellow polygon that you see right here, that is where we have all of these counties that are included, and that's going to be until midnight, a severe thunderstorm warning. And what we have to watch within that severe thunderstorm warning is any rotation. Now, guys, I want to get to Cody. I just saw in the bottom of the picture there, a lot of activity that was going on there. Cody is here near Calhoun. Y'all hang with me for just a second as I get the radar.
I do have Cody's location as well. They shared it with me. He's at the pilot off US 41, which is off 75 at 318. So he's a little bit north.
41 right here. So it looks like they're
in between Calhoun, right. That's exactly where they're at.
So they're right here. Cody, if you can hear me now, we were just seeing your camera with all the lightning and the heavy rain. Tell me, number one, are y'all safe? Do you feel comfortable talking to us? If so, tell us what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, Chris, we're here in the parking lot right off 75. A lot of people have gotten off the interstate asking us, how everything's looking. So, I tell them the best I can. If we run, you run with us to take cover. So right now we're just kind of hunkered down, and you can hear my phone's going off. We just got an emergency alert, that warning till 12 a.m. So I'm sure you guys are saying this, telling us to take cover, but that's why my phones are going off right now. I got multiple phones in the car. So Okay,
Cody. Hey, stay with me there, Cody. We just kind of muted your audio there because of the alert that was going off, but I want you to be able to see here on the maps. If y'all can come back to me, they just issued, that's right, a new warning, right, Danielle?
Yes.
That they just issued here?
For Floyd, Gordon, and Chattooga counties.
Okay, for Floyd, Gordon, and Chattooga counties here.
So that's why his phone is going off again.
Yeah, that's why his phone was going off again. So you can see here where we have these warnings that are now in effect for these areas, and they're overlapping polygons. So I know this can be a little bit confusing, but where Cody is located right here, that is where we have the, and he's right in this area here where we have that potential circulation and rotation that is moving through those areas right now. And all included in these warnings that are out there right now. And I want to show you the velocity mode right here where Cody was located. All right, so these new warnings that are coming out here, I'm thinking it's from this. Danielle, let me, tell me if you think this is true here too, based on your experience. We've got a couple little areas here of that potential rotation, not too far from Sugar Valley. Is that where they're saying this rotation is?
Yes, I'm thinking that it's also out of abundance of caution because you're so far away.
Yes.
So any of those little small notches, that's what I've been looking at to kind of make sure that it's not too tight there. But the radar scans, to be honest with you, Chris, it does kind of show that they are getting a little bit tighter in that area. So that's what I've been watching with the velocity.
So in this velocity mode, we're seeing some spots here with any particular bits of rotation that is possible. And what makes this hard is that we're looking at our radar from Peachtree City, south of the city, and what the radar beams sometimes when it's far away could shoot over the actual rotations here. So we're seeing some multiple areas here where we have any of that potential rotation. It's hard to pick out exactly which one it is, but there could be multiple areas of rotation, and that's why we have these overlapping polygons for tornado warnings there. And then again, that went down in from Armurchie southward, another tornado warning there in Floyd County. So can we get back to Cody? Are we able to use his audio? I want to see if he's okay there. Those alarms were going off earlier from the tornado warnings that we had. Okay, so we're having to hold off on getting to him. We're making sure that they stay safe there. With those storms in those spots of North Georgia up in the Calhoun area. But let's keep his camera up as you have it here. That would be good. Hey, Cody, you can hear me now. Tell me, I know we were having your alarm going off a few minutes ago. How are y'all doing? You're staying safe. You mentioned people are asking y'all about what's going on now. Is the rain getting heavier? Y'all are really in the part now where we have the potential, the rotation is not as impressive as it was. But tell me what you got there, Cody.
Yeah, so I mean, the rain's picking up. We can start to hear that thunder. We're just kind of starting to get more of the thunder and the rain, but that lightning has been like this literally for the last 20 minutes. Now you're looking at north of us again. We're right here off 41 Wall Street area, and we are looking north. So that's the lightning you're seeing, but we're really seeing it everywhere around us. And a lot of people are starting to get off the interstate, parking this Pilot. If you're familiar with this area, we're right here at the Pilot off 75. So right now, again, just kind of what you guys are seeing, that lightning. The wind's not really picking up where we're at right now, but that rain is starting to come down a lot harder here. And you can hear the thunder maybe in the background, but you heard those alarms. I couldn't get them turned off fast enough, but we're getting those alerts saying take cover. So that's why we were off the interstate, just kind of hunkered down here, listening to you guys as you track the storm.
All right, Cody, we may be getting some good news for you. The tornado warning to the north of Calhoun and Sugar Valley may be canceled shortly. So again, you're still seeing a lot of rain and thunder and lightning there in Calhoun. I want to hold on to your shot there, but we're not seeing the impressive rotation coming toward you as we did earlier. So y'all still hang tight there. Stay safe. We will let you know if anything changes with that, but they might be canceling your tornado warning here soon. We also have this, though, back in near Tryon, this other tornado warning that you see right here, where we have still some rotation showing up here as well. So again, you folks in Gordon County over near Calhoun, near where Cody is along 75, also this northern parts of Floyd County right here and into these spots there of Chattooga County, stay in your tornado safe position here because these storms are still very intense with very heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. We're still watching some spots of potential rotation there along Highway 27 excuse me, this is now just to the east of Tryon. That continues to move over to the east. And then also watching this down in the rest of Floyd County with these storms that were coming out of Galesville in Alabama. These areas right here, we've got a lot of spots. In fact, this could be some rotation right now that could be getting closer to Armuchee. Really, again, hard to be specific about these areas of rotation. We have this back here, back in Alabama near Cedar Bluff. And this looks a little more impressive right here, as I mentioned, south of Armuchee. Here is Rome right here. So we've got the tower cam for Rome here. This is Cody's camera on our 11Alive weather impact tracker with the very heavy rain there along 75 in Calhoun, which is right up here. So we've got one potential tornado warning there. We'll see how this, it is a tornado warning, but this is the potential rotation that we're watching getting closer to Armuchee. This is really going to be interesting to see if the National Weather Service is going to issue another warning out of this, because this is looking a little more impressive there. And then this rotation to the east of Cedar Bluff, that is also about to cross over the state line into Alabama. In downtown Rome, again, we've got our camera here where we're going to see some heavier rain. The wind's going to start kicking up there in Rome, but we think these areas of circulation, especially this one, will stay to the north. We'll have to watch this one to see if that one will make it over into Rome. Again, where we have this tornado warning in effect. So again, I keep getting distracted here by all the lightning. This is just non-stop lightning from our camera there with Cody and team in the weather impact tracker that is up in Gordon County. Here is the camera in Floyd County. Every once in a while, we're seeing some lightning. This is actually looking toward the west and southwest of Rome, so this is looking into this direction, all right? So we're going to probably see some more lightning coming out of that from the distance. But then this is Gordon County. Cody's right in the middle of it, where we have all the lightning and very heavy rain coming down out there right now. And keeping an eye on this part right here, moving closer to Armuchee, north of Rome, to see if that part of the circulation is holding together a bit. They haven't canceled this warning yet there for Calhoun. We'll wait and see. They were saying they may cancel it shortly, but they're still holding on to it right now. So that's why I was telling everybody, don't put your guard down. Danielle?
Yeah, I think it's because of what's happening. They just expired. But I think it's also because of what's happening near Somerville. That's what they're kind of keeping their eye on as well, Chris, because it does look like there's some shear. If I pulled up the shear tracks there, you can see that there's a little bit of shear that was coming in towards Somerville. And that's when I was talking about that rotation was getting a little bit tighter. So this is another one of the tools that we use to kind of get an idea of what's happening, because all of this is radar indicated, correct? So coming through Somerville on the way to Calhoun, because there are two polygons there. In fact, if I put the radar back on, you'll be able to see that and turn the lightning back off. I know it's hard, but there is a tornado warning near Somerville, and then there's also the secondary tornado warning, which should be clearing in a minute, but that does not mean that you let your guard down in Calhoun, because the second one still has some pretty decent rotation in it, and that's just radar indicated. We have not heard any confirmation. Also, Chris, I'm not seeing any reports of any trees down so far in this area, but as the latest radar scan just came through, also, just kind of seeing this very little itty bitty hook there. That's what I'm kind of concerned about. It's not showing up on velocity necessarily, but the radar is kind of indicating it to kind of be a little bit worrisome for me, at least headed towards Calhoun there.
Yeah, we're not finished with this yet, folks. We still have some tornado warnings there that are in effect in northwest Georgia, and then a large, see the yellow, large severe thunderstorm warning, including multiple counties here, and within that, we have also multiple tornado warnings here as well. Again, keeping an eye on this area here between Armuchee and Rome, where we have some potential rotation there back toward Galesville. It was a little more impressive earlier. Keeping an eye on this to see if the National Weather Service may issue another warning downstream that might include the rest of Gordon County, potentially the eastern parts of Floyd County, maybe northern Bartow County. Those would be the counties that would be coming next into a tornado warning if any of that rotation over between Armuchee and Rome was to hold together. We would have to keep an eye on that moving eastward into those additional counties there. In those spots of North Georgia. So those are the spots that we're really keeping a close eye on there with these warnings that are in effect. Now, again, I'm going to put this back to our radar mode here. And all the lightning, I'm going to do a lightning count. We can see all that lightning there in the camera from Cody's camera in our weather impact tracker. But I want to do a lightning count on this too, so we can see how much lightning that we have in those spots of North Georgia. And I'm only going to include a little bit of that in Alabama. I really want to focus on this in North Georgia. We've got about 406 lightning strikes there in North Georgia. Again, only including this little bit in Alabama. We're not including all of that because I really just want to focus on what is in North Georgia. We're talking about 406 lightning strikes just in the past 15 minutes. And I think I'm seeing all 400 of those right now on this camera up in Gordon County, up near Calhoun, where Cody is right now. This is our Floyd County tower cam there in downtown Rome. We're going to be seeing a little bit more lightning coming out of that in a little bit. We do have raindrops on the lens there in Rome, but I think that rain is going to be getting a little bit harder in the Rome area in just a little bit, as you can see all of this really heavy rain is about to push in the Rome area, and all that lightning is going to be, a lot of that lightning is going to be moving in there too. I'm going to take the lightning off just so that we can get a better look at this reflectivity right now from those storms in North Georgia. And that is the main spot we're talking about. Again, here in Atlanta, we're good. We're fine right now. We don't have any rain here now, but all of this rain in Northwest Georgia is moving eastward. We have more of this rain back into Alabama, near Jacksonville, Alabama, over near Gadsden. All of that is going to be pushing into West Georgia, into Polk County, into Haralson County, into Carroll County in just a little bit. That's going to keep getting closer to Atlanta. So it really won't be into the metro area or into the downtown Atlanta area until between midnight and 2 o'clock in the morning here with this line of storms moving through. Again, multiple tornado warnings still in effect over parts of Northwest Georgia, including Gordon County, northern Floyd, parts of Chattooga County, and then Floyd County here in the western parts of Floyd moving into Rome, and then a large severe thunderstorm warning in effect in the yellow polygon that you see right there, where we see those storms that are still holding together. And at any time, we could see additional tornado warnings that could be issued out of that if we see any additional rotation coming out of that. And then eventually some of these storms moving into the Atlanta area a little bit later on tonight. The good thing that I'm seeing here is the part that would impact Atlanta later is this back here toward Anniston and into Birmingham. Birmingham really hasn't had many thunderstorm warnings there or any tornado warnings. So we think this part of the storm, as that moves closer to us, hopefully will be a little bit weaker as it moves over to the east, and we won't see any of those warnings extending into Atlanta overnight. But it's this part there north of the city with these multiple tornado warnings and multiple counties within a severe thunderstorm warning that continues to move on through.
So I have a few reports for you, Chris.
Yeah, tell me what you got.
Just as you were talking about that, there was a report in the Birmingham chat that there is a house fire from a lightning strike in Gadsden, Alabama. So that's part of the storm system that's headed our way. Also in Chattooga County, there has been reports of thunderstorm wind damage, 1 to 2 trees down and power lines down as well. So I know a lot of people, sometimes when these storms happen, you want to jump into action and go ahead and help out, but you need to let the emergency crews handle that. There's also an emergency manager who is reporting some trees down as well in other places in Chattooga County, specifically near Allgood Street, which I know that's kind of a populated street there and near Tryon. So just make sure that you are letting the emergency crews do their job and do what they need to do, because this is just really the beginning of this event, unfortunately, and still watching this rotation that is headed towards Calhoun. So you can see all of the lightning and the heavy rainfall. I would say that would be sheets of rainfall falling in Calhoun County right now, and not in Calhoun County, but in Calhoun, right along I-75. It's important to also note that Cody is near 75. So what you're seeing is really the heaviest of the rainfall falling right now. And then what's worse is that the rest of that tornado warning is headed that way as well. So that's something else that we're watching. And it looks like they just trimmed it just a little bit there to get out of Somerville. There's also a tornado warning for Rome as well. I'm not seeing a lot of rotation in that storm, but still the ingredients are there for that tornado warning to be in place. They have not expired it just yet. So that's most important. In fact, as I do a little bit of investigating, let's click on it and get a little information. It says that one expires at 11:45. So they're going to hold that together. It's 11:32, just so that you have that information with you. Just remember, as of right now, there are 2 tornado warnings. There's one near Calhoun, and the second one is for Chattooga and Floyd County as well. Chris, I think they're talking in the chat a little bit more about what's happening. It looks like they're thinking that it's going to be more of a straight line wind event as it comes towards the metro area, which I can agree with the way that it's kind of organizing and kind of that, classic front-like look that we see on the radar.
More of a squall line
Exactly.
that's moving in there with that. Now, when you were talking here, they did, and as you mentioned, you saw that this box tornado warning polygon was refined a little bit. For Cody, though, they're along 75. He is still in a tornado warning right now in Calhoun. They still have Gordon County in this warning right here in that area where Cody is, and that's the camera right there that you see at the top of your screen. That is still raining very hard, still plenty of thunder and lightning with that. So they're holding on to this part. They did take out that northern part of Floyd County. You're no longer in that tornado warning, and also here into Chattooga County. That northern part and eastern part of Chattooga County has been taken out of that tornado warning. So now it's pretty much Gordon County, this polygon right here, going over right where Cody is right now. And again, you can see all the thunder and lightning there behind my head. And then this warning is still in effect. That does include the Rome area from Armurchie down toward Rome, going back to the Georgia state line. It stops just north of Cave Spring. So that tornado warning is also still in effect right now, as those storms are going to be about to push into Bartow County. We just saw with this last scan right here, that northern part of northwestern Bartow County. You're seeing that leading edge of those storms that are moving your way right now. I want to put this back to velocity mode so we can see any of those areas of potential rotation. So, Danielle, I don't see anything that looks too alarming right now, that looks, from velocity mode. I mean, we've got heavy rain, we've got a lot of strong winds, but I don't see any classic hooks or anything out of this. Maybe that north of Calhoun still is something that we have to keep an eye on here. Let me put this back to...
That's what I'm looking at, this rotation, and it's hard to tell really, but the rotation, and if you put it in motion, Chris, like over the last few hours, right there, literally where our little Calhoun indicator is, it looks like it's tightening up, but we are still like right in this area here.
So I'm going backwards, putting this back.
You see it, how it's...
So this part right here, again, this is pretty much right where Cody is. So Cody, if you're listening, in fact, can we get Cody right now just to kind of let us know what he's seeing? There is that potential rotation there north of him, and that's why we still have this tornado warning that is still in effect right there on 75. Cody, you guys are hunkered down. Tell me what you're experiencing.
Yeah, so we are right here on 41, just off 75, Resaca, I believe how you say it. We're just south of there, just north of Calhoun. The wind has picked up, and that lightning is what is just so impressive here. We've seen some sky to ground or ground lightning just to our right. A little bit more of that than off to the distance. So you can tell it's pretty close to us. Thunder has let up a little bit more, but again, more people have kind of gotten off the interstate, kind of hunkered down here. But so far, I've been kind of checking with emergency management here. I haven't heard a lot, but you can just see all of the lightning that's going on. So again, we're right off 75. Danielle's been talking about it. The rain has picked up. It's kind of letting down a little bit, but that lightning, Chris, has certainly not let up at all.
All right there, Cody. And again, I wanted to get that update because stay where you are. Don't get out and drive out there yet. Make sure you're still in that safe spot, because where you are pretty much lines up with where we're seeing this potential rotation right here. You're going to have a lot of strong winds with that. You've got all the lightning with it as well. Of course, we can see that there from your camera, but this is an interesting spot. That is where we still have a tornado warning that is in effect. They have taken out northern Floyd, they took out Chattooga, but Gordon County there near Calhoun, we still have this tornado warning in effect. So in Calhoun and in this, so he mentioned Resaca right here, all right, just north of Calhoun. So it's in this area right here where Cody is located, north of Calhoun and near Resaca. And this is where we're seeing some of that rotation that may be a little bit just to the south of him there. But this is where we have this tornado warning that is staying in effect until midnight for Gordon County. Right now it is 11:37. So that'll be for another 20 minutes or so. Hang tight there, Cody. I want y'all to be safe as this still continues to move on through. As we are talking to Cody, we also got an update on this cell over in Floyd County. Floyd County is still in this warning until 11:45. They took out southern Chattooga County. So earlier, Chattooga was in this, and this was kind of a little closer to Armurchie. Now it's just a little bit kind of narrowed down just a little bit more here for this tornado warning until 11:45 for Floyd County. As that rotation there is continuing to get a little bit closer to the Rome area. And again, here's our tower cam in Rome. We're looking south and west. So here's Rome. Our tower camera is pointed in this direction right here. And so we're looking toward that as it continues to move into the Rome area. So we're very fortunate that we're able to show you these visuals of this storm too. It's more than just looking at maps. Of course, the maps are very helpful when we're seeing this, but this is the actual, what people are experiencing there in Gordon County and in Floyd County. The two places where we have warnings right now. Danielle?
The emergency manager in Floyd County, which is exactly what I was just watching, reporting rotation near 6 Mile in South Floyd County. And that's what I've been watching for too. If you put it in motion, literally right behind your back there.
Okay.
That's exactly where I'm looking at this potential area of rotation right there. Over the last really like hour or so, it seems like it's getting a little bit tighter. We put it into motion just there.
Yes.
So that's what I'm looking at. And it says the power out is near Shorter University. The transformer was blown on Ridge Ferry Parkway.
Okay.
So this is in Floyd.
All right, so still, we've got these warnings here. Danielle is on top of what she's getting, the information she's getting from the emergency managers on our National Weather Service chat. And still, and again, and I'll show you what Danielle was talking about right here. And I'm going to just kind of make this go backwards in time and then bring it up to current time. And what I want you to watch is this part right here, all right, as that gets closer here to the Rome area, where we could see some of that rotation right there just to the west of Rome, where we are still holding on to this tornado warning that is going to be in effect until 11:45. It's 11:39 right now. So this is only going to be in effect for another 6 minutes. So it'll be interesting to see if this rotation is actually holding together, whether or not they will extend this warning out for the rest of Floyd County and potentially include Bartow County. That's what we're going to be watching because they would be making that decision here very soon based on what we're seeing right now. And again, the two areas where we have tornado warnings right now, that's where we have cameras. All right, we've got the tornado warning. Okay, they just issued another one in Gordon County.
They did?
Another, they just updated that. There are two.
They did.
Two polygons now on top of each other.
Also, now we're also seeing a report that Bucky's lost a street light.
Okay, and Cody was at Bucky's just a few moments ago.
He's a little bit north of there now.
He's north of it,
yes,
yeah, but they were there a little while ago. So a street pole or something down at the Bucky's there. So anybody who's gone up 75 through Calhoun knows where the Bucky's is. We may have some street pole or street light that is down at the Bucky's now there toward Calhoun. So this, again, is where we have those storms that are moving through and a brand new tornado warning in effect until 12:15 for Gordon. So, again, they're overlapping polygons that you see right here. This one on the north side is going to expire at midnight, but we have this brand new one right here that is in effect until 12:15. And what we're watching right here is this new one, and I'm going to see what this says here in the actual warning. Radar indicated a tornado near Calhoun, capable of producing a tornado, Calhoun moving east at 35 miles an hour. So I'm going to put a track on that. So yeah, that would be that part right there. And let me put a track on this so we can see, again, that's moving at 35 miles an hour here right around Calhoun. And that would then take this storm toward Cache at 11:52, Ranger at 12:02, Bobo at 12:06, and then at Eludeville at 12:12. But that would be just outside of that warning polygon once it gets to Eludeville at 12:12. So again, Cody is in an area where Cody, if you can hear me, I want y'all to stay where you are for now. Once we get this cleared of you past 75, we might want y'all to go back down toward Buc-ee's, where we have a report of a street pole, a light pole down, and just to see if there's any additional damage that could be down there closer to the Buc-ee's. But stay where you are right now until I want to make sure this rotation that we're watching now up where you are, right there at Calhoun and Resaca. I want to make sure this gets to the east of 75. So really this part right here, where we have that potential rotation right now, along 75 there near Calhoun and just to the south of that, where we have this potential rotation that is moving through right now. Cody is just a little bit north of Calhoun. So I just want to get this to the east of 75 before I put Cody back on the road to head back down toward Buc-ee's. This latest scan right here, Danielle, actually got a little brighter here with that right there just south of Calhoun.
Yes.
With that last scan that just came in.
That would be right close to where Cody is. I think it's a little bit south.
I think it is a little bit south of him. So that actually still looks impressive. And again, we have these overlapping tornado warnings there in Gordon County. Here, this one is going to expire at midnight. This newest one that was just issued will be in effect until 12:15. And then we still have this tornado warning in Floyd County over near Rome too. And you can see Rome right here. Those flags blowing a little bit more now. We also have the rain that is in Rome. We're seeing lightning there too. And then just all that lightning there in Gordon County just continues flashing here that you can see behind my head as those storms move through. And I can see those cars and trucks moving there along, I believe Cody was along 41 there, just off of 75, where they have stopped to make sure they are in a safe spot. So I'm going to wait a little bit longer for those storms to get a little bit more over to the east of 75 before I give Cody the all clear to get back on 75 to go down south toward the Buc-ee's area, where we're going to check on that potential damage of a street light down. And there may be some additional damage near there too. And it's going to be interesting to see how folks are reacting there on the road too. So again, a very large yellow polygon indicating here where we have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for multiple counties. It includes Floyd County, it includes Chattooga County, it includes Gordon County, it includes Bartow County. All right, multiple counties in this severe thunderstorm warning. And then within that severe thunderstorm warning, we have 3 tornado warnings. These at Calhoun, this tornado warning that is just south of Calhoun, moving closer to Eludeville, excuse me, and then this tornado warning still exhibiting some possible rotation there near Rome and just to the south of Rome. But we're not getting any confirmation out of these. We do have that damage report, as I mentioned, a street pole down at the Buc-ee's there along 75 near Calhoun, where we have those tornado warnings. Okay, it looks like, Danielle, that tornado warning for Rome
yes, they just
did
expired.
expire. Okay, so that was supposed to expire at 11:45. So they did allow that to expire in Rome. And we will wait and see. Again, that's within, though, this severe thunderstorm warning that is saying tornado possible at any time. So we'll keep an eye on that around Rome and just make sure that we don't see any additional rotation developing out of that. But now The tornado warnings that are in effect are those areas up in northwest Georgia, in Gordon County, overlapping warnings, but we're watching that rotation there that has pretty much moved along 75 there to the east of that. So, Cody, tell me if you can hear me here. I want you to know, I know you're still seeing a lot of rain and lightning. The rotation that we were watching, the potential rotation, has now moved to the east of 75. So I'm going to leave it up to you guys. I don't think you're going to be driving into a tornado if you get back on 75 because that rotation has moved to the east of you. But if you want to, you're going to still be, you and your team are going to still be driving into some heavy rain and some gusty winds. But if you feel comfortable and want to head back down toward the Buc-ee's, we do have a report of of a street pole down. And I don't know if that's the only damage they have there, or just if you want to start moving back into that direction, just have to go slow with the heavy rain and the lightning and the wind. You don't have to move if you don't want to, but as far as being safe from a tornado, I think that rotation is now to the east of 75, and I think you'd be okay to go back down 75. So tell me how you're feeling about what you're seeing out there right now.
Yeah, Chris, it's died down here a little bit. The rain's definitely let up. The lightning seems to be pushing off to the distance a little bit. You're still seeing that, but as far as the rain goes, it's definitely let up a lot more. We didn't really see a whole lot of rain here in this, or wind right where we're at. But again, that rain picked up. We saw a ton of lightning, a lot that hit from the sky to ground lightning as well. So it will be interesting to see, if any places were hit, because again, we saw a lot of lightning bolts around us in this area. And you can still see off to the distance those flashes of lights there in the clouds. But as far as the rain, it's let up just a little bit here. Off 75, but yeah, we're going to check that out. We're literally just 2 exits up, so we'll give it a minute or two, and then we'll kind of head that way, and you can kind of watch live on our roof cam that you're looking at right now. But you can see the interstate, these truckers are moving pretty normal right now, so we'll keep an eye on it out here on 75 in Gordon County.
All right, Cody, so just let us know what you find. Again, I want you to be safe. Don't do anything if y'all don't feel comfortable driving in this heavy rain. Hang tight where you are, but I'm just letting you know that the rotation that we were watching earlier is now to the east of you. And if you are trying to avoid that rotation, which we did not want you to be, of course, in that rotation, that is now to the east of 75. So you would be okay, I would think, to come back down toward that Buc-ee's and to check on that potential damage. But now we do have this potential rotation still there to the west of Ranger, to the west of Fairmount. All right, so it's this area right here along Highway 53, potentially. And there's Highway 373. It would be in this area right here where we see that potential rotation still holding together for this tornado warning. Again, there are 2 of them overlapping. This one, this polygon there on the north side, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning here too.
And it does not include Floyd County.
Okay. So this for Gordon County, that warning there on the north side, the tornado warning expires at midnight in about 11 minutes. This one expires at 12:15, and then I'm going to widen out so you can see that yellow polygon that they just issued. And so we have 2 still large yellow polygons, which is where we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. So the only warnings, tornado warnings we have are these that are overlapping in Gordon County right now. And then all around that, though, we have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. This comes down into Polk County. This comes down into Paulding County. This comes down into northern Cobb County, severe thunderstorm warning. It stops right there at North Fulton, but includes Cherokee County and also up into these areas of Pickens County here too. They just trimmed back a little bit of that warning there in the north and western parts of Floyd County. So the only tornado warnings we have are those warnings that are on the north side in Gordon County. But we're also watching severe thunderstorm warnings there. And Danielle, I know you just had to change a battery on your microphone. Okay, they are saying tornado possible here in this severe thunderstorm warning that we have. So I don't want people to think, oh, okay, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. Because within this thunderstorm warning, they are using the tag tornado possible, meaning that at any time we could get some rotation developing out of this system and they may have to issue tornado warnings. So don't let your guard down yet. Don't think, okay, I'm going to go to bed now. I want you to still watch this because the rain is hard, the wind is very strong, and we could see any rotation developing out of that too. And now, with this latest severe thunderstorm warning, we're seeing some of these metro counties included, like Paulding County, like North Cobb, like Cherokee County, Pickens County, Bartow County is in this severe thunderstorm warning too. And all of those counties are included in that warning that has the tornado possible tag in it. So still take this seriously. We're hoping these storms will weaken, getting closer to the Atlanta area, but they're still holding together pretty well. I'm glad that we're not seeing any classic signs or signatures of tornadoes or rotation with that, but at any time we could see any of that rotation developing, and again, any tornado warnings that could be issued out of that with these storms. Here is Atlanta at the bottom of your screen. I'm going to widen out just a little bit more so you can see that. And I'm going to go back to, just to kind of reset here and go back to this radar in motion. I want to show you this lightning first, and I'm going to take the lightning data off so that you can see here the actual reflectivity there and some of the signatures that we're looking at here. But that's the really heavy rain, the thunder and lightning, the strong wind. That is all moving over to the east. So in the city of Atlanta, we're going to be getting this part of it that's still in West Georgia. It's still going to take a little while for all of that to move into the city of Atlanta, but it will have heavy rain, thunder and lightning, strong wind. Now, you can see here that Cody and team, well, they just lost their shot. There they are. They're back. They did move from their safe spot. They're on 75. Even though we know that they're driving in the heavy rain and we still have the thunder and lightning, the area that had the potential rotation is now east of 75, so they feel safe enough to drive along 75 now. They're going to go a couple of exits south to where we had a report of a street light down at Buc-ee's. I don't know if that's the only damage. There may be some more damage around there too, but they're going to check that out. But as they're driving, you can see that here behind my head of the rain that's still coming down and all of the lightning that is still there. And this is all the lightning that we're talking about with these storms. Danielle, you got something new?
Yeah, they're about to issue a tornado warning for Pickens and Cherokee counties.
All right. So
Pickens and northern Cherokee County.
We're about to have a new warning here. Let's go up to that. Let me take the radar off.
Also, while my microphone is in queue, there are several reports of trees down in Chattooga County. One of them has power lines down with it, and the fire department is responding to that as well. At least 3 reports so far of trees down in Chattooga County. That's why I have my phone in my hand. I don't want people to think that I'm texting or whatever, but I'm reading these bulletins as they come in. Also, they're about to issue a new tornado warning. They have not drawn up the polygon just yet, but if you are in Chattooga County, this is another heads up. It's 11:53. Some people might be getting ready to go to sleep so they can prepare for the next day. Just make sure that you have multiple ways to get alerts tonight, and also allow extra time when you leave in the morning. It won't be raining in the morning when you get ready to leave out the house. However, now we're starting to see reports of trees down. That also goes for those of us who aren't seeing the rainfall just yet. So even like in Fulton County right now where it's dry, you need to make sure that you are aware this could turn into a wind event, which means that we could be seeing some of those trees go down as well. They just issued that. And Chris, while you pull it up, I'm going to go ahead and read the bulletin, okay?
I've got it right here. If y'all want to come back to me, and Danielle's going to tell me, so this is that newest tornado warning right here.
Right.
That includes the northern parts of Cherokee County. We've got Pickens County here. Also, these parts of coming out of Gordon County and this far northern parts of Bartow. What does your description say there?
It says Cherokee, Gordon, Pickens, Bartow counties until 12:30 a.m. and it's moving 14 miles west of Jasper, east at 50 miles an hour. So this is the fastest moving storm that we've seen so far this evening. It is radar indicated rotation, and this is for locations that include Jasper, Ball Ground, Nelson, Fairmont, and also Tate. So once again, just if you're, got lost there, Cherokee County, Gordon County, Pickens County, and Bartow County, this is until 12:30 a.m., a brand new tornado warning, Chris.
And that locator there at the top of that was saying that near Funkhauser or just west of Jasper?
Yes. 14 miles west of Jasper, and it's moving east at 50 miles an hour.
Okay. So here is, I knew I had seen Funkhauser on this map before. So here it is right there. This is south of Fairmont, where we see this rotation right now at Funkhauser. That's going to be moving closer to Selicoa. There's Talmadge. Stone Ledge Drive right here. Here's Leudeville. And then we were mentioning how it is a certain number of miles away from Jasper. Here's Jasper right here. So this is that rotation, potential rotation that we're seeing right now with this latest latest tornado warning there. That is right along. So here's Ranger. So that's right south of Ranger along 411, where we see this potential rotation right here between Ranger and Pine Log, all right? It is this part right here. Here's the new scan, all right, coming in right now. This is Leudeville. I was mentioning Leudeville a little bit earlier as we were watching those storms pushing into those areas. So this is a brand new tornado warning that'll be in effect until 12:30 this morning. That'll be for another 34 minutes or so here, as this is now moving over toward the east, and that would be getting closer. There's Jasper, Tate, Ball Ground, and Waleska at the bottom of your screen. Those are the areas included in this polygon right now. So if you're in that red polygon, I know we have multiple red polygons on here. They're overlapping each other, but this is the latest one with the circulation now between Leudeville and Waleska, really between Ranger and Pine Log is this part. Then it moves between Leudeville and Waleska, and then it keeps moving over to the east between Jasper and Ball Ground, where we have this rotation right now, including those southern parts of Pickens County, northern parts of Cherokee County, and also these little parts there of those counties there to the west, which is parts of Gordon County and also Bartow County. And that's all part there of that area. So remember I told Cody he was okay to get on 75 because the circulation had moved to the east of 75, and now that's where that is pushing in, and that's why we have this new tornado warning that is now pushing into northern Cherokee County, southern parts of Pickens County too. I'm also looking here at Cody's camera, heavy rain, a lot of a lot of lightning still there in those spots of Gordon County where they're on 75 now moving south. And then we have this still is in Rome, where we have the rain and the lightning still coming down in the Rome area too. So our maps are helping us tell the story. Our 11Alive weather impact tracker is helping us tell the story. Our tower cams helping us tell the story here with the rain and lightning. This is just seeing, you've been able to see all of the activity here on these cameras that we have strategically placed here and also here on these maps too. Danielle?
Chris, if you turn on your rotation tracks, I think that tells the big story crossing 411 there as that new tornado warning was just issued. The rotation tracks for headed towards Funkhauser as well.
Yes. All right, so that is, so what these tracks are showing us, this is historical really of the tracks over the past little while, these tracks that are coming in, and this takes us up to the current time here, and that lines up with that around the Fairmount area, south of Ranger and Leudeville, where we're seeing those areas of potential rotation that have been holding together there in those areas, again, near Talmadge, Gum Springs, Dewey Crossroads, where we've seen that potential rotation.
And there's some pretty good rotation near Pine Log if you go to your actual shear.
Yes. So here is the actual shear for now. All right, so here near Pine Log and White and near Beasley Gap, Lake Arrowhead Drive, Waleska is right here. All right, there's Waleska. This is where we're still seeing that storm rotation right now, south of Funkhauser and to the east of Pine Log. Again, they're near 411, getting closer to 140. That's where 140 goes between Beasley Gap and also Waleska near Lake Arrowhead Drive, where we have that rotation that is still moving through. So let's go back to velocity mode with that. And that really lines up with where we have this tornado warning. And again, you see here, let me take the lightning data off so we can see this a little more clearly here, where these overlapping tornado warnings, what we're watching, still a little bit of rotation with that right there to the west of Leudeville. And then this main rotation right now, south of Leudeville, between Leudeville and Pine Log, watching all of this move really right along the county line. They just took one of those tornado warnings away. That was the one that was back closer to Adairsville. So they just took one of those away. We now have two overlapping tornado warnings right now. This latest one is the one that looked a little more impressive over near Funkhauser between Leudeville and Pine Log, right in here. and that includes Bartow, Cherokee, Gordon, and Pickens County. That'll be in effect until 12:30. And then this one is going to expire at 12:15 in about another 15 minutes. We still see some potential rotation there west of Leudeville, moving over to the east. So we expect that one may still expire. We don't know if they'll issue another one there out of that. But those are the main areas that we're watching right now. And of course, we're concentrating on these tornado warnings, but that's also within a larger area of a severe thunderstorm warning, where you have this yellow polygon where we have severe thunderstorms that are moving through. And that includes, again, Cherokee County, North Cobb, Bartow County, southern Floyd, northern Polk County, and also into Paulding County, where we have these severe thunderstorm warning that includes multiple counties. And the National Weather Service is saying that we have potential rotation within that, and it could be a tornado possible at any time. So within these storms coming through, we're watching for any rotation that could develop, and that could then trigger another tornado warning in this area. And if you're watching this wondering, well, what's next? Is Atlanta going to get any of this rain? Well, here we go. You can see how this line of storms has really kind of come together a little bit more here. This stretches now from North Georgia here into parts of Rabun County, Union and Towns counties, Gilmer County, Fannin County here, a lot of thunder and lightning. Here's that main part where we have those tornado warnings in effect, and then more of that lightning back into Rome here, and then that stretches into Anniston. So all of this still is moving toward Atlanta. So if you're in Atlanta thinking, hey, nothing's going on, why are we concerned about this? Well, it hasn't even made it here yet. This line is going to keep pushing our way. Here we are at 12:02. We think that that's going to be here really into the metro area or into the downtown area really within the next hour probably when we see these heavier showers move in. We're hoping that by the time it gets here, they will weaken somewhat, but that doesn't mean that they'll be weak. We're hoping they won't be as strong as they were for these areas where we have these tornado warnings in effect. But we still think they're going to be strong, just not as strong as they were in parts of northwest Georgia and back into Alabama. So here in Atlanta, I want you to be prepared for very heavy rain, thunder and lightning, strong winds to move through. But we're hoping we don't see any tornadoes out of that. I do see Cody pulling into, it looks like the Buc-ee's parking lot there. Cody, I don't know if you can hear me, if you want to let us know what you're seeing. I know that we had a report earlier of a street lamp down at Buc-ee's. What are you finding there? Any kind of damage?
Yeah, no damage, but you can tell they got a lot more wind just about 5 miles from where we were up on 41 there, just north of here on 75. A lot of their trash cans are blown around. You can see people standing outside, kind of pointing outside of the Buc-ee's. So you can definitely tell there was a lot more wind just a few miles south of us here at the Buc-ee's, but no damage. It looks like people just kind of hunkered down here. Not a bad spot if you're going to hunker down somewhere. So I think people are just kind of getting off the interstate waiting for this thing to pass over. But the good news is no damage here other than just a lot of their trash cans blown across the parking lot, indicating they did get some good wind here that we did not see. Like, again, just a few exits up 75.
All right, Cody, thank you for that report. As you guys are driving in that area, again, I still want you to be careful because you're coming into some heavy rain, but just let us know if you do come across any other damage there in that spot. Again, where Cody is right now, just south of Calhoun there at the Buc-ee's, they're along 75. The stronger storms, the rotation with that is now east of 75. So they're in the clear as far as any tornadic activity because any kind of rotation is pretty much well to the east now with these storms that are moving into the northern parts of Cherokee County and into parts of Pickens County there where we have this latest tornado warning. So they're going to be coming back down 75 most likely back toward the station, but they're going to be pretty much traveling along all of that heavy rain, and so they really need to be careful there and all the thunder and lightning that we have with that too in that severe thunderstorm warned area. Let's go back to velocity and do an update on those storms that are in Leudeville coming out of Gordon County, moving into these areas of Bartow, Cherokee, and Gordon counties. So this is the northern part of Cherokee, southern part of Pickens County, and then we have Bartow here and Gordon right there. So this is that part of the rotation right now between Leudeville and Waleska. That's pretty much going to ride along the county line right here, potentially making it over to Tate and into Ball Ground if that holds together. But this is the latest tornado warning that we have that'll be in effect until 12:30. It's 12:06 right now. This warning is set to expire at 12:15. You just have a little bit of that rotation there that I don't really know that would even be considered rotation still anymore there. Most of this is about to move out of the polygon, and that doesn't look as strong as it was. So we'll see if this one is going to expire, this one here, if that's going to expire at 12:15, and then we'll be holding on to this one until about 12:30, again, with some of that rotation between Leudeville and Waleska, getting closer to Tate and the Ball Ground area, with that potential rotation that we're still seeing there. It doesn't look as classic. Yeah, go ahead, Danielle.
Sorry, I'm trying to just, kind of stay ahead of some of these storms. And I'm kind of interested in some rotation. If you pull me up here, this rotation that's headed towards Cartersville at Highway 411 near Kingston. And if I continue to look, like if we see what happened with the last few minutes of this rotation and the cycle of the radar, it shows that there has been rotation continuing with this storm. So if you're in Cartersville, I know that you are not in a tornado warning. It is just a severe thunderstorm warning right now. I would just kind of be in your safe place. There is a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning, but I'm continuing to see that same piece of rotation kind of holding together. It's weak rotation, but still it's a little bit of rotation in that storm right there. And even though it is just a severe thunderstorm warning there.
All right, and as you were talking about that, Danielle, I just put it into motion here. Just again, these are the shear tracks that we watch, and I put that into motion too. And these were the tracks. That was the one coming into Waleska. What Danielle's talking about is this one right here, south of Rome, going in closer to the Cartersville area, where we're seeing this one almost kind of ramping up a little bit here too. So we'll wait and see if we see any type of warning out of that. Let's take a look at that Rome camera because those heavier showers and storms have been pushing through Rome and out of Rome. We'll be able to kind of take a look at that. Oh, it's down. Okay, I thought y'all said it was coming down, like it was very heavy. So
they just issued a tornado warning for Gordon.
Okay, so here is, let's go back here to the new tornado warning. All right, so are they expiring? Are they updating the current warning?
I think they might have trimmed it back. I'm trying to pull up the latest bulletin on it.
Okay. Expires tornado warning for southeastern Gordon will expire at 12:15, and then the other tornado warning remains in effect here. So we will see, all right, what it looks like there. This one is going to expire at 12:15. We're holding on to this one as well. And then what we were watching here, I know this looks a little bit different on reflectivity, was Danielle was keeping an eye on this getting closer to Cartersville, watching this there in Bartow County to see if there's any rotation that could be developing there out of that system in Bartow County near Cartersville. And again, what we're trying to do is get ahead of some of these warnings and looking for any rotation that might be developing before the warning is actually issued there. So we're going to keep an eye on that near Cartersville just to see if that any of that kind of comes together. But this warning is going to expire. You're going to see this polygon there disappear in about 6 minutes or 5 minutes. But we're still holding on to this one that is in the southern parts of Pickens County, northern parts of Cherokee County, where we still have that rotation that was just south of Leudeville, right here in this area here. And the Weather Service may refine this warning a little bit and take out Bartow County and maybe the southern parts of Gordon in just a little bit too. So again, these storms are moving. And we have to stay along with them as they are moving. There's that leading edge of that very heavy rain pushing into Canton right now in Cherokee County. This goes back to Bartow County, Paulding County, that leading edge moving in. Cedartown, Polk County, you're getting that heavy rain. So this is all going to be bearing down on the city of Atlanta very soon. Danielle, I'm going to put the Georgia, actually the Truist Park camera on remote 59.
Okay.
So we'll be able to show that as well as the storms are going to be getting closer to Cobb County here, moving closer to Smyrna in just a little bit.
I think that camera went down. The Floyd County emergency manager says that 800 Georgia Power customers are without power in Floyd County right now.
Okay, so they were telling me in my ear that that camera was kind of going off and on, so it may be kind of getting some power surges there too. So we can also use remote 59 to show the Truist Park camera as these storms are going to be getting a little bit closer to Truist Park here just a little bit too. And then also, so there's Truist Park. I know it's kind of dark, but you can see the stadium here. And this is also our tower cam in Arizona Avenue, east of the city, looking down in the downtown area, where again, you can see the city lights there, but not much with since it's dark, it's kind of hard to see the structure of those clouds that are out there right now. So multiple counties included in this severe thunderstorm warning for these areas of Metro Atlanta, the Northwest Metro area. And I wanted to put the lightning back on here because there is just a lot of lightning with this too. I'm going to widen out just a little bit and do another lightning count with this. And again, I'm not going to count all of that back in Alabama. I just want to show what we've got going on in North Georgia. 358 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes with this. And we're going to watch these numbers to see if this lightning count actually comes down a little bit, to see if we see any trends of weakening. But right now, we don't see a lot of weakening with them. These are still strong storms. We now only have really 2 tornado warnings that are still left, but then a large severe thunderstorm warning that includes multiple counties here on the northwest side of Atlanta, of Metro Atlanta, where we see these strong storms that continue to move on through here. Here is the tornado warning. This one in Gordon County is about to expire at 12:15. In about 2 minutes, we're going to see this red polygon right there disappear. But then we'll see this polygon still holding together here, most likely until 12:30. Where we have this tornado warning that is still in effect for Cherokee County, southern parts of Pickens County, as this part, really this is the leading edge there, that is about to cross over 575. I don't know if y'all can check on a couple of traffic cameras maybe on the north end of 575, north of Canton and toward Ball Ground. We may be able to see the rain that's going to get a lot more intense there. For that part of Cherokee County too. And that's where we've been watching some of that potential rotation. Although, Danielle, I don't see it looking too tight right now.
No, I asked in chat about it. They said that they're watching it closely for the surge of the rear flank downdraft.
Yes,
so
we have an RFD sometime that can happen within these, a rear flank downdraft. And again, this would be the part where we would have any potential rotation with that. South of Jasper, really between Jasper and Canton is where we're looking right here. But on the north end of 575, north of Canton, closer to Ball Ground, we're going to see some really heavy rain about to come in, and most likely we'll have some wind coming in with that too. So it's 12:14 right now. At 12:15, we're going to see this warning expire here. And then we're also going to keep an eye on this warning where we still have some potential rotation there too. What we're seeing here, this is in Bartow County. Northbound, I-75 northbound at exit 290. And then this is 575 in Cherokee County, north right before Airport Drive. Wow, did you see that lightning there?
Also, speaking of Bartow, I do have some Georgia Power numbers for you.
Yes.
More than 1,100 customers are without power right now in Bartow County, and more than 1,200 customers in Floyd County are without power. And when we say that, you have to really multiply that by 2. We really count 2 people per household, at least, maybe 3, at least for a child to be in that household. So that's, once again, 1,100 customers in Bartow and 1,200 customers in Floyd. That's another reason why our roam camera is not working right now, because there's no power in that area.
Yeah, and we're going to see some other areas, most likely, with intermittent power, sporadic power outages that we're going to have around. So, all right, we just saw.
They canceled the tornado warning.
Did they do both of them? I think both of them just went away.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's confirm that, because we just saw both of those red polygons disappear. cancels the tornado warning for Bartow, Pickens, Cherokee, and Gordon, and then they allowed the other one to expire. So that is some good news right now, where we had those two overlapping tornado warnings. One was supposed to expire at 12:15. It just did. We had the other tornado warning that was in effect along here between Jasper and Canton. That was supposed to go into effect until 12:30. They just let that one, they just canceled that one. So as of right now,
They also trimmed back the tornado watch.
we do not have a tornado warning in effect. But look at this, back in Alabama, Danielle, there's another one there, west of Anniston.
Yeah, in Anniston.
So this just goes to show you that along that line in any part of that, we can see rotation developing at any time. And this is the part of the system that we're going to be watching moving through Atlanta a little bit later on. Let's go back to reflectivity here.
They did take some of the counties out of the tornado watch as well.
Okay, I'm going to put that up here so we can see those areas here. So again, we had a tornado watch that was to be in effect until 2 a.m. And you know what, Danielle? Let's show, Danielle, go back to yours behind you.
Okay.
Mine is still showing those.
Oh yeah, yours still has the old counties in it.
Yes.
So what's happening is that northwest corridor of North Georgia has been cleared from the tornado watch. Now the rainfall still coming our way, but here in Metro Atlanta, but you're starting to see the National Weather Service trimming some of those counties back. If you are in the yellow, that means that you are in a tornado watch until 2 a.m. So that's when we're going to start to see some more counties trim back. And I suspect that as the storms continue to push eastward, that we'll start to see even more counties push back as well. I'm going to turn my radar on just for a second, Chris. I know that you were watching that storm that is back into Alabama, and I had my eye on it as well. This is really near Anniston, Ragland. It's getting closer to Anniston, Alabama. What's going to happen is we're going to start to see these storms continue to push our way as well. So just don't let your guard down. I know Carrollton right now, not really seeing a lot of rainfall at all. Winds might be increasing just a little bit, but these storms are headed your way right now. This is going to be headed through Alabama. So if you have ever traveled that way, then you know through the I-20 corridor. So Jacksonville, Piedmont, Alabama, Cedartown, that is right now there's a severe thunderstorm warning for there, no tornado warnings, and there's only one tornado warning back into Alabama. That's the only one that I'm seeing right now. Good news is they're starting to trim back some of the counties from the tornado watch as well. So that's a little bit of relief for people who are in that northwest Georgia corridor, because the leading edge of this front is still continuing to push eastward right now at this time. So that's good news for the people there, Chris.
All right, so Danielle, thank you for that update. Number one on the severe storms that are moving through right now, and that tornado watch getting trimmed back a little bit in northwest Georgia. We still have these severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect, and we do not have any tornado warnings currently right now. The last one expired at 12:15. We had another one that was supposed to be in effect until 12:30. But they canceled that one in those areas of Pickens County, northern Cherokee County, and parts of Gordon County and Bartow County too. So we have this large severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect right now. And within that warning, though, they are still saying tornado possible, meaning that at any time we could see some rotation developing out of that. And really, that has been the trend during the evening hours and nighttime hours tonight, where we've seen rotation develop, it loosens up a little bit more, and then it'll tighten up again, and we'll see tornado warnings that are continuing to be issued. So we're in one of those I don't want to say quieter period, but when we're talking about rotation or any tornadoes, it is a quieter period right now because we don't have any warnings that are in effect. But this is still a very active system that is pushing through the area now, and we just have this brand new severe thunderstorm warning that it was issued now that extends down to the north side of Atlanta. It includes the rest of Cobb County, North Fulton County, moves up to Forsyth County, includes parts of north and western Gwinnett County, also up into Hall County, where we have this brand new severe thunderstorm warning. And Danielle, is that saying possible? Let's see here. The new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm looking at that right now.
No, it does not.
Okay, so
But it does say 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Yes, so we could still, even though we don't have a tornado warning with this, these storms are still very strong. They're still severe. And 60-mile-an-hour winds with some of these storms as this is moving over toward the east. So we're gonna hang on the air with you for just a little bit longer here. I just want to make sure we don't have any new tornado warnings that could pop up on us. I want to stay here with you. I know that it's difficult when you're trying to decide if you're going to go to sleep and you're seeing this line of storms about to move into your area. And these storms have had a history of producing damage. They have had a history of producing rotation with tornado warnings. Now this is closing in on the city. You're going to be hearing heavy rain on your roof. You're going to be seeing flashes of lightning. You're going to be hearing a lot of thunder as this moves through the Atlanta area. So these storms that we've been tracking for multiple hours now aren't even into Atlanta yet, and they're just now beginning to move into Atlanta with the very heavy rain and also the thunder and lightning. You can see that Cody is back on the road with his team now, headed south on 75. That's the camera right up here, where they're hitting and going through that heavy rain coming out of Gordon County. So they were up here in the Calhoun. Now they're driving south, most likely into parts of Bartow County. They're really pretty much driving along with those storms coming back toward Atlanta. So they're going to be following that heaviest part of those storms headed back toward the Atlanta area. This is one of our traffic cameras up in Bartow County. They're at 75 northbound at exit 290. And just a few cars that are moving through that area. Still some good heavy rain pushing through, and you're still seeing a lot of that lightning with that too. So a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect, including multiple counties. We have this part of the severe thunderstorm warning that goes back toward Calhoun and Rome, where we have the bulk of these storms really stretching from Jasper, Dahlonega getting in on some of that heavier rain, that leading edge through Canton, getting closer to Paulding County there, or closer to Dallas and Paulding County, and also moving into those areas of Haralson County. So what the Weather Service is doing is getting ahead of that leading edge. That's why they issued another severe thunderstorm warning to let everybody ahead of that main line know that these storms are about to move in. So this leading edge is going to push into North Fulton. Danielle?
They are watching a storm near Cleburne County.
Okay.
I think that's the one that is warned back in Alabama right now. We just got word from the National Weather Service of Birmingham. They also are about to issue a flash flood warning for southern Floyd County, including Rome.
Heavy rain there coming through southern Floyd, and we've got those rivers that go right through the city as well. So what Danielle's talking about is this is Cleburne County, Alabama right here, and Cleburne County is in our area, one of the counties that we need to watch. Our TV signal doesn't go, it goes beyond state lines, so we're responsible for Cleburne County and Randolph County here. So there is a tornado warning. We pointed this out a little bit earlier with this storm that was over near Anniston and just to the west of Anniston. That's going to keep moving into this direction where we have a tornado warning in effect. It does not include Cleburne County right now, but it is possible that it will include Cleburne County a little bit later on as this gets closer, if that rotation holds together. So we're watching that, and I want you folks in West Georgia to be aware of this too, because we still have some rotation developing there around Anniston along I-20. So if that holds together, we're not only watching for Cleburne County to potentially be included in a warning, but we'll have to watch Polk County and also Carroll County if this rotation holds together. So that's why I'm wanting to stay on with you right now. We're not going back to our regularly scheduled programming at this point, even though we don't have any active tornado warnings, but we do want to stay on to make sure Cleburne County, to see if they're going to get a warning coming soon, and then also these severe thunderstorm warnings that are moving through right now, about to bear down on the city of Atlanta, where we have very heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and some strong winds. We're talking about winds of about 60 miles an hour. So these are the areas that we're watching. Let's put the lightning back on, and you can see if you're having a hard time sleeping because of seeing all the lightning, hearing all the thunder and all that heavy rain, this is everything that's moving through right now. And we see these multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that do include multiple counties I want to put this into motion for you. This is for the last couple of hours as we've been tracking those storms out of Alabama, pushing through northwest Georgia. And as you see that line moving in, you can see those overlapping severe thunderstorm warnings right here as these storms moving in. And the Weather Service is trying to get ahead of that leading edge of the storms to let people know downstream how that heavy rain is going to be moving in with all that thunder and lightning and still strong winds. We're talking about winds of about 60 miles an hour. I want to put up our hail right now just so we can see. Okay, so I'm seeing a couple of spots back into Alabama with a little bit of hail, maybe marble size, pea size hail there. We're not really seeing anything here in the metro area from those storms coming through, so that's a good sign. And here's another look at that with the lightning data. And that's getting closer to Atlanta right now. Again, in those severe thunderstorm warnings that are overlapping each other with multiple counties there included in that. And here's that leading edge right here that's getting a little bit closer to you. So Danielle, you've got some damage reports over there. What are you finding?
Yes, so multiple emergency managers now are, reporting what they are getting their calls on. 911 operators, they tell the emergency managers, hey, this is what's going on. Also, Chris, just so you know that they're keeping an eye on that rotation in Cleburne County. Just a quick update there. In Cherokee County, there are several reports of trees down. This is near Highway 140 and Garland Mountain Road. Apparently, this is along the leading edge of that front. You can also see all these other icons. Those are also trees down. So this is what I was saying earlier with this system that's coming through. Even if there's not a tornado warning, the winds are so high that it could cause those trees to come down. In fact, I'm going to pull up our chat to get some more stuff. Floyd County, there is a field fire. The fire department is responding to Big Texas Valley Road. There's a possible lightning strike that caused a field fire there. Also, the power is out at the Rome water plant. They're working to get the generators going there so that you won't have any impacts on your water supply there in Rome. Also in Chattooga County, multiple trees down in that area as well. So I'm thinking that the trees being down is probably the best kind of storm threat that we're looking at right now. Even though we don't have any tornado warnings, the high winds are very, very high. In fact, I think, Chris, on the last severe thunderstorm warning, it said 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's radar indicated. So that can definitely push down some trees. You also have to factor in that now we've gotten a lot of rain. So some of these trees could have been dead. And so that's another reason why you see these trees coming down. You have multiple events of severe weather. Some trees die. They don't just fall over immediately. But these high winds at 60 miles an hour, that can definitely cause more trees to fall down in that area.
Yeah, and Danielle, as you were doing that, I was doing some queries here on
what's happening in
Floyd County. We have that flash flood warning that is in effect here, as we have some small creeks and streams that can't really handle a lot of the water that's come in. I just did a query on that. We had some spots there south of Rome with around 2 inches that has fallen in a short period of time. So that's why they have that flash flood warning in effect for the southern parts of Rome. Between 1.5 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. They're expecting another ½ inch to an inch. And we are seeing some emergency management reporting the potential for some flooding that's going to be occurring there, flash flooding there.
There is an observed tag on that flash flooding.
Observed tag on that. So seeing actually spots where we have some flash flooding that are moving through those spots there. So again, watching these storms, especially this, again, you can see here the large polygons that are overlapping each other, the yellow polygons that you're seeing here. Those are the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have in effect, but those warnings also have the tag saying tornado possible. So we have to keep an eye on those to see if any rotation can develop out of that. And then we have this back into Alabama at Anniston that could move into Cleburne County, Alabama, where we could see a tornado warning potentially issued there. So just when we thought things were looking quieter back into Alabama, not much was going on really from Birmingham eastward, then we have this tornado warning develop. So that's why we've got to watch this line very closely as it continues moving into the Atlanta area. All right, they just got rid of that one large severe thunderstorm warning that just disappeared. You can see the green color right there at Rome. where I just showed you, that's where we have the flash flood warning. All right, so there's that green polygon right here from Rome southward into Floyd County, where we had the 1.5 to 2 inches of rain that fell in a very short period of time, and an additional ½ inch to an inch of rain is possible. We have some observed areas where they have had some flash flooding. Now we have this really heavy rain right now moving from Polk County, or actually Haralson County, Polk County, northern Paulding. Here's that leading edge that is into parts of Cobb County here, into Cherokee County near Canton, Jasper, up toward Dahlonega. All of that is pushing toward North Fulton, toward Forsyth, toward Dawson County, toward Hall County, toward North Gwinnett County, where we're going to see the heavy rain and thunder and lightning. That'll be moving through. And then that stretches back, as we mentioned, to Paulding County. That pushes into the rest of Cobb, and then eventually into not only North Fulton, but into central Fulton County. We're going to see this heavy rain moving in with that thunder and lightning there as well. So really, for Atlanta, if you've been watching us thinking, hey, nothing's going on, what are they talking about? It's about to move in to Atlanta, and it's going to be mainly heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and gusty winds. We are hoping we don't see any additional rotation out of this, but we do have to watch this back into Alabama in the Anniston area. I'm going to put this to velocity mode, and just to see, okay, there is still some of that potential rotation right here north of Anniston. And then also, this is looking a little interesting there along the Georgia-Alabama line in Cleburne County. We'll have to keep an eye on that. That looks kind of broad, but we do see some differences in the wind directions there. That'll be crossing over the state line, potentially into Haralson County in just a little bit. So we're hanging with you, even though we don't have any active tornado warnings in our area. We do have many spots where we have multiple counties in severe thunderstorm warnings. We're also keeping an eye on that warning back in Anniston to see if Cleburne County is going to be included in a warning coming up soon. It is possible that that could hold together. And again, we are responsible for Cleburne County, Alabama, in the Atlanta viewing area. So we would have to make sure that we're on top of that if a warning is issued. And then again, we just don't want to leave you when we have these severe thunderstorms that are moving through here. Again, nighttime storms are unsettling, and we don't want to just leave you right now before these storms even make it into the Atlanta area. We're going to hang with you with this very heavy rain, thunder and lightning, severe thunderstorms, and at any time out of these, the trends that we've been watching is that the tornado, we can see any rotation developing out of those at any time. Now, we do think, though, as these storms push through Atlanta and get closer to Atlanta, that the tornado risk is actually going to be a little bit lower with these storms as they move in. But still, as Danielle was talking, we're talking about 60-mile-an-hour winds, and this could start developing into a little bit more of a straight-line wind event with these strong storms moving through. And we could still see some trees coming down, too. I want to look at the lightning. Now, what we've been doing, let's put this back into live mode. We have been doing a lightning count, not including that in Alabama. I've been pretty much including just North Georgia within that. And we are seeing the lightning count coming down. We've got about 278 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period. That is still a lot of lightning. But these numbers are coming down a little bit, which does indicate maybe some trends of some slight weakening. Now, when I say weakening, I don't mean it's weak. I mean, it's not as strong as it was earlier. We still have very heavy rain. We still have strong winds up to 60 miles an hour. We still have a lot of lightning, but just not as much lightning as we had a little bit earlier. So what we do is we look for any kinds of trends as these storms are coming through.
They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Haralson with the TOR possible tag.
And that's because of that system that we are watching back into Alabama. So let me clear this.
Also, while we're talking about that storm, just so people know, because I did go to Jacksonville State, so I know there's a lot of people in Atlanta who might have kids that could be there.
Yes.
There is a tornado warning for Calhoun County, but Jacksonville is not included in that. Anniston, however, is. It looks like the rotation is still back a little bit westward of Anniston. So if you do know anyone who is in Calhoun County, where Jacksonville State is located, Jacksonville is not in that tornado warning right now.
And that kind of points out, you're seeing Danielle with the velocity behind her there.
Right.
But I've got the reflectivity up right here.
Right,
and again, this will
absolutely.
kind of point out what we're talking about here. Where, again, she's got velocity there. Here's the reflectivity, where there's that warning there. Keeping an eye on that. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is the new one that Danielle was just talking about over in West Georgia for those areas of Haralson County. And what they're saying in that warning is that they have some areas that they're watching with that. Let me get to this warning really quick here. Severe thunderstorm over Mars Hill, 11 miles west of Buchanan, moving east at 30, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail with that. And they have a tornado possible tag on that, as Danielle mentioned. So we have this now in Polk County, where, again, very heavy rain, thunder and lightning, 60-mile-an-hour winds with that, but they have a tornado possible tag. We've been watching a little bit of rotation with that. And let me put this to velocity mode, and at any time we could see some of that developing. So there you see north of Tallapoosa and near Buchanan. These are the areas that we're watching right here. And this is that spot that I was watching coming out of Cleburne County, right here and near Fruithurst. I was keeping an eye on that. It's not really tight or anything, but we have some differences in wind direction right there north of Tallapoosa, where we're going to have to keep watching that to see if we see any of that rotation potentially tightening up. Some strong activity there north of Bremen, too. Here is what we're watching, as Danielle was talking about, in near Anniston. Again, some bit of rotation possible there. Watching this to see if it makes it into Cleburne County, if they are going to issue a warning for Cleburne County. Again, that's an area that we're responsible for here. And then keeping an eye on this coming out of Cleburne, going into Haralson County, where we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 1:15, and then additional severe thunderstorm warnings, actually one warning that just does include multiple counties there as those storms continue to move over to the east, getting closer here to the Atlanta area. So all of this pushing toward the city right now, and that heaviest rain is in northern Cobb, moving into North Fulton, really heavy rain in Cherokee County, heavy rain in Forsyth County, moving into Hall County there, really heavy rain, strong winds over Lake Lanier at this hour, and then that even stretches up to Rabun County with very heavy rain, and that pushes into Toccoa there in Stevens County. All of that getting closer, again, the 985 corridor, and then this leading edge is going to be getting into 85 here in just a bit. North Gwinnett County is going to be seeing this rain pushing in from Forsyth County in just a little bit. So all of this moving down toward the south. This is going to be closing in on the city of Atlanta here in just a little bit. I want to also show you here remote 59, which is our, actually you can see that. I just wanted to show this to you full screen. We already have it up here, but what we're watching here on, okay, that's what I wanted to see. We are looking over toward the west. This is 75 north going up this way. We're looking over Truist Park, and look at that. That's what I wanted to see as we're looking toward the west and northwest at that lightning that is approaching, getting closer to Truist Park. Now that you can see that on the side, actually, okay, you can see Atlanta right here. All right, there's another view of Atlanta from our tower cam over at Arizona Avenue. So in the city, you can see still no rain here inside the city, but then this is what I'm watching at Truist Park, our tower cam there, looking over toward the west and northwest, where we have this next round of rain that's going to be pushing in. It's already over North Cobb. It is going to be moving into near the Smyrna area here at Truist Park in just a little bit. And we're seeing some of that lightning there from the distance that continues to push on in. Then we go back to the radar imagery, and that will show us what we are watching right here with those showers and storms moving in, and the warnings that we're watching too. In Atlanta, we're about to get hit by that heavier rain. I was just right here at Truist Park looking toward the north and west, where we could see some of the lightning from these storms in northwestern parts of Cobb County. Also, this stretches back north of I-20 there in Haralson County, where we have this severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect right now. Polk County, you got the heavy rain that's pushing out. Rome, you're actually starting to look a little bit better right now, where that heavier rain is over for you in Rome. Things are starting to calm down a bit, but it still stretches back to Polk and into Haralson County, and then having to keep an eye on this just north of I-20 in Alabama, in Anniston, near Anniston, where we have a tornado warning that is in effect. Watching that as it moves into Cleburne County to see if they're going to issue a warning for Cleburne. And then we have the severe thunderstorm warning in Haralson, and then this large severe thunderstorm warning that includes multiple counties now on the north side. This is north of I-20, where you can see these stronger storms here with the thunder and lightning and very heavy rain pushing through. And we have that large yellow polygon that includes multiple counties to cover the strong winds, the heavy rain, and the thunder and lightning pushing through North Georgia and getting closer and closer to the Atlanta area. And still a lot of lightning with these storms out there too. And many of you are most likely having a hard time sleeping with the heavy rain, thunder, and lightning that you're hearing outside. Just not really easy to sleep with that. This is our tower, our camera that is in our weather impact tracker. Cody Alcorn is there right now in the Ackworth area. Cody, can we cue Cody's mic? Is he able to talk to us? Because I'll just be curious to see what they are experiencing now. They're in the Ackworth area. Cody, you guys are pretty much, I know that we had you earlier taking cover there in Gordon County and near Calhoun when we had those tornado warnings in effect. Now you're driving back from Gordon County and you're pretty much riding along with the storms as they're pushing closer to Atlanta. What are you experiencing out there on the road?
Yeah, obviously a lot of rain, and you can feel the wind pushing our SUV across the lane. So that's one thing we're dealing with. And you have these semis going past us as well. We've seen a couple state troopers go by us, but just taking it slow. Obviously, one concern anytime you're out on these interstates, hydroplaning. So again, we're just trying to be careful. Don't want to get too big of a hurry. Again, as you mentioned, we saw that wind back in Calhoun near Buc-ee's. But we're now just kind of following the rain. As you mentioned, we're seeing a lot of lightning in front of us as well. We're just about 9 miles north of Kennesaw, just outside of Ackworth on 75 south, heading back towards the city. But you can see the flashers on. Actually, we have a different camera angle because the one on top of our truck, if we have that pointed forward, you're going to get blinded with the rain, so it doesn't really help much. So what I can do here, though, is kind of flip it around. What you'll see is that's kind of looking behind us, so you can just see that angle. But again, this is mounted inside our windshield, so it's kind of protected from the actual rain. But we're seeing a lot of cars, like I said, putting their flashers on, people slowing down. We'd like to see some of these semis slow down a little bit. They're flying down through these storms. But again, people are slowing down. We're still seeing that wind. That's kind of why we have slowed down. And obviously that's our truck telling us about a severe thunderstorm warning. But Chris, so far, it's just the wind we're kind of dealing with here on 75 South. You can really see those cars slowing down in front of us here with their flashers on as we approach the Ackworth area.
Yeah, Cody, there's going to be a lot of ponding on the roadways there with this really heavy rain that continues to move on through. I just hope I'm seeing those trucks and a lot of the cars that are going fast there. I'm hoping that they're able to stay slow and not encounter any of that ponding on the roadways where they would have any ponding there, where they could actually hydroplane, because where we were just showing you, that's where we have these severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. He was mentioning coming in from the Ackworth area, getting closer to Kennesaw, so that's about right up here in the northern parts of Cobb County. And they're pretty much following and moving along this area of heavy rain as they're coming back toward Atlanta. So they're experiencing the worst of that as they drive in pretty much along with that. It looks like, Danielle, that Anniston, okay, they've shrunk that
Yeah, they trimmed it down a little
bit.
They
trimmed it down, not as large as it was earlier, but we still have that tornado warning in effect over in Alabama near Anniston. That would be moving closer to Heflin and Fruithurst. Again, Cleburne County, you're not included in a tornado warning. But we still have this tornado warning just to the west of you near Anniston. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if Cleburne is going to be included in a tornado warning. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Haralson County. That's along I-20 and just north of I-20 as you're getting, driving closer to the Georgia-Alabama line here from Atlanta going this way. There's Haralson County here, Bremen and Buchanan. This is where we have some very heavy rain, strong winds with this. And we're keeping an eye on that just to see if we could see any rotation along with that as well, and keeping an eye on Cleburne County. And then these storms bearing down on the city of Atlanta right now, are getting closer to the city of Atlanta, where we will see that heavy rain moving in. And again, plenty of thunder and lightning. I'm going to put the lightning back on, and I'm going to do another lightning count now. I actually don't remember what the lightning count was earlier. We like to look at these counts. It was 278, our producer just told me there, and it's now 207. So again, just seeing that lightning number come down a little bit, indicating that we could see just a little bit of weakening with these storms. Not weak, but just weaker than they were a little bit earlier. But still, plenty of thunder, lightning. 207 lightning strikes in a 15-minute period is still a lot of lightning. But what we're doing is just looking for trends, where earlier we did have 500 plus lightning strikes in a 15-minute period, so at least that is starting to come down just a little bit. But I don't want you to let your guard down with that, because it is still a lot of lightning. We still have some strong storms. We still have severe weather moving through. And as you can see this in motion here, that is now bearing down on the city of Atlanta. Now, we were telling you that we were expecting these storms to experience some weakening getting closer to Atlanta. I'm glad we don't have any tornado warnings right now, but we do have these severe thunderstorm warnings here. We may see that weakening trend continue as these move down to the south and east. But when I say weakening trend, I'm not meaning they're not going to be strong. We still have some strong storms with this. Heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and wind with these storms. But as of now, we don't have any tornado warnings in the North Georgia area. We just have that one back in Anniston. We'll have to watch that closely moving into Cleburne County. Danielle?
Talking about in the Birmingham chat right now is that they are watching that storm in Cleburne. What's happening is every scan, it looks a little bit better and then it worsens. So right now they're going to be evaluating if they are going to be including Cleburne County into that tornado warning. As of right now, it is not. Now let's talk a little bit about the tornado watch. In fact, I'm going to put it up behind me so that you all can see what the watch looks like, because they have trimmed some of these counties back, and they have also extended the tornado watch for our Alabama counties, both Cleburne and Randolph counties, until 2 a.m. Central, which is 3 a.m. Eastern. As far as our Georgia counties are concerned, good news, the Peachtree City office of the National Weather Service says that they will not be extending the tornado watch southward. Once the storms move through the metro, they are anticipating a gradual downward trend overall, which that's exactly what our models were showing us earlier this evening, is once it kind of gets a little bit settled and things, the atmosphere starts to settle just a little bit, we'll start to see some of weakening into these storms. And as of right now, that's another reason why they have not included Metro Atlanta into the tornado watch. And based off of their latest message, they're not going to be including Metro Atlanta. In fact, they just sent another update. They will be clearing much of the northern counties from the severe warning. So in fact, let me go ahead and put that back up. This is a look at our radar right now. Turn the lightning off so that we can see clearer. What's going to happen is this one severe thunderstorm warning that's happening, the very large one that Chris has been showing you, that's going through Ackworth, where Cody is right now, through Dallas, parts of Bartow County, and it does include portions of Fulton County. They're going to trim some of those counties back from that severe thunderstorm warning very, very shortly, which is good news. Taking a quick look into our Birmingham chat, they still have not made a decision about what's happening in Cleburne County, which is back into Alabama. That's that storm that we keep talking about that is moving through Anniston and Calhoun County. What you're going to see, in fact, I'm going to turn this radar off. Sometimes it gets hard to really see what's going on. We turn the radar off and you all can be able to see the warning only. What's happening is they have it literally up to the county line. So that's up to Cleburne County, not issuing the warning just yet, because what's happening is every radar scan, you get new information. You start to look into the wind speeds, the velocity. At the National Weather Service, they do it much faster than what we're doing here on air. But what they're seeing is it's not quite holding together to go ahead and push the button for the tornado warning. However, I would suggest you kind of prepare yourself, because you are in between a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. And then on the backside coming through Alabama, you also have that tornado warning that has been issued. So that's just, based off of my viewing here in the last few minutes. That's what we were looking at. So it's good news, though, for some of us that have already gone through the heavy rainfall and the high winds. You're going to start to see some of those counties removed from the tornado watch. We're not going to see that tornado watch expanded, Chris, and we're going to continue to see some of these counties actually removed from this very large severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued.
And they just did that, and they just removed Pickens County and also areas of Pickens County and also Jasper there, and Dawson County. We still have the rest of those counties included in that, but then they just issued another severe thunderstorm warning. Again, these are overlapping warnings, but now we have DeKalb, Cobb, Banks, Jackson, Fulton, Forsyth County, Barrow County, Hall, and Gwinnett County. That is the newest severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be in effect until 1:30. So what they did is they still have this one. They canceled Pickens County and Dawson County from that. We still have Northern Forsyth, Cherokee County, North Fulton, North Cobb, also Paulding County in the severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be in effect for just a little while longer. But now a new severe thunderstorm warning that does extend into Atlanta, North Fulton and Central Fulton County, North DeKalb, much of Gwinnett County, Southern Forsyth County, South Hall County, moving over into areas of Barrow County and also Jackson County is where we have this latest severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be in effect until 1:30 in the morning. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and penny-sized hail possible with this. So what we are seeing, Danielle, is, and the National Weather Service was kind of agreeing. Well, it's nice to see when we're talking on air about this general weakening trend that we're seeing, although they're not weak. Again, I want to say that again. We're talking about getting a little bit weaker, and we watch for trends here. Still heavy rain, still strong winds, still severe weather, but just they're not as strong as they were earlier. And the National Weather Service is also saying that this is really becoming more of a linear storm system that could still have some straight line winds with them and less of a tornadic event. Again, we could still see rotation developing at any time, but the chances for tornadoes are actually starting to come down a little bit. But we still have to deal with these strong winds and thunder and lightning and very heavy rain coming in. Now,
They did say they're just going to issue a severe for Cleburne.
Okay, all right. So that's what I was just about to say. Now we have to watch, though, that coming out of Anniston to see if Cleburne will be in a tornado warning. But Danielle just got the latest here saying that they are going to issue and there it is. It just showed up as a severe thunderstorm warning rather than a tornado warning, with that system coming out of Anniston moving into Cleburne. So we have severe thunderstorm warnings lined up all along this leading edge of these storms, going back to Cleburne County, Alabama, into Haralson County. I really expect that Carroll County is going to be added into a severe thunderstorm warning soon. We have these new counties added into this new severe thunderstorm warning, as I mentioned, from Atlanta up into South Cobb, North Fulton, North Gwinnett, up into South Hall, Barrow County, Jackson County here, where we have, and parts of Hall County, where we have that severe thunderstorm warning with that very heavy rain and the thunder and lightning that continues to move through. And we're still talking winds possible around 60 miles an hour, and that could bring down trees at any time. You can see our camera here on our weather impact tracker where they're coming down 75. Earlier when we talked to them, you can still see some of the lightning strikes there. Earlier when we were talking to them, they were coming out of Ackworth into Kennesaw. They're still moving through Cobb County right now along 75. I was looking to see if I saw any street signs there as they're moving down getting closer, most likely to Marietta. But they're pretty much following that heavy rain the whole way back from Gordon County, where they were taking cover there at a tornado warning just a little bit earlier. So this is moving closer to the city of Atlanta. You can see the very heavy rain still, cars moving a little bit slower on the road, some of them using their flashers there as they are moving in, but all of this closing in on the city of Atlanta right now. This is our tower cam at Truist Park, where I know that's kind of dark there, but every once in a while we can see those flashes of lightning. They're at what road?
Barrett Parkway.
Barrett Parkway. Okay, so Danielle just saw the sign there as I turned my head. So still there in Cobb County, traveling through, really riding along with this heavy rain and the thunder and lightning and some of those stronger winds there too. So severe thunderstorm warnings lining up along with this band of rain, very heavy rain, thunder and lightning continuing to move through. Even though we don't have any tornado warnings issued here for our area or active for the area, we're going to stay on a little bit longer. We want to make sure these storms behave, pushing through the city of Atlanta. We know that you're hungry for weather information here tonight as you're trying to sleep. I know that it is not easy to get to sleep with strong storms there outside your window with heavy rain, wind, and thunder and lightning, and multiple severe thunderstorm warnings here. And if you have your weather wireless emergency alerts on your phone or your weather app, the 11Alive app program to go off with warnings, your phone may be waking you up here from some of these warnings that are pushing through the area. So there's that leading edge about to move in to that northwest corner. And that would be right here at Truist Park, where we have our camera there, where we're going to see the rain that's going to be getting really heavy and the visibility is going to be reduced. Now, I know it's dark. It's kind of hard to see it anyway, but this is the main event coming in right now. Not as strong as it was earlier, when we had the multiple tornado warnings coming out of Alabama and into northwest Georgia. But these are still strong, just not as strong as they were. Heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. We could be talking about winds of around 60 miles an hour. The National Weather Service was saying some hail possible with these storms, but when we keep checking the hail product that we have, we're not really seeing any hail. And Danielle, I don't know that you've seen much hail with that either. I'm looking at the hail tracks too. Most of that has been over into Anniston, well, near Anniston, Ragland, Jacksonville, over in Alabama, moving into Cleveland County. But we're not really seeing any hail with that right now in Metro Atlanta. So it's just continuing to watch this leading edge, all the thunder and lightning there in association with these storms and the heavy rain pushing into the city right now. There is a look again at Truist Park, where we're seeing more of the lightning. Okay, we're seeing the camera shaking there at Truist. That's the leading edge. All right, what we're watching is right here. Okay, in fact, I'm going to zoom in a little bit tighter so we can see this. So what we're seeing in this camera at the bottom, this is Truist Park right there at 285 and 75. And that leading edge is just now moving in to this camera right here. I know it's dark, hard to see, but the raindrops on the lens, it's starting to get a little bit more of that on there. We've been watching the camera shake a little bit more as this leading edge that we have right now is pushing in, and that's where we have those bands of strong winds with it too. So that's why that camera is shaking just a little bit more there. The camera at the bottom is from Arizona Avenue, east of the city, looking back to the west toward the city, and we're going to be seeing that rain get a little bit heavier there in just a little bit too, as those storms continue to push on through. I think what I'm going to do is I'm sorry, go for it.
I drew a squall line for you with some times for people, especially like here in Metro Atlanta, in case you are awaiting the storms to arrive. So if I call out your town or your neighborhood, make sure that you are prepared. Right now, just for reference, it is 12:59 a.m. So at 101 Mableton. Once again, this is just for severe thunderstorm warnings with some really high winds involved with it. The one severe thunderstorm warning that has a tornado possible tag in it. That is for Harrelson. So North Atlanta at 1:11 a.m., Brazelton at 1:21 a.m., Metro Atlanta at 1:29 a.m. That's when the heaviest of the rain and the highest of the winds will be at your doorstep. Once again, 12:59 currently. And so Atlanta, you have until 1:29 to be prepared for that. Belvedere Park at 1:38 a.m., East Point at 1:49 a.m., Redan at 1:56 a.m., Forest Park at 2:10 a.m., Lake City at 2:17 a.m., and Union City at 2:22 a.m. So like the National Weather Service said, they're not anticipating this to continue to be a tornadic event. That means that they're just looking at a wind event. That's still something serious. So you need to make sure that you are prepared. Wind gusts so far right now, radar indicated around 60 miles an hour for these storms as they push through. So that definitely could cause some outages. That's another reason why you saw that Truist Park camera kind of shaking just a little bit. Even Cody talked about it. He said you could feel the wind pushing against our weather impact tracker. So that's just two accounts that we know for sure that the winds are very high. The lightning is high as well. We've seen several reports of grass fires and field fires as these storms move through because there have been so many lightning strikes. As of right now, it does look like the system is weakening just a little bit, but not for that wind threat, unfortunately. So that's something that we have to continue to keep our eye on. And it looks like they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag on it. And that's for Paulding, Douglas, Carroll, and Harrelson counties. And that's until 1 o'clock in the morning. And that's they just issued it at 1 a.m. So I guess that should be expiring at a different time, 1:45. So
yeah.
From 1 to 1:45, that new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible.
Yeah,
risk.
A couple of developments there with that. Danielle, at 1 o'clock also, we had this northern tier of counties. Remember, we had double overlapping severe thunderstorm warnings there. That one did expire at 1 o'clock. So those counties like Cherokee County, you're no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. Dawson no longer in it as well. North Cobb no longer in it. But we still have this part here still in that severe thunderstorm warning, or the second warning that we had. It still includes multiple counties, including North and Central Fulton, South Cobb, DeKalb, Gwinnett, also into South Forsyth, up toward Hall County and parts of Gwinnett, North Gwinnett County, still in that warning. And then Danielle was just talking about this new one that was issued here out along I-20, where we have southern parts of Paulding County, northern Douglas County, northern Carroll County, back into parts of Harrelson County, and then also that warning in Cleburne County, severe thunderstorm warnings there. And with that new warning that just came out on the west side, they did include the tornado possible tag, meaning that we could see rotation developing at any time. Now, take a look again right here. This is our weather impact tracker that Cody Alcorn is in right now. Cody, you got some new information about damage where you just came from, right?
Yeah, now if you guys want to pull some pictures, I put those in Teams for you guys. That's how we communicate back in our newsroom. But Gordon County Emergency Management posting some pictures. They say the majority of the affected areas are around the Sonoraville community. Trees and power lines have been downed in several roadways. At least one storm-related automobile crash. So we have one storm-related crash has happened in Gordon County. This is where we were earlier, Chris, with several of those tornado warnings. They did not say where that crash happened, but it was related to the storms. We don't know if that person is okay, but they are telling people to be aware that there is debris on the roadways. If you have to get out for work tonight, if you're working a late third shift going home when it's still dark, be safe. So again, they have Public Works, Fire Rescue, Emergency Management, and the Gordon County Sheriff's Office out and about trying to clear these roads now that those storms have moved out. But again, they're hearing the Sonoraville community is the area that's been hit the worst. And again, trees are down. We've had at least one crash there in Gordon County. Also, the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office saying Reinhardt College Parkway just west of Land Road is closed due to a down tree and down power lines. I know we also been hearing possibly a tree on a house in Cherokee County as well, but we can confirm Reinhardt College Parkway is closed. And again, Danielle and Chris, I put in Teams, which again is how I communicate with the team back in the newsroom while we're out here in the field. There are some pictures if you guys want to get some of those back on the air to show some of the people what's going down. But that's what I'm hearing from Gordon County and Cherokee County. And looking outside right now, you might be able to hear it in my microphone. It is pouring right where we're at right now. And let me honestly just pull up. We're right at 75 here, coming into the city, kind of following this line. To give you an exact area where we're at, we're about to cross over Windy Hill Road. If you're watching and familiar, that's the rain really coming down right now, Chris and Danielle.
All right, Cody, I just zoomed in here to where you were talking about up in Gordon County. You mentioned Sonoraville. Let's get me back on camera here so I can point this out where you can see this is Sonoraville right here, and this is 75. This is the Blackwood area. I'll zoom out a little bit more. So you see Sonoraville right there where we have that damage that's coming in. So that is, so Cody was up here around Calhoun and Sugar Valley. So that was over in this part of Gordon County, getting a little bit closer to 411, where Cody was just talking about those reports of damage as those storms move through. And I'll put this into motion here, and you can see as those storms rolled on through here, what they were experiencing. And I'm going to put the velocity mode on as well, just so I can go backwards here on that too. We'll just see if we have anything. I'm going to do this back for the past 2 hours here. Go backwards. And this is what, this is what we were watching right there near the Sonoraville area. And that's where we had that tornado warning that was in effect. So it'll be interesting to see if that was, damage, from an actual tornado or not coming through. But Cody's giving us some of those reports of the damage in those areas there.
Chris, this is the
in parts of Gordon County. Go ahead.
Cherokee County that Cody sent to us. This is at Reinhardt College Parkway. This is in Cherokee County, sent to Cody by the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office there. And these are trees down at Reinhardt College Parkway, just west of Land Road. It's shut down because not only is the tree down, but the power lines are down as well. I'm trying to see if I can look. Oh, yep. So this is, I don't know if you all can see it because it's dark, but the power lines are going right through this tree being down in the road there. You can see the branches in the road as well. So you definitely want to make sure that you are taking it easy if you have to go out early tomorrow morning, if you know anyone as well. In fact, our producer Reem says that this is Gordon County. That's definitely some significant damage there as well.
Yeah.
It looks like trees are down. I'm not seeing power lines down in that area, but that's a lot of trees down. It looks like maybe some straight line wind damage in that area, Chris.
Yeah, and that's in those areas that we were concentrating on so much there in Gordon County, where we had those tornado warnings and overlapping tornado warnings in parts of Gordon County. And that's where Cody was when we had that tornado warning that was up there as well. Here's another picture. This is from Gordon County as well. And these are from the emergency manager, I believe, right? From Gordon County, showing us where we have some of the damage there. Again, that looks like power lines down over the road where emergency officials are there trying to block that off to protect anyone from driving through that. So we've been talking about this all night, tracking these storms moving through, and now we are hearing some of the impacts from these storms and showing some of the damage that has been coming in from these storms rolling through, whether or not it's actual tornado damage or severe thunderstorm, wind damage. We don't know that yet. We really won't get a better handle on that until we get to the daylight hours tomorrow and we're able to see some of this damage a little bit better. And then the National Weather Service will, of course, survey the damage there, too. Here's a look at these storms that we're watching right now with the very heavy rain still bearing down on the city of Atlanta. We have the stronger storms on the north side right now. Here again is a look at Truist Park. This is the weather impact tracker where Cody and his team are driving back right at Mount Perrin Road. So that's inside the perimeter now. They're right in that leading edge of those stronger storms as they push into the Atlanta area. So again, they're talking about right inside the perimeter right here on 75 at Mount Perrin Road with that really heavy rain that's coming down, and that is pushing in to the city of Atlanta. This is Smyrna right now at Truist Park, where, again, we're watching right here, that heavy rain that is coming down there as well. I also have in remote 58, I believe, our north side tower cam. I know it's dark, we may not be able to see much, but we have some heavy rain there on the north side of 285 there at Georgia 400 as well, with that heavy rain that's coming down there too. And that's all in where we have this very large severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect that includes multiple counties right along the 85 corridor, the 985 corridor there, and then out I-20. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings for the southern parts of Paulding County into Haralson County, northern parts of Douglas County, and that far northern part of Carroll County right there. Heavy rain coming in, winds of about 60 miles an hour. Cleburne County, you have a severe thunderstorm warning there as well. Plenty of heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, and those strong winds as that leading edge is now moving along that I-85 corridor here in North DeKalb, about to move in on Spaghetti Junction, pushing into the city of Atlanta. Things are about to get really heavy here in our area. In fact, y'all keep that tower cam up on the corner of the screen, and I'm going to actually change that from our camera there at Truist Park, and that's about to change to our Atlanta camera. You can see the thunder and lightning there with it. Oh, actually, y'all have it up raw. So I have the camera, Georgia Tech camera on remote 58, if y'all want that there. Now, while I was doing that, Danielle, did you see that? They allowed that severe thunderstorm warning. It just disappeared here.
They kept the tornado possible tag in there, though.
So let's see here.
With the update.
They canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for DeKalb, Cobb, Banks, Jackson, Fulton, Forsyth, Barrow, Hall, and Gwinnett. But we still have Haralson and Carroll in there, and that's the one that still has the tag,
yes.
Tornado possible tag. Okay, so that really large severe thunderstorm warning that covered multiple counties there along the 85 and 985 corridor, moving down into the city of Atlanta, that was supposed to expire later, but they canceled it for DeKalb, Cobb, Banks, Jackson, Fulton, Forsyth, Barrow, Hall, and Gwinnett County. We still have the thunderstorm warning for Haralson and Carroll County. All right, that's actually a new one here. So a lot still going on on the west side here. We have this one that we told you about earlier for Paulding, Douglas, Northern Carroll, back into Haralson. Now they have a new one for Carroll County, southern parts of Haralson County, right along I-20. So now I-20 is getting most of the action there to the west of the city. That's where we have these severe thunderstorm warnings that are still in effect. But this rain is now bearing down on the city, inside the perimeter, about to move into the downtown area. With the very heavy rain and thunder and lightning here continuing to move on through. And then the severe storms are over on the west side right now. So these here in Atlanta and on the northeast side, yeah, we've got heavy rain, we have thunder and lightning, but the winds have just gone below what we would classify as severe. We just heard thunder over the station here as these storms are moving in right now, that leading edge. But where we do have those winds, at severe limits, it's over there on the west side. I'll put the lightning back on here so you can see those areas that we're watching. That warning that is over on the west side is going to be in effect. The newest one that just came in is going to be in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning. So still plenty of lightning with these storms and very heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, as I mentioned with that. The wind not as strong as it was. That's why they have allowed that severe thunderstorm warning that include multiple counties north and east of the city. It's now gone below severe limits. Still heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and winds below 55 miles an hour, but we still may have winds 40 to 50 with it as that weakening trend is hopefully going to continue as that moves over to the east. Now on the west side, still dealing with these severe thunderstorm warnings due to the strong winds, heavy rain, and thunder and lightning with that too. And again, Danielle, I'm not really seeing much with hail. I know that when the National Weather Service office is issuing these warnings, they're saying there is that potential for hail, but with those warnings over on the west side too, they're also including the tornado possible tag. I did read that correct, right? It
yes.
is still a tornado possible tag there.
Yes, there is.
With that for Haralson and also Carroll, meaning at any minute, we could see any rotation developing out of that, and we could see a tornado warning that could get issued there on the west side. But I'm encouraged that they, even though we've got the heavy rain, thunder and lightning and gusty winds, at least those north and east of the city have gone below severe limits, and they allowed that warning that had so many counties in it to be canceled. But still, know that you're trying to sleep with that heavy rain and thunder and lightning there moving through Gwinnett County right now. That's going to continue to push on through. Things are looking better in far north Georgia. Now, we might see some redevelopment there in Floyd County near Rome with a couple of additional showers developing there, but not as strong as they were earlier. And then also continuing these on the west side. And, Danielle, I think it's interesting that tornado warning back near Anniston is still holding together right there on the Cleveland County line.
They extended it, but they did not include Cleveland County. It's like they're trying to hold on to it as much as possible. I have seen a little bit of rotation, but I don't know if they're going to extend it.
And it's all pretty much moving out of the polygon there too.
Exactly.
So Cleveland County, I want you to still be aware they're over into Alabama on the west side. We have these storms again in northern Carroll, southern Haralson County. This warning that is in eastern Haralson County, northern Carroll, northern Douglas, and southern Paulding County, where we still have these severe thunderstorm warnings there in effect as these storms push on down to the south as well as to the east. With that heavy rain, thunder and lightning, strong winds there. The severe stuff is mainly on the west side now. Still the heavy rain coming into Atlanta, but they're not classified as severe anymore from Atlanta to the north and the east. And still plenty of lightning. And you can almost see here from the lightning on here that the lightning is not as intense. I mean, still a lot of lightning north and east of the city, but we're seeing the clusters of the more intense lightning in these storms where we still have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect there.
They're
showing
saying
the
that the
intensity.
two radars are just not agreeing. They said that the Birmingham radar has it more impressive than the Peachtree City radar, so that's the only reason why they have not issued that tornado warning for Cleveland.
I see, okay. So again, the radar's seeing things a little bit differently here for those storms. But okay, so that one in Anniston just did expire. I'm assuming it expired at 1:15 there. So we just have the severe thunderstorm warnings there too. But again, those stronger storms over to the west of us, where that lightning is clustered up a little more intense for those storms in South Paulding, the northern parts of Douglas County, northern Carroll, also these in Haralson and northern Carroll as well. And then very heavy rain, but you'll see how the lightning is spaced out just a little bit more here on the north side, Atlanta northward into Cobb, North Fulton into Gwinnett. Yes, thunder and lightning with it, some heavy rain, but it's just not intense as it was a little bit earlier. We're not seeing those clusters of lightning with that intensity of the lightning like we're having on the west side where these storms are still severe. So as these move through Atlanta and push to the south of I-20, it's going to be really interesting to see if those hold together in Douglas County, South Fulton, and into the rest of Carroll, maybe moving into Coweta County, or if we see that weakening trend as it goes south of I-20, like it's weakening there to the north and east of the city. That's what we're having to watch for next as these storms continue to roll on through and push through the city of Atlanta. And we hope to see that weakening trend continue as we get, right now it's at 1:17, as we get closer to the 1:30 hour and even closer to 2 o'clock. Hopefully this will all be passing through. And even though you folks on the south side and to the east of us will still have rain and thunder and lightning, we just hope that it's not as strong for you as it has been for us here to the north as those storms were moving through a little bit earlier. My computer kind of took us up to the wrong space there. But that's the area that we're watching right now, continuing to move through. Danielle was telling us earlier about that tornado watch. I want to give you an update here on that as well. And Danielle, does this look right to you, what I'm showing?
Yes.
So Atlanta, okay, those areas, that's right.
They never
included Atlanta. They did extend it down into those areas of Haralson and Paulding County, but they've taken those counties out of northwest Georgia, and they still have these counties to the north of us. I'm assuming they'll take more of that out. This is supposed to expire at 2 o'clock anyway, but they did say that they were not going to, or they didn't have plans to extend this tornado watch into Atlanta or south of us. Even though that line is moving that way, we don't think there'll be a threat for tornadoes with it. Now, there might be an isolated spin up, but nothing widespread enough to issue a tornado watch, a new tornado watch. So for now, Atlanta and on the south side, there is not a plan for a tornado watch to be issued here, but it's just these remaining counties to the north, and I really expect that they'll be taking Gilmer, Fannin County out pretty soon, as really the bulk of that heavier rain has already moved out. And if they don't take it out, it's going to expire anyway at 2 o'clock. And we most likely won't have a new one being issued. But really, that lightning clustered up just a little bit more there in those areas of the west. I am going to include the lightning count with those storms over in Anniston. We've got about 262 lightning strikes. That does include these storms back into Cleburne County and over toward Anniston. Really, the cluster of that a little heavier here along I-20 and just north of I-20. But this lightning north of the city here in North Fulton, going up into Gwinnett and Hall, yeah, we still have lightning there. It's just not as intense as it was a little bit earlier. I don't know if you guys want to change this camera to what is on remote 58. That's our Georgia Tech camera, if that's possible. We have a little more light on that, and we can show the really heavy rain that's pushing in on the city of Atlanta right now. It's our Georgia Tech camera. I think I have that on remote 58 if y'all want to put that in there. But that, again, is showing those storms coming into the city right now, that leading edge. And even before they change, there it is right there. Here's the city of Atlanta. Visibility starting to come down a little bit more. We're looking over the stadium there at Georgia Tech, at Grant Field, and there you can see the tall buildings where the visibility is coming down a little bit more because of all the heavy rain that's pushing through the city at this hour, and also the thunder and lightning that we have too.
They just updated the severe thunderstorm warning. They took Harrelson out, but they continued it for Carroll, Douglas, and Paulding until 1:45, and it does still have that tornado possible tag on it.
Okay, that's good to know. Where Harrelson is coming out of one of those warnings. We still have the southern part of Harrelson in this triangular polygon right here into Carroll. That was still in it. The northern part of Harrelson is no longer in it. We still have a little bit of Paulding, a little bit of North Carroll, and a little bit of Douglas in this part right here. And then more of those storms, again, back into West Georgia and into Cleburne County near Fruithurst, out I-20. They're crossing over the state line there into Cleburne County. So those are the only warnings that we have right now. The northeastern part of Harrelson is canceled, that what we just talked about there. But that heavy rain on the north side, so here we go in the city of Atlanta, where you can see what we're watching. Again, this is Truist Park. I know it's dark. We've got the heavy rain. We can occasionally see some thunder and lightning there. So that's right here where you see Truist Park there at 75 and 285. This camera is our camera at Georgia Tech, where that's right there north of I-20 here along the downtown connector. So we have the really heavy rain that's coming down with that right now, and you can see the lightning strikes and the lightning flashes from those storms on both of those cameras as this is really heavy, and we're hearing the heavy rain on our roof here in Midtown at our 11Alive studios. But it's that heavy rain, thunder and lightning, gusty winds, but for Atlanta, north and east, they are no longer classified as severe. That means that winds are below that severe threshold of 57 miles an hour or greater. We can still have winds 40 to 50 miles an hour. In fact, they issued a special weather statement, which is just below a severe thunderstorm warning for Douglas, Barrow, Gwinnett, DeKalb, Newton, Clayton, Fayette, South Fulton, really along this entire line. It's a special weather statement, and they are saying what we're seeing with these storms here. 40 mile an hour winds, frequent cloud to ground lightning, and heavy rain. So they're saying up to 40 mile an hour winds. I was thinking we might still at least have 40 to 50, but the Weather Service is saying now that it's up to 40 mile an hour winds. So that is below the severe criteria here, again, from Atlanta north and eastward. But the only severe that we have, these over on the west side, where we're still seeing those winds of 50 plus 58 miles an hour, maybe up to 60 miles an hour. Danielle?
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to go through some of the storm reports. We do have a few pictures that we can definitely show on air now of the wind damage and the trees that are down currently. This is a look at our storm reports so far. What's going to happen is we're going to get some more of these in right now. Once the heaviest of the rain, the strongest of that storm passes through, the emergency managers can go out and survey what's happening. So right now what you're seeing, all these icons, the blue one with the little drops there, that's actually a hail icon. The other ones are trees. So those are all trees down, and it goes far back into Alabama as well. This is a look into Cherokee County. This tree, even though you can't see it, has caught the power lines entangled in it. This is a road closed there. This was from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office. This is also a picture of a lightning strike in Blue Ridge. This was sent in by Nikki Smith to our 11Alive Weather Impact Facebook group. She submitted this photo earlier this evening, and you can see, just as I'm talking about the lightning, how the lightning is flashing at the Truist Park camera as well as over Georgia Tech this evening. This is a look into Gordon County, another tree down. This is, Cody sent us this photo to us. Someone else submitted it to him, but that's a very large tree down on the road in Gordon County. So far, Gordon and Cherokee County have had pictures to go with those reports of the trees down. Also, this is a look into Fulton County. This is at 7585 at 17th Street. I think this tells a really big weather story. If the camera doesn't pause on me there, you can see the water that's being splashed up with these cars as they drive through. This is some of the heaviest of the rainfall that's starting to come through Metro Atlanta right now. So right now, if you are in Metro Atlanta, you're hearing that rain. We can hear it on our building here. You're seeing the lightning flashes as well. So definitely want to make sure you take your time if you have to go out. Some people might just be waking up to get ready to work their overnight shift. And if you are, the roads are wet. Ponding definitely happening across Metro Atlanta at this time. In fact, as you're seeing that video go, across the screen, we're going to pull up the radar so that you have a better look and to see exactly what's going on right now. This is a look at our radar currently, and this is what we're saying. The leading edge of this front is literally headed through Metro Atlanta and throughout the 285 perimeter. It's literally in the middle of the 285 perimeter, right at the I-20 corridor. And then back to the west, that's where we have those severe thunderstorm warnings. And unfortunately, some of them do have that tornado possible tag on them. And in fact, I'm just going to draw really quickly a squall line so that we have an idea of when these storms are going to arrive further down the line, especially if you live down 675, 75 South, going towards Morrow, Griffin, all of that area, College Park. And just for reference, it is 1:26 a.m. and I know we've been on air for quite some time, but some of these storms are still very powerful. Whenever you have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it, that lets you know that those winds are just too high. So you want to make sure that you are aware of that. There's not a severe thunderstorm warning attached to this. Just like Chris said, it's below the severe limit, but it's still got 40 miles an hour wind. So that could definitely cause some trees to go down. East Point at 1:30 a.m. And if you're wondering what time it is, it's also back above my head as well. College Park at 1:38 a.m., Redan at 1:39 a.m., Lake City at 1:48, Morrow at 1:53, Athens at 2:04, Stockbridge at 2:06, Watkinsville at 2:13, Irondale at 2:20, and Covington at 2:28. And if you're wondering, wow, that's a large array of places from Athens all the way to Redan, all the way to East Point. That's because that is along the leading edge of that front. So none of these places have experienced that heavy rainfall like we're getting right now in Fulton County, but it is headed your way. So you want to make sure that you are prepared. Winds anywhere from 40 to 50 miles an hour. It just depends on how the front is really surging at this time. But Chris, I'm noticing that it does look like it's weakening just a little bit. It's just off to the west, I-20 west, right there, where we're starting to see that piece of that storm just won't weaken enough for it to expire that severe thunderstorm warning, or even for them to drop that tornado possible tag.
Yeah, I know, and that's why we're staying on. We want to keep with you here. Number one, this is what we've been tracking over the past few days here. and it's now moving in over the city of Atlanta, and at least they are weakening, and we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings from Atlanta north and eastward. And even the Weather Service is saying those storms, will still have some winds with them, but they're even saying up to 40 miles an hour. So that is below severe status. We would need to see winds of 57, 58 miles an hour or greater in order to have a severe thunderstorm warning. But these over on the west side still are strong enough for these severe thunderstorm warnings back into Cleburne County. Also this warning here in the southern parts of Haralson County, northern Carroll County. Those are the two warnings that we still have left out there as they push down toward the south. We have seen the weakening trend happening as, again, the Weather Service canceled the severe thunderstorm warnings that were up to the north and east of us a little bit earlier. Now, when we say, as I've been saying all along here, and I say weakening, it doesn't mean that they are weak. They're just not as strong as they were earlier. We're seeing these through Atlanta on the northeast side coming below the severe status, but it's these over on the west side where we still have those storms that are strong. In fact, I'm going to put the lightning back on because we've been able to see here the clusters of lightning, how the lightning north and east of the city is a little more sporadic. We're not seeing that clustered up as much as we are with these storms over on the west side coming into Douglas out of Paulding, and of course these over in Haralson and Carroll, as well as that really intense lightning there along I-20 there in parts of Cleburne County as that moves down toward the south. So still strong, still severe over on the west side. What we hope to see happen is if that weakening trend, now again, they took out Douglas County from a warning earlier. We had a couple of warnings there. Now that one's no longer in effect. I'm hoping that that transitions over into West Georgia too, and maybe as we see these storms push south of I-20, we'll see that weakening trend happening on the west side too, as this line has been really strong moving through the southeast. Now here we are in the middle of the night. I say the middle of the night, it's 1:30 in the morning, where it's been a while since we've had the heat of the day where we got up to 88 degrees for a high today. And now as we see these storms push down toward the south, we are hopefully seeing our air stabilizing a little bit more as it's not as hot as it was earlier. And hopefully these storms will continue to weaken through those overnight hours as we were expecting and as the models were showing us that we would have that weakening trend pushing through the city of Atlanta and down to the south of us. So now is the time when we're going to be finding that out, if that's going to happen with those storms weakening, pushing down toward the south. Again, it is 1:31 right now. We were thinking that by between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, that's when these storms would be through the Atlanta area, still impacting spots south and east of the city. And that timing looks like it may be working out. There might be still some of the back edge of this over Atlanta at 2 o'clock, but we'll see that pushing away from the city and still impacting those areas that will be east and also to the south of us for the first, for the next couple of hours here, and then pushing away. And again, by the time most people wake up early in the morning here on your Wednesday morning, the rain's going to be gone. The roads are most likely still going to be wet, but folks are going to be getting out, looking to see any tree limbs or leaves that are scattered around their yard, or some spots who have been dealing with that damage and the cleanup. And we've been seeing some pictures of that up in parts of Gordon County early this morning from those storms that came through during the evening hours. So that's what we're going to have to watch for through the rest of the nighttime hours tonight. But we do see the intensity of the storms trending down a little bit. You still, folks on the south side, are still going to have this moving in, but we just don't think it's going to be as strong for you on the south side and to the east of us as it has been over areas of North Georgia and also into West Georgia too. But we've got those two severe thunderstorm warnings still holding on west of the city over in Carroll and also over into parts of Haralson County, and then that one over into Cleburne County, Alabama. And as those storms move to the south, it's going to be interesting to see if the National Weather Service is going to issue any additional warnings here south of I-20 or if these storms look like they're going to continue weakening as the system continues to move on down toward the south as well as to the east. So I'm checking here to make sure we don't have anything new showing up here. I'm going to look at velocity just to check out anything over on the west side with any of that. Okay, there's a new scan right here that looks a little bit interesting there, south of I-20. That's right on the right on the Carroll and really south of Haralson County and into Carroll County, and right there on the Cleburne County line, the Georgia state line. So keeping an eye on that little bit of rotation there near Bowden, which is in West Georgia, right here. And we'll see if the Weather Service is going to, if they are keeping an eye on this, if this circulation is kind of tightening up a little bit, if this is going to be tight enough for them to maybe issue another warning, whether it be another severe thunderstorm warning or with a tornado possible tag, or if they could issue potentially a tornado warning with this. Again, just some rotation that we're seeing north of Bowden. This is to the west of Carrollton, with a little bit of potential circulation that we're watching there in West Georgia, near Mount Zion, near Burwell, Farmers High. Again, as of right now, we do not have a tornado warning for this, but I want you to watch over along the Georgia state line, just in case we do see a red polygon show up here for if that rotation tightens up anymore for a potential tornado that could be developing there. But again, we're hoping that these storms continue to weaken there on the west side. We still have a lot of lightning with those out there too, but just something that we have to continue to watch with these storms. And at any moment, as we've been saying, we could get some rotation developing out of them. So that is just the one suspect area that we're watching within these severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, we have to watch these because they are saying that a tornado could be possible, even from these severe thunderstorm warnings. So keeping an eye on that, just north of Bowden, south of I-20 there in the Carroll County area, right there along the Georgia-Alabama line. And that would be pushing, in fact, I'm going to just kind of manually put this into motion here. I'm going to go backwards a little bit. So that was, okay, I want you to watch that, moving across I-20. All right, I'm going to kind of move out of the way here. This is the area that we're watching. Let me push this up just a little bit and over. All right, as I go backwards with this, watch that red. So this is going to go backwards. But this is that bit of rotation right there that we were watching coming out of Cleburne County, crossing the line, and whether or not that's going to be strong enough or, for any type of couplets that would indicate any rotation that's strong enough for a tornado warning. The Weather Service is going to keep an eye on that for you too. And of course, that's why we're staying here with you too, because we want to watch these storms and any type of rotation that could potentially develop out of them as they push down toward the south. But again, we're encouraged that these storms north and east of the city are below what we would classify as severe thunderstorm warnings. Winds with these around 40 miles an hour, maybe a little bit higher than that in some spots, but it's this stuff over to the west of us. Douglas County, we still have some clusters of intense lightning there in South Cobb, South Paulding into Douglas County, moving into South Fulton County, and then all of this back into areas of Carroll County and into those spots there. Okay, so there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued that just popped up there in Carroll County. Let me put this back to live.
It also has the TOR possible tag on it.
Okay, so yeah, Danielle looking at that warning as it's coming in, and as of right now,
it's until 2:15 a.m.
Okay, that's going to be in effect till 2:15. Let me plot that here. So I showed you that potential rotation that we were watching there, but the Weather Service is just saying, I don't want to say just saying, but saying this is a severe thunderstorm for Carroll County in effect for 2:15. This is that severe thunderstorm, as I was pointing out, over near Bowden is where they're saying this is located. 10 miles west of Carrollton, moving east at 30 miles an hour. It has 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and the possibility of some hail with it. But they are also tagging this with a tornado possible. So that, again, is from that cell. And the other one
Also, Cleburne County's not really out of the woods yet with that tornado warning because they have the warning drawn in case it tightens up again.
Okay. So those areas in West Georgia, still watching very closely with that. And let me put this back to velocity mode. And there is that area that we're watching of that potential rotation right there around Bowden. So that's where the Weather Service is saying where we have the that little bit, again, severe thunderstorm warning, but they're saying that at any moment a tornado could be possible to develop there. So what we have to watch is that, and it's even showing a little bit of shear with that too. Let's look at the shear tracks. So we still have a little bit of shear with that also there near Bowden, there along Highway 100 and near Burwell, right here with that shear along Highway 166 near the Bowden area. So we're actually seeing some storm rotation out of that. Our velocity mode also showing a little bit of rotation with that too. But the Weather Service is issuing a severe thunderstorm warning with the tag on it that says tornado possible. So I want you folks over in Carroll County, including Carrollton and over toward the Bowden area, I want y'all to really be watching this closely. Be ready to take cover if this becomes a tornado warning. We're seeing some of that rotation there. A couple of signals here from radar, our rotation finder, the shear that we were just showing with that, and then also our velocity mode may not be tight enough here for a tornado warning to be issued, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning with at any time a tornado could develop out of that is what the National Weather Service is saying for that storm there over on the west side. Here again is a look at these storms as they are pushing through right now with plenty of thunder and lightning, heavy rain, and gusty winds. I'm going to take the lightning data off here so you can see what we're watching with those bands of heavy rain. And that is really heavy stuff. In fact, I want to show you the rain totals. And we mentioned earlier in southern Floyd County where we have had a flash flood warning that was in effect. Look at this red over north of Tallapoosa. This is where I'm going to show you some of these rain totals there, where we have some spots there with between 2 and 3 inches. And in fact, that one shows more than 3 inches of rain there in some of those areas of West Georgia in Haralson County and also into the southern parts of Polk County. Some real impressive rainfall amounts coming through. So that just shows the intensity of the heavy rain as it moves through. And the rainfall rates are very impressive. Even though the line moves through, it's not like it's camping out there and staying for hours and hours to give you a lot of rain, but the rainfall rates are really impressive, and that's why we're seeing some of those heavier rainfall amounts continuing to push on through. Again, on the west side, heavy rain through Atlanta, north and east of the city, Walton County, near Loganville getting the heavy rain. This is about to move into the Athens area. The heaviest stuff is along the I-85 corridor and pushing south of the I-85 corridor, north and east of the city. We have the really heavy rain here in Atlanta right now, and then out I-20 in Douglas County, southern Cobb, southern Paulding County, heavy rain, and those intense clusters there of the lightning there in those areas. And also this new severe thunderstorm warning that is over into Carroll County that has the tornado possible tag with it, where we are watching some areas of rotation, potential rotation near Bowden and getting a little bit closer to Carroll County, something that we're having to keep a really close eye on there to see if that is going to continue to maybe develop and if it would potentially be a reason for a tornado warning to be issued there for those areas. Right there around Bowden, still watching that bit of rotation right now between Mount Zion and Bowden here. That would be pushing closer to Carrollton if this is in fact any rotation that we're watching. And again, our shear markers and our storm rotation is also showing right there a little bit of that blue near the Bowden area. So this is something that I just want to keep watching as these storms are over on the west side that are a little bit more intense and have that potential to produce any rotation or a tornado at any time. So those are the areas mainly that we're having to watch very closely here as that line is more intense over on the west side. You see that intense lightning there. In fact, I'm going to do a lightning count just on this, on the west side, from Atlanta into Douglas County. We've got 87 lightning strikes there in that part. Here is another lightning count just on these spots here on the west side, including those areas from Alabama into Carroll County. We have 75 lightning strikes there, and then not as much north and east of the city. Again, here's a look at that tornado watch where they still have Fannin and Gilmer. I really think the watch is going to expire at 2 o'clock anyway. I just thought they might take a few more of those counties out.
They said they're going to just let it expire.
Okay, they're just going to let that expire. So, Danielle, you've got some more information there about that flash flood watch over in Floyd County?
Yes, I've been trying to do a little bit of investigating to see if there's any road flooding or what's happening in Floyd County, because they did say Rome was the target area for that. So this is a look. You can see that flashing green box there. That is the flash flood warning from observed, and it does include Rome. It's for Floyd County, Cave Spring, and Lindale as well. As I was poking around and I was trying to figure out, okay, what are we seeing out there? This is a look. This is at Highway 101 and Riverbend Drive. This is in Floyd County. Now, the roads mostly dry now. That heavy rainfall has stopped, which is good news. But literally just 5 minutes ago, this road was closed. There was some kind of emergency vehicle with their lights flashing, stopping people from going that way. Obviously, you know, it's 1:44 in the morning, so there's not a lot of traffic on the roads, but we are starting to see a little bit of ponding somewhere in Floyd County. That's why the National Weather Service has not canceled that flash flood warning just yet. And it is until 3:30 in the morning once again. So that's in Floyd County. It does include Rome, and we all know that there's little pockets, especially along Etowah River, that could flood easily. So that's another reason why they went ahead and they put that information in. Now, if we go back to our radar, what else are we seeing as of right now? Just like Chris was saying, we're just keeping our eye on that potential for rotation. We're also getting in some more reports of trees down, and that was what we were kind of concerned about, was the trees falling down on those power lines. And it looks like in Polk County, they just said that there's another tree down on a power line, and that is near Rockmart. So a lot of people, I hope you charge your phones, and I hope you don't have to wake up super early in the morning, because if you lost power, your phone won't be charging anymore. Once again, there's trees down near Rockmart on the power line. So that means that I'm sure more customers are without power at this time. Georgia Power also having a busy night, just like we are. So you want to make sure that you are proactive, especially if you take a look towards places that haven't seen any rain. McDonough, Griffin, Barnesville, Conyers, Peachtree City, Luthersville, LaGrange. Make sure that you charge those phones now. If you're up, kind of got storm anxiety, because some people do, they want to just watch the coverage all the way through. Make sure you're charging those devices at the same time, because you're definitely going to start to see, maybe even the power just flicker. So you just want to make sure that you are prepared for that. But Chris, right now, that's the update that I have on the flooding in Floyd County and in Rome. Not seeing any major roadways, completely washed out or anything like that. But I did see that one emergency vehicle, but it has since been cleared.
Yeah, I wanted to show you the airport as well. We've got the heavy rain that's about to move into Hartsfield-Jackson. We are not getting any reports of any flight delays out of Hartsfield right now. Of course, it's overnight. It's not an extra busy time. Of course, they do have flights that come in and out overnight, but we're not getting any reports of any delays right now at Hartsfield-Jackson. But we do have that heavy rain that is over them right now. Let's go back to radar here, and you can see those areas on the south side that we're watching, where that heavy rain is. All right, so the airport is right there at Forest Park in this area right here, and that heaviest rain is about to move in there. So no flight delays for weather right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a ground stop there coming soon. I haven't seen anything of that nature right now, but those stronger storms coming into the airport. So the only warning that we still have in effect right now is that one in Carroll County. That's the one that we were watching very closely here over to the west of the city, where we had some interesting little features that we're watching with that, still near the Bowden area, getting closer to Carrollton. All right, let me take the lightning here off. And This is just that little bit of an interesting echo that we're watching here on our velocity data that is pretty much moving down 166 right now between Bowden and Carrollton, where, again, we've been watching that little bit of potential rotation that was near Bowden earlier. Now it's getting a little bit closer to Carrollton. And there's a severe thunderstorm warning, and the National Weather Service is saying a tornado could be possible at any moment, but they're just not seeing the signals needed to feel confident about issuing a tornado warning with that, even though we're watching some of those couplets there. Again, not indicating specifically tight rotation with that, but again, any potential rotation. And what we have to do here as we're on live with you is watch this rotation to see if it's tightening up or loosening up a little bit more, just to let you know whether or not we have any of those stronger storms that could get there. Yeah, you've got to.
Flash flood warning for DeKalb, Cobb, Fulton, Douglas, Gwinnett, and Paulding County. It is a radar indicated. Once again, that's a flash flood warning for Cobb, northwestern DeKalb, northeastern Douglas, central Fulton, southwestern Gwinnett, and southeastern Paulding County until 7:45 a.m. So that's huge for people that are traveling. Obviously, the rainfall is going to stop before 7:45 a.m., but some of that ponding could definitely be on the roads. And in fact, I will show you this, and I'll turn the radar off too, because sometimes it does get a little bit confusing with all of this on there. And unfortunately, your flash flood warning comes up as green. So this large green polygon that does include Metro Atlanta, and you can see it's almost all the way through the 285 corridor, that is a flash flood warning. It's different from the one in Floyd. The one in Floyd is observed. This one is radar indicated. So all of the heavy rainfall that we're getting right now definitely contributing to that flash flood warning potential. I know some of us, Chris has been doing a great job of staying on top of rainfall rates over the last few hours, and that's what triggers these flash flood warnings. It has to be at least over an inch or an inch and a half, Chris, that I'm seeing in order for that flash flood warning to have been issued. I mean, even as we put the radar back on, what's concerning is the rain isn't quite done. So even this rain that's coming in from Canton, even though it's going to, be under the severe limits, the problem is that you're going to definitely continue to see a little bit of ponding on those roadways. Now, as of right now, I did show you a camera into Metro Atlanta. That was at 17th Street through the downtown connector. Let's see if I can pull up another one to see what else is happening this afternoon. I added some cameras to it. In fact, I think this one is at South Cobb on 285. This is Cobb County at 285. The rain is definitely falling, and this is 285. Hope you saw that big flash of lightning there. Definitely wet roadways, you can tell, even without there being any prominent street lights on 285. So you're definitely starting to see a little bit of ponding on those roadways. You need to make sure that, you are cognizant of that, especially if you live in a flood prone area. And even right now, because this is throughout the metro area, this is saying that it's not just flood prone areas, Chris. This is for the Metro Atlanta area. So anywhere, especially interstates, we know I-20 for sure, parts of 75 can flood very easily. And that definitely is going to impact travel as well.
All right, Danielle, thank you for that. And while you were talking about those flood warnings, I plotted some of those rain totals. These are some of our Doppler radar estimates of rain. We have been talking earlier about the 3+ inches of rain over in parts of Haralson County there near Tallapoosa. But here in the metro, north of I-20, some really impressive rainfall amounts where we have that flash flood warning that's in effect. And again, you might think of 2 inches of rain isn't necessarily a lot of rain, but when it falls in a short period of time with some of those really heavy rainfall rates, that's where it could change into some flash flooding, because the intensity of the rain coming down overwhelms the ability of that water to all drain away when it comes all at one time. So that's why we have that flash flood warning in effect for those metro counties that Danielle was just talking about there. We're also watching there, again, that flash flood warning. That's the area in green that you see Also, while Danielle was telling you about that, we had 2 new severe thunderstorm warnings issued over the Alabama line, including this cluster here from Anniston, also Cleburne County. You're included in a new severe thunderstorm warning. We had one that expired earlier, but now we have this last little bit south of Piedmont, Alabama, around Anniston, along I-20 from Fruithurst down toward Folsom, where we have this heavy rain coming through, and we'll keep an eye on that for any potential rotation that could develop. And I want to take you back to this in Carroll County, as we have been watching that storm there going through Carroll. Very heavy rain, thunder and lightning. It is pushing down toward the south and also to the east, getting closer to Roopville, getting closer to Whitesburg. Coweta County, it's going to be interesting to see if the National Weather Service is going to extend that severe thunderstorm warning down into Coweta County or maybe into Heard County as these storms continue to push down toward the south and the east, if they're holding together or if they are showing any signs of weakening. And also, while we're here, I want to show you the velocity mode, where we still have that little area of red getting closer to Carrollton. That again, it is not really tight enough for the Weather Service to feel, confident in issuing a tornado warning there. But it's just something we as meteorologists like to keep an eye on. If we see that tightening up any more there as it's getting closer to the Carrollton area. And it looks like they just updated that severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 2:15 for southeastern Carroll County. And it is saying 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, some hail is possible, and they still have the tornado possible tag with it too. Again, as we're watching that area of potential rotation there, just south and also to the west of the Carrollton area. So those are the spots that we're watching where we have the action that is moving through right now. Oops, I didn't mean to do that, sorry. Where we have the flash flood warning covering numerous counties here along I-20 and northward, including central Fulton, parts of DeKalb, parts of Gwinnett, also into Cobb County and a little bit of Douglas County there. DeKalb County is in that too, where we have the flash flood warning in effect. And then these severe thunderstorm warnings west of the city, this newest one in Carroll County. Actually, they've kind of refined that a little bit, holding that in effect. Then also severe thunderstorm warning over into those areas of near Cleburne County and also over toward Anniston. I see, Danielle, is that video you've got there? Let's see that.
Cody just sent this into us on Teams. This is a car that is stuck on Piedmont in the flooding, and this always floods right in here under this bridge. This is at Piedmont Avenue, and the car is literally stuck under that flooding. You can also kind of see those other cars backing up. They're like, no, I don't want to go through that. It only takes one car. But here's the thing. This is why we always tell you, and this is another reason why they issued that flash flood warning. You don't want to drive through any of this water, especially in this low car. This is definitely a sedan of some sort, and you can see how the water is literally just moving across. That is very high water. It's stalled out. And it's been hot recently. So if you haven't gotten your oil changed, you haven't been doing good car maintenance, whenever you drive through something like this, the car is just going to stall out until it can dry out again. So you definitely don't want to be there in this area. Once again, this is at Piedmont Avenue. So don't drive through here either. As you can see, officials are not on here to rope it off. These other two cars just so happen to be so close that they can move back. So you want to make sure that you're not too close. There is a flash flood warning in effect until around 7 o'clock in the morning for Metro Atlanta. And Cody, thank you so much. I know that he's done with his day, but he's still sending in stuff for us to talk about. You can literally see the waves of water, Chris, that's coming from underneath that bridge. That's a lot of water at a very short amount of time.
And that is an area that often floods when we have heavy rain rates like this and the heavy rain that moves through. But the reason we tell people not to drive through water is you may look at this water and you think, oh, that's just a few inches deep, all right? And you're seeing the surface of the water, but you don't realize that the road may go down more than you actually realize, and that what looks like an inch or two of water could be 6 inches or 8 inches or a foot of water because the road is going down below it. It looks all flat with the water, but then the road goes down below that, and that's when we see a lot of those cars and a lot of vehicles stalling out. And then sometimes you don't always know the condition of the road below it. Like when you have a bigger area that people think they can get through, the road can be washed out underneath the water, and you don't know it until you drive through it, and then you're down into that washed out part of the road too. Or it could be a bridge that's washed out and you go over that bridge into that water if the water flow kind of carries you over that. So numerous reasons why you don't want to drive on or through flood waters. You just don't know what the conditions are under the water of the road, and you don't know how deep you're going to be going or how low that road's going to go down from those roads where that water is covering it up. So again, we are watching here Truist Park, where things have improved a little bit on the north side. We still have raindrops on the lens. You still see some of the lightning there, but it's the really heavy rain falling down on the city of Atlanta right now. In this camera that we see, we can see a couple of the tall buildings, but not all of them, as that visibility is reduced due to that heavy rain that continues to move through our area. And we're nearing the 2 o'clock hour right now. We're about a minute away from 2 o'clock. And as we were telling you all along, as we were forecasting this storm, we were thinking between 2 and 3 o'clock, that's when this heaviest rain would start to push south of Atlanta. And we still see the heavy rain over us in Atlanta here at the 2 o'clock hour, but we do see the back edge of that rain pushing through Atlanta. So we're hoping between 2 and 3, we're going to watch the rain exiting, moving down to the south and pulling away from us, as well as these areas over on the east side and over toward Athens, again, pushing down toward the south. But for you folks in Madison, for you folks in Eatonton, Henry County, you haven't even gotten into the heavy rain yet, and that's going to be moving your way. But just know, when it gets to you on the south side, it's not going to be as strong as it was on the north side. It's still going to be heavy for you, still going to be a lot of lightning and a lot of rain out of that, but it's just not going to be as strong as it was a little bit earlier. We still have these over on the west side where we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Carroll County, as well as Cleburne County, Alabama, and over toward the Anniston area. I want to do another check on that one in Carroll County. We have that little bit of lightning that looks like it's kind of intensifying there south of Carrollton. And let's put this back into velocity mode. So we don't really see as much of a signature there or any kind of indicators of what we saw earlier of the red and green indicating the potential for maybe some rotation there. But again, still a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be in effect until 2:15. And we just have to watch any of these areas of rain and thunderstorm activity where we could see some rotation developing. Now again, Atlanta is not included. Let's go and look. They were supposed to expire this tornado watch at 2 o'clock. It's coming up on 2:01 right now. And North Georgia is no longer included in the tornado watch. We still have Cleburne and Randolph County over in Alabama still included in that tornado watch. I'm not sure. I'm assuming their expiration time may have been a little bit different there. In fact, I can check it.
Yes, it's at 3 a.m.
It's at, okay. So that's still holding on over on the west side, but they were indicating to us, Danielle, that they weren't going to issue another warning on the south side, any other watch, tornado watch there on the south side. So that did expire at 2 o'clock. I just wanted to look at that since we are now at 2:01, 2:02 time frame right now. So watching these showers and storms moving through the area, and thunder, lightning, heavy rain, winds around 40 miles an hour with some of these, except for this one over in Carroll County. We're still seeing winds there that could be 58 miles an hour or greater to near 60 miles an hour with that severe thunderstorm warning in effect, as well as those storms over into Cleburne County, Alabama, and over toward the Anniston area. If we can get these to expire, we're still going to have to keep an eye on the flash flooding potential here, but we're hoping we'll see weakening as that moves into Coweta County and into Fayette County and into areas of Heard County. That's going to be the next thing that we're watching to see if the National Weather Service is going to issue any additional warnings there on the south side. And again, these showers and storms here in Atlanta, still very heavy rain and thunder and lightning coming through right now. Let me take the lightning data off. In fact, before I do that, let's do a lightning count. And I know that this number is going to be lower than what we had a little bit earlier. I'm not going to count. I never really went that far over to Birmingham earlier, but in order to compare, well, 254 lightning strikes still from that with some of these clusters, especially this over on the east side, over into Oconee County and over around the Athens area. This is still some intense lightning there, not severe thunderstorm, but intense lightning that is indicating, helping us with that lightning count to stay around 250. So a lot of lightning with those storms. Let's hope that these on the south side will continue to weaken there south of I-20, especially that one there in Carroll County. And I'm looking just to make sure we don't have anything new there. So really, it's just going to be a waiting game to watch these showers and storms pushing south of the city and hope that we continue to see a weakening trend there and just having to deal with heavy rain, thunder, and lightning and those strong winds pushing down toward the south. And we hope to see that weakening trend continuing also down to the south there too. We'll have to keep an eye on this one in Alabama, south of I-20. We'll watch this coming into Randolph County. It's got some heavy rain with it and thunder and lightning, but it's not exhibiting any signs of anything severe right now. But again, something we have to watch with some of those. Here's the Athens camera where we're watching some of those heavier showers move through Athens. There you see that right here. All right. So Atlanta is at the top right here. There's Athens. This is looking toward the courthouse and the parking deck over here. And this is looking over toward the west where we see that heavy rain that's coming in. We're also seeing the lightning strikes over in Athens too, and we're seeing that sky lighting up a little bit more. And again, that lower visibility in the city of Atlanta with the really heavy rain that is pushing into the metro area right now and on the south side too. With this severe thunderstorm warning still holding on, we've got a cluster of lightning really intensifying there inside that warning in Carroll County. And the flash flood warning here in the metro area too. So still a lot to watch with these storms pushing through the city to the east of us and now pushing along I-20 on the west side and also moving south of I-20 there. And again, these storms over on the east side getting closer to I-20 on that east side. So things are improving north of the city. Let me just put this into live mode here so you can see. For those of you in Dallas and Paulding County, yeah, you've got a little bit of rain. Bartow County, you've got a little bit of rain, but nothing crazy. The heavier rain is pretty much pushing out for you. We have some showers still in North Fulton County, in Cherokee County, also in Forsyth County, Gwinnett County, you've got some rain. The heaviest of that rain, though, is over Atlanta, pushing down to the south into Loganville and Walton County, moving over toward the Athens area, Oconee County getting that heavy rain and thunder and lightning. But north of that, Hall County, around Gainesville, you're seeing a break right now. There'll be a couple lingering showers there, as we mentioned, back into Cherokee County and Forsyth County and North Fulton. And then also watching this over into Haralson County, still some of those heavier showers there along the Alabama line, but that is all pushing down toward the south. And then still keeping an eye on that one cell. Let's go back to Carroll County here and get a closer look at that. I want to go to the velocity mode here too. And yeah, not really seeing any signatures that are that impressive. A little bit of red and green kind of coming together there between Carrollton and Whitesburg, but this isn't really anything that is too alarming that we're seeing out there. Again, still in a severe thunderstorm warning. And then watching those over from Anniston to Heflin, still with mainly some strong winds there, but no real indicators of any rotation along with those storms. And we'll go back to the reflectivity mode. And it's just that really heavy rain coming through, thunder and lightning, and the strong winds pushing through those areas too, keeping us still very active. And you can see the thunder and lightning in our tower cams, one in the city of Atlanta, the other one in Athens. We were just seeing a lot of flashes with that just a couple of minutes ago as those storms move through. So in the city, the concerns that we're watching right now is this really heavy rain and the rainfall rates that we have. That green polygon that you see here is where we have the flash flood warning in effect. It goes up toward Roswell, it goes up toward Marietta, back toward the Douglasville area, near Forest Park, through DeKalb County into parts of Gwinnett County, where we have this flash flood warning in effect. I'm going to put the rain estimates on here. Doppler radar can estimate how much rain has fallen.
The new SPSs are at 50 miles an hour for the winds now.
Okay, for the Fayette, Fulton,
yes.
Carroll, Douglas?
Yes, exactly.
So
Carroll, Coweta, Douglas, Fayette, South Fulton.
Earlier, the storm special statements were saying around 40-mile-an-hour winds. Now they're saying those winds are back up to 50, but that is still below what we would consider as severe. But take a look at some of these rain totals within that severe within that flash flood warning. More than 3 inches of rain have fallen in some spots on the west side. About 2.5 inches of rain fallen there along 75 on the north side. So yes, that is causing some ponding on the roads. And again, we have some elements of flash flood warnings that we have around. They are saying they are going to expire.
They just expired it.
Well, it won't expire till 2/15. They're going to keep it till 2/15 and just let it expire. But nothing new with that right now. And then keeping an eye on those in Cleburne County and also those over in Anniston out there right now too. So that yellow polygon in Carroll County is going to hold until 2/15, but then they will let that expire. And they have not given us any indication of issuing a new warning, maybe moving into South Fulton or Coweta. We'll keep an eye on that to see if they do. But that was an interesting storm to watch, again, with some of those interesting features that we were watching within our velocity mode and our reflectivity as well here. So plenty of rain over us, really heavy. Again, I know if you're watching us out there right now that it's hard to sleep with these storms that are so heavy, the rain that is so heavy with the thunder and lightning. You're hearing the wind whipping up out there too. But we are seeing a general weakening trend with these storms pushing down on the south side. But for those of you on the south and also to the east of us, that doesn't mean they are weak. I'm just talking about they're weaker than they were earlier when we had the numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and those tornado warnings in effect there. Chesley McNeil is here with us as well. He's preparing his stuff for his show. He may kind of pop in here in just a little bit to kind of watch some of these storms as they continue to travel on through. But we're going to keep watching these storms moving down on the south side and seeing, look at all that lightning here around over there to the east of us near Athens, into parts of, this is north of Newton County, parts of Walton County near Monroe, over into Oconee County, northern parts of Greene County, going to be seeing some of the thunder and lightning and some of the heavy rain pushing through there too. And then that rain over the city of Atlanta. And we would love to see this start to pick up a little bit of speed and move out a little bit faster just because of this really heavy rain that's coming in. That is giving us some of the flash flooding that we have around with those really intense rainfall rates. Even though these storms aren't hanging around for hours and just dumping rain for hours and hours, it's just a lot of rain all at one time. And that rain rate is coming at a faster pace than the ability of that rain to run off and to drain as well. So that's why we're seeing some of the flash flooding in some areas here that we have, especially on the north side. And it'll be interesting to see how those rain rates are on the south side as well. As those storms continue through Carroll County, we're going to see this polygon, that yellow polygon, disappear in Carroll County at 2:15 as they're allowing that to expire on the expiration time. And then no other warnings here in Georgia except for those flash flood warnings. And then also watching here over into Cleburne County, that warning that's still in effect there. Let's check in with Danielle, getting more information on some of those rainfall totals as this rain moves in that flash flood warning area.
Right, exactly. I just wanted to kind of query and see what was going on. How heavy has this rainfall rate been so far? And it looks like around Metro Atlanta, around the 285 perimeter, maybe 3 inches of rain have fallen, and that looks like it is in Fulton County. Over near Mableton, almost 3 inches of rain. This is just from this one event. Now you can start to see why they issued that flash flood warning, and it does go until 7 a.m. Even off to the west, near Villa Rica, that is near Carroll County, 3.1 inches in just this short amount of time. And unfortunately, we are not quite done with the rain just yet. Even if we query on the east side of the perimeter, while it's not alarming rates there, it's still some really heavy rainfall. It's less than an inch. This is once again on the east side of the perimeter, but the west side of the perimeter, 3.1 inches of rainfall. That is just recently. And like Chris said, there is that flash flood warning in effect until around 7:45 this morning. And because of that, I think it's a good time to also show you this video that Cody Alcorn actually had a chance to pull over to the side on his way home to get. This is in Buckhead under Piedmont Road, and under this bridge it always floods. I can report that I did see some police roping off that area, so they're going to get this car out of here, but it is stalled underneath that bridge. The 2 cars that was following very closely behind it, they changed their minds, they backed up, they weren't going to go that way. And he sent in another video that kind of showed it clearing as well. This is also a live look. This is at 285 in Cobb Parkway. This is near South Cobb Drive. 285, the roads are definitely very slick, and you want to make sure, once again, in the morning, it's very important to make sure that you are aware that there could be some pretty heavy ponding in some places on these interstates. And you can see the lightning still flashing. This is in Cobb County, once again, at South Cobb Drive at 285. Thankfully, they have this billboard that's kind of illuminating the roads just a little bit. The water splashing up from the tractor trailers is not as bad, but it's also very important that when that heavy rainfall is falling, some people might be getting up to work an early shift in the next few hours or so. And if you live in like Griffin, it's important to know if you cannot see, you need to pull over to the side. So like this car that's driving with its flashers on, it is actually illegal to do that in the state of Georgia. So you need to pull over to the nearest exit and find a safe place to be and to seek shelter if you cannot see because your windshield wipers just aren't moving fast enough. And just once again, there is a flash flood warning for the metro area until around 7:45 this morning. And Chris, as of right now, that's the only report that I'm seeing as far as that one car that was kind of flooded out there on Piedmont Road that Cody sent in. I'm not seeing anything in the chat either from anyone saying that any roads are actually flooded as well.
All right, Danielle, thank you for that update and giving us that traffic information as well, because that's where we expect to see some issues potentially. As you know, there are a lot of areas along I-20 where we often see some exit ramps that would get some ponding on the roadways there, where we might see some cars that could spin out due to the hydroplaning that we have. I want to show you this. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning. This polygon most likely is going to expire here, is going to disappear in just a moment. As that was set to expire. Okay, it just did disappear. That expired at 2:15. Now, even though that severe thunderstorm warning is no longer in effect, we still have some really heavy rain with that out of Carroll County, moving into Coweta County and also into South Fulton. So this cluster of heavy rain and thunder shower activity and lightning is pushing into the northern parts of Coweta County. That's going to get closer to Noonan in just a little while. It'll be pushing in closer to Peachtree City, over right there on the Fayette County line, crossing over 85 in just a little bit. Look at all that lightning over in Athens that we're seeing right now too from our tower cam. But this is all in South Fulton County, really heavy rain pushing down toward the south. But we no longer have any severe thunderstorm warnings in Georgia. We do still have the severe thunderstorm warning in Cleburne County over into Alabama, which again is one of the areas that we're responsible for in the Atlanta viewing region. And that is along I-20 and south of I-20, just as you cross over the state line before you get to Anniston. This is where we see here still the severe thunderstorm warning for that small part of the area there on the south side. We're also still getting some special statements in from the National Weather Service where they're saying within this line, as Danielle was telling me, earlier they were saying up to 40-mile-an-hour winds. Now they are saying some 50-mile-an-hour winds with some of these storms. But again, in order for it to be classified as severe, it would have to be 57, 58 miles an hour or greater, or hail of an inch in diameter or larger for it to be classified as a severe storm. So as of right now, we don't have any severe storms here in our area. And we have the flash flood warning that's in effect. The only severe thunderstorm warning, well, and that just expired, the one over in Cleburne County. So we're watching this line of showers and storms move through with heavy rain, thunder and lightning, winds 40 to 50 miles an hour. But as of right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings in Metro Atlanta, no severe thunderstorm warnings in Georgia, and that last severe thunderstorm warning that we had over in Alabama in Cleburne County, that is also no longer in effect. That just expired as well. And Danielle, I don't know if that expired or if it was canceled.
It expired.
Okay, so that expired as well. So no additional warnings now. The only warnings that we're dealing with are the flash flood warnings due to the heavy rain that has been coming down. And that flash flood warning that's on the north side of the city, we're mainly watching that heavy rain exit that flash flood warning, but we can still see rising waters because with the runoff going down to low-lying areas and all the runoff from other areas may still be collecting in some of those low-lying areas. So we could still, even though the heavier rain is pushing down to the south, we could still see some spots that could have some flash flooding that could be occurring there in those spots. And again, we still have the flash flood warning in effect up in Floyd County. Even though the rain is long gone, there's the potential for some flash flooding to be occurring in some spots. So what we're watching now is this rain pushing down toward the south should be weakening a little bit more as it continues to move to the south. But still, we want you to know, excuse me, want you to know that there is the potential for heavy rain, winds, a lot of lightning as you are trying to sleep, watching these storms move down to the south. With that heavy rain and again that thunder and lightning here on the south side. This stretches from Athens over toward the South Carolina line here. Heaviest rain there, Athens southward with the thunder and lightning. That pushes over into these areas of Walton County. Right over, here's Gwinnett, there's Walton right there. There's Newton. This is about to push in around Social Circle into Newton County, moving along I-20, moving on the south side. And then we have this lightning there in DeKalb County, moving into central Fulton, still with that heavy rain around. This cluster of lightning that was with a severe thunderstorm warning over to the south of I-20 there in parts of Carroll County into South Fulton County, moving into Coweta County, that warning just expired. So no warnings in effect out there right now for Georgia or over into Alabama as far as severe thunderstorms, but we do have that flash flood warning that is in effect too. I'm going to check with Danielle. Are you seeing anything new on the roads that you're kind of monitoring?
No, I'm not. You did make a good point of I-20 kind of collecting a lot of water. This is a look at I-20 east past Wesley Chapel. You can definitely see that the roads are definitely very, very wet, but I'm not seeing any major ponding on the roads there. Once again, this is I-20 east past Wesley Chapel. Now, further up the road, you can see this flashing light. That's what I was trying to figure out what was going on up there. I did see some kind of utility truck or something pass through here. Multiple people have been driving through with their hazard lights on. That lets you know that the rainfall was so heavy that you're not really seeing any clearing at that point. Also, let's pull up another camera on I-20. I have a few saved in our system. This is I-20 at Cobb Parkway. This is I-20 East, and this is at Factory Shoals Road. Now, I know that this camera doesn't have any color to it. However, it gives you a good idea. If you start to see people kind of slowing down, or, you know, you can see those lights, the headlights kind of moving into the night there, that lets you know that there could be some very heavy rainfall. Maybe they have hydroplaned. You can kind of see the water coming up off of those trucks just a little bit, and that's more than what was happening on 285. I-20 East into Cab looks a little bit better, but obviously it's a little bit dark out there. This is in Cobb County. And then we also have a look at 575. I know that portions of Cobb County are included into that flash flood warning. This is 575 in Cherokee County, and that looks absolutely great. Obviously, there's not a lot of people on the road in that area either, but you can definitely see that there's not as much heavy rainfall that has accumulated on 575. This is 575 south before Highway 20 in that area. Let's pull up an I-20 cam in, this is actually I-75 in Fulton County. Let's see what this camera looks like. This is I-75 at Fulton County near West Paces Ferry. So this is definitely a very well-traveled road there. Not seeing any major ponding in that area either. However, sometimes, especially when it hasn't rained in quite some time, you could get some really slick spots. So you still want to make sure that you take it easy out there on those roadways, because some of that oil can accumulate and that makes it even more slippery. If you haven't had your tires changed, that could definitely cause you to hydroplane. And you can see on 75 this morning at 222 that those cars are in a hurry to get to wherever they're going, Chris. But I'm not seeing any major ponding still on any of our metro roadways just yet.
All right. Thanks for keeping an eye on that, because that's really going to be the issue that we're dealing with now, especially in the city with that flash flood warning that is in effect. But at least we're seeing that heavier rain push now down to the south, and it's not as intense as it was earlier. We don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings in effect in metro Atlanta, in North Georgia, or even over into Cleburne or Randolph County, Alabama. We still have heavy rain there with thunder and lightning, but they are what we classify as below severe limits. So it is 224, coming up on 223, 224 right now. We're going to stay with you until the bottom of the hour at 2:30, unless something else shows up here that is alarming to us. We will be ending our coverage here on 11Alive at the bottom of the hour at 2:30. I know you folks on the south side want more information here, but when we do go back to our regularly scheduled programming on 11Alive, we're going to keep streaming our maps on 11Alive Plus. So you can, keep an eye on the radar as everything moves down toward the south. And of course, we're standing by with Chesley as well, where we can jump back on air if we need to once we get to, again, that 2:30 timeline. But again, we're just talking about bands of heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. I know that's not fun to experience during the overnight hours, but that's what we have happening out there right now, and that's going to continue pushing down toward the south. So you can see that in motion. As we were watching on the north side, that area of red and orange and yellow was a lot wider and a lot more intense, with a better coverage of that heavier rain there on the north side earlier. Now you can see still orange and reds and yellows there, but you see how it's kind of shrinking just a little bit, not quite as intense as it was. We're not seeing as much lightning as we had earlier either, as that's pushing away, going down toward Athens, south of Athens. Still, for you folks on the south side, you're going to be dealing with the heavy rain and thunder and lightning, but again, not as intense as it was on the north side. You can see some of those showers and storms there that have cleared out from North Georgia, where we had those storms that were strong a little bit earlier. Northern Alabama is clearing out a little bit more too. In fact, we're seeing the clouds breaking up in parts of northwest Georgia and north of Birmingham as well. But we're still holding on to that tornado watch until 3 o'clock for those areas of Cleburne and Randolph County. We no longer even have a tornado watch here for North Georgia and areas north of Atlanta. So this is the line pushing to the south. We still see those storms over into parts of South Carolina, into North Carolina, Virginia, and West Virginia. And then this in Alabama is going to keep pushing down toward the south too. So we can just get this through our area. It is going to be much nicer during the day on Wednesday. In fact, if people are actually able to sleep right now, by the time most people wake up to go to work tomorrow, the rain's going to be gone. The roads may still be wet, but the rain at least is going to be gone from our area. Now, look what the rain-cooled air did to these temperatures. We had a high on Tuesday of 88 degrees. The rain-cooled air helped to drop those temperatures down to 70 in Atlanta, 70 in Duluth and Marietta, and how about 60s in Canton and Gainesville, Blairsville at 66. We still have 73 over in Covington, 75 in Thomaston, excuse me, and 77 in Peachtree City. So still mild air to the south where that rain is moving in, but that rain will cool those temperatures down. Excuse me, just a little bit here as we go through the rest of the overnight hours. Now, here's something that I think you're going to like to see, where we have The rain chances still in the 3 o'clock hour at about a 30% chance for some showers, and then a 20% chance at 5 o'clock. And then how about this during the day on Wednesday? Some clouds to start and mild temperatures in the 70s, but then the sunshine breaks through. We're up into the 80s here into the afternoon hours tomorrow. Not as warm as it's been. We're not going to be near 90 degrees, but we'll be in the low and mid 80s for highs. And the humidity levels are going to be lower as well here during the day tomorrow as that drier air moves in. So here you go, 5 o'clock in the morning. Look at that, how that rain pushes away, goes down to the south of us. And again, it starts to break up just a little bit more here by 5 in the morning. And then sunshine breaking through in the morning hours. Through the day tomorrow, we'll have more sunshine that'll be pushing through our area. And just watching a few clouds mixing in at times during the day on Thursday. Mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies with temperatures still there in the lower to mid 80s. Friday, it might be a little cooler with temperatures that will be in the 70s, we're thinking on Friday, then back to the 80s for the weekend. And again, we'll be watching those showers and storms. A low risk for a shower here on Sunday. And then Monday, a 40% chance for showers. Tuesday, 40% chance for showers, down to 20% on Wednesday. But this is the part I think you're going to like. For Thursday and Friday, dry conditions becoming mostly sunny on Thursday and Friday, and then on Saturday, partly cloudy. We're back up to 88 there on Sunday, though, and then Monday, that chance for some showers. Again, here's a look at some of those damage photos that we got earlier in Cherokee County, and a lot of people tomorrow are going to be assessing the damage. Finding the damage once we see the light of day. The National Weather Service is most likely going to be assessing some of that damage too, to see if any of the damage can be attributed to any tornadoes or whether or not it was strong thunderstorm winds with those systems moving through. So it is 2:28 right now. We're going to go ahead at 2:30 and take you to our regularly scheduled programming as we no longer have any severe thunderstorm warnings here. We just have the flash flood warnings. For those of you on the south side and to the east side who are saying, wait a minute, you're leaving us as we have the stuff moving in. Well, just know that it's not severe. You're going to have thunder and lightning. You're going to have pockets of heavy rain moving through your area on the south side. But if you want some more weather information, we are going to continue our radar loops streaming on 11Alive Plus streaming. You can find that from your smart TV. You can search for 11Alive Plus there, or if you have Fire, Roku, or Apple TV, you can also search for 11Alive Plus there. And within that, you can also look for Weather Impact 24/7, and you can see radar at any time during the day, as well as our special content that we will have at times during the day as well. So for Danielle Moss, thank you so much for joining us here tonight as we've been tracking these severe storms that have been moving through our area. We are standing by. We will jump back on air if anything becomes a little more crazy with any more severe storms or any rotation developing in any of those throughout the night.
extends even further back into Spalding County. Spalding County, if you're listening to us now and you're in Spalding County, no doubt you're experiencing numerous lightning strikes associated with these thunderstorms here, but you are not in the polygon. In fact, you're not even in the severe thunderstorm warning polygon either, just to have that heavy rain down toward you. We're looking at these two polygons right here, all right, and they overlap each other because we're looking at some rotation. Two areas in particular that was spinning a little bit further just to the east of the Flovilla area here, but it's heading down in that direction, one heading in that direction and one heading almost due east. All right, that was up toward the Jenkinsville area and now starting to slide a little bit further over toward the east. Monticello, you're in the further extent of this, well, east of where we see that rotation, but if this holds on and the National Weather Service decides to extend this, you could be in that as well. So you definitely need to wake up, get to your safe place, go ahead and take your phone with you so you can get those alerts as well, just in case that happens to pop off. And so we'll be watching for that. But again, this was moving to the east, southeast at about 45 miles per hour. That's a pretty decent clip. And it's right along, even in front of where, or at least to the east of where we have that rotation, maybe even some gusty winds there as well. And no doubt there's going to be some damage in this particular area. We'll be watching for this as we continue through the morning. Again, till 4:15, confirmed tornado, could be 2 on the ground here, making its way through Butts County as we speak. Here is the county there. Again, you can see most of that. The lightning strikes starting to subside just a little bit. Again, we were very numerous over into Sunnyside, over toward Locust Grove, especially over toward the McDonough area where things have begun to quiet down just a little bit. Now things are just to the mainly to the south and east of your particular area. Going back to the velocity now, again, trying to pick out where we can see some of that rotation. I mentioned the start area, and a little hard to pick up here on the radar, but I would say the start area and then down toward Jackson. We were mentioning Jackson, between Jackson and Flovilla, down toward Sandy as well. And all this is in Butts County that we're talking about. So Higgins Road, Stark Road, Route 2, looks like 232, Peninsula Drive, that particular area. You definitely need to take necessary precautions. Bethel Church Road, if you're along that area, if you live in that area, headed toward the Monticello area on Route 16, you definitely need to take the necessary precautions, folks, as we speak. We're going to continue to track these storms for you and let you know exactly what's taking place. We'll widen out a little bit more here. You can see where the storms are now in our southern suburbs now, south of the McDonough area. The city of Atlanta has begun to clear out. We do have a green polygon there that indicates some flooding that has been taking place. No doubt with this heavy rain coming down, we've been seeing about maybe 2 to 3 inches per hour as far as the rainfall goes. That's no doubt causing some ponding on some of the roadways out there. So definitely take the necessary precautions there as well. Even though you don't have the thunderstorms over you, there still could be some flooding that's taking place. Until that begins to subside, take it easy on the roads. Most of this has been down to the south, and you can see south of Luthersville. Here is East Griffin, not in the polygon, but certainly you got the heavy rain and numerous lightning strikes over where you are. Then another little cell that's over toward the Crawfordville area. That's heading a little bit further down to the south and east. Just a few lightning strikes there, and then back off to the west. You can see over toward LaGrange. This is going out of our, this is back toward Alabama here. There's LaGrange there. We had a couple thunderstorms roll through. Just a few lightning strikes associated with it, again, south of Luthersville, and you can see some of that heavy rain continuing to push a little bit further down to the south. Once it gets down towards Barnesville, Red Oak, that moves out of our viewing area. Now you're talking about the Macon area, so it's starting to slide into the central portions of the state. And so now we got an update here, looking at another update, and I want to get on to, says the tornado warning remains in effect until 4:45 for Jasper County. All right, and so you can see where these polygons have now turned back to red, which indicate Doppler indicated tornadoes. Let me see if I can grab some more information here from the National Weather Service, and we'll see exactly what's taking place here. Okay. Again, over Stark area, we mentioned that near the Jackson area, moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. Of course, the impacts from this could be that things are flying around. So you talk about debris or anything that's caught up in that area could be flying around. You definitely don't want to be outside at a time like this. If you're in the Jackson area, you definitely want to take necessary precautions. I do want to go back in a little bit here and just talk about what you could be hearing. And so typically when we hear of tornadoes in a particular area, what happens is you hear the sound like a train, where you have winds, very strong winds moving in opposite directions. And so people have testified that that sounds like a train, or a train sound that moves, sounds like it's moving through an area. And so if you're hearing that, folks, you definitely, hopefully you're in your safe place and you're not hearing that, but that would indicate that there could be a tornado in your area. Some of the heaviest rain now pushing through Starks. We talked about Starks Road, down through Jackson, and also toward Flovilla. And this is starting to slide a little bit further over toward the east now. We'll see if the National Weather Service decides to extend either one of these polygons, and they're overlapping each other. One extends up to Alcovy Shores. The other extends down just to the south of Flovilla there. We're looking at Clay Road. You're a little bit upstream from this. Bethel Church Road as well. You're a little upstream from this. And so be very careful, okay, in this particular area. Focused on this right now. Jackson may be coming out of that now as far as the rotation goes. You still got the very heavy rain, of course, frequent lightning strikes with it, but I think the rotation at least maybe just to the east of your area now. Let me widen this out a little bit so we can get our bearings. I just want to name some of the spots in this particular area. Of course, if you live here and I'm calling out these names, you probably are familiar with what I'm calling out at least. Go back to the velocity here. And again, looking for some of that rotation. Again, I'm looking toward the Starks area now, a little bit south of Starks Road, between Starks and Higdon Road in this particular area. That's what we could be looking at there. That's headed toward Clay Road. All right. Further down to the south, doesn't look like much there. When you get down towards Sandy and of course into Cork, doesn't look like too much there either. We're talking about Route 23 between Flovilla, Sandy, and also Cork. Go ahead and take the necessary precautions either way. You still have a severe thunderstorm warning in your particular area as well. We talk about Gladesville or Gladesville. You're just outside of that polygon, but you're still looking at maybe some gusty winds associated with this thunderstorm that's particularly thunderstorm moving through your area. Again, Monticello, almost up into Monticello is where we have that polygon, the furthest extent of it right now. You need to go ahead and take the necessary precautions just in case this holds together and makes it over toward you. You are in the severe thunderstorm warning polygon, not in the just outside of where we have that tornado warning. And typically, folks, I like to tell people, if you're in and around that area, so even outside of the polygon, you definitely need to take the necessary precautions. So when we talk about Flovilla, just to the south of that particular area, we talked about Cork and we talked about Sandy, down toward Blount as well, Blunt as well. You definitely need to take the necessary precautions there as well. All right. Let me go back to the radar here and show you where even the rain is starting to widen out a little bit, and that's a good sign, as a matter of fact. When we look at the rain starting to widen out as well. The lightning strikes, we were looking at the lightning strikes with this, numerous lightning strikes, and so most of the energy with this has been over Butts County, and that will continue to push further over toward the east momentarily and move out. Again, 45 mile per hour movement. Even the rain is starting to look a little better as far as the rainfall goes. You can see where we had the very dark reds in there. They're starting to fan out just a little bit. You're looking at a I-75 north. This is down into Butts County. You can see the very heavy rain that's in that particular area. People getting around pretty slowly here, which is a good sign. I would stay off the roads if you can. Every now and again, you're going to see a flash of lightning or two. There's numerous lightning strikes in the area as well. Very heavy rain on the roadways. That's why I'm sure these trucks are moving very slowly. But look at the traffic lights in this area right here. The traffic lights barely moving, so not a whole lot of wind, at least right along where our camera is showing you, along I-75 here near Route 16. And that's a little bit closer that's outside of the polygon. In fact, I can show you that here on the radar. You see I-75 right here, and this is Route 17. That is where that is going to be. That camera is going to be right there. So we don't have a whole lot of wind right there. The tornado warning is just to the east of this particular area that we're showing you on the screen. And so the tornado at least would be well east of that particular area there, but no doubt you can see what's happening in that area, and you can see why you need to be taking shelter, taking heed. All right, they have decided to extend the tornado warning to go a little bit further over toward the east. Now, this particular tornado warning let's get the particulars on this right now. That's going to last until 4:45. At about 4:09, which current time is 4:10, they said it was thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Flovilla or near Jackson, moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour. Okay, and so this one now being extended a little bit further over toward the east now. This particular tornado warning here, and you can see there's probably about. We'll zoom in here a little bit. There's about I'm counting 3 different polygons, maybe 4, on the screen right now. And so even though we're talking about one particular one in one area, there could be another. And again, as we take a look at the velocity on this, I'm thinking right here in this area, right here is where we're seeing just a little bit of rotation there. Let me see what route this is here, if we can get in a little closer. That's Route 16. But the road on this one is just not, there we go. You're starting to get some roads now. So right around Thomas Ferry Road. Also, I want to get this crossroad right here. That starts to show up. I'm trying to see if that's another crossroad. Dam Road, again, Stark Road, Iron Springs Road, Lloyd Street. And you're starting to get into some of the neighborhoods here, up here to the north. We're talking about Pine Tree Road, Old Hartley Farm Road, Ernest Gibson Road, Cook Road as well. If you're familiar with these areas, folks, please be in your safe space. When we talk about a safe place, we're talking about being mainly down in the lowest level of your home. If that's a basement, that's the best place to be right now. If it's the first level, you want to be in the first level. If you live in an apartment and you're in the top level, if you know someone really well and you get down to the lowest level of the apartment complex, you definitely want to do that. As you take a look here with velocity, you can see where we have at least 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 polygons in this particular area. And so maybe 1 or 2 different funnels that is now popping up, at least the spin in the upper atmosphere being indicated by Doppler radar, which is why the National Weather Service has these. Now, earlier we had these polygons turn to the color purple, which indicated a confirmed tornado. These would not be confirmed. These would be Doppler indicated tornadoes. So there's spin at least above our heads that indicates that that could be on the ground. And so living in these areas, folks, you definitely want to take the necessary precautions. We have numerous now tornado warnings in the area. We got 2 in particular that we're looking at here. Butts County, that's going to last until 4:15. We got about another 2 or 3 minutes on that, and then one that will extend. That one that goes past Monticello, that extends out until at least 4:45. Okay, 4:45 with that particular area of rotation there. And I'm suspecting, again, headed toward the Monticello area. Clay Road would be included in this if you're along that. Bethel Church Road. Again, we've called out some of these streets already. Hopefully you are staying in your safe place, folks, if you're in this particular county. Let me put the velocity back on here. I'm sorry, the radar, and widen out here just to give you a little bit of perspective once again. We are looking at a tornado warning that's in effect, or remain in effect until one will stay in effect until 4:15, the other set until 4:45. We'll see if the National Weather Service continues to, they're going to let the one expire. I do see the information for the one that was over toward southwestern Jasper County will expire at 4:45, but they have another one that's holding on at least, at 4:15. The other one will continue at least till 4:45. So we'll continue to watch that for you and keep you updated on that as we go along. So probably within the next 30 seconds or so, you're going to see some of these begin to disappear. I like what I'm seeing as far as the rainfall goes, and you can see the lightning strikes are starting to fade, where we had a cluster of lightning strikes in here indicating a lot of energy, a lot of flow with this particular cell or these particular cells. It's now starting to come to an end. So that's a good sign there, at least. And so we'll continue to watch that. We are also looking at, and I apologize, folks, for the stop and go. I'm trying to gather information at the same time that I'm trying to warn you about these tornadoes that could be possibly in your area. Again, winding out here a little bit, you can see where this started out over toward the Locust Grove area. So southern portions of Henry County, and now things in Henry County are starting to begin to settle down just a little bit. That severe thunderstorm warning, let me get some information on that as well. That is set to expire also at 4:15. Okay, so they have allowed all those to go, and now we're still just left with this one. So this adds some clarity to what we're seeing and what we're viewing right now. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire, along with a few of those other tornado warnings that we had, and now we're just down to that one tornado warning. We were looking at the velocity on this, and headed toward the Monticello area is where I think some of that rotation is, right along Clay Road. This one now moving at about 30 miles per hour, so a little bit slower than what we were seeing a little bit earlier. This one around 30 mile per hour movement over toward the east. So now Smithsboro, if you're including this, Smithsboro, you're including this as well. And headed in your particular direction would be the possibility of a tornado. A lot of the areas around Monticello, when we look at the roads here, we're talking about what looks to be Route 16, of course, mentioned you already, 63, Route 63, Route 212, also included in this particular area. You got a lot of, we're talking about the downtown Monticello area, so you got a lot of neighborhoods in here, a lot of roads in here, Blue Ruin Street, Sanders Heights, 5 Point Street. You're talking about Funderburg Drive, Martin Luther King Drive, Junior Drive in this particular area. You definitely want to take the necessary precautions if you're in that area. Of course, we're talking about the downtown area of Monticello, but headed toward the Smithsboro area as well. That polygon does include Hillsboro. It goes as far south as the Hillsboro area, but I think that rotation is a little bit further to the north of you now, and so that will continue to push further to the east. We've been talking about Flovilla. I think that rotation is now just to the east of you, just like Jackson is now out of the polygon area. I think you're fine as far as the rotation goes. Put the radar back on here, and you can see where even the rain is starting to lighten up just a little bit. In fact, the heaviest rain now is south of the polygon area, right along I-75, headed down toward the city of Forsyth, not the county, of course. County is further up to the north. This is all north of the Barnesville area as well. Now you're talking about this moving particularly out of our area, our viewing area, but we still have Jasper and Putnam County. Now the polygon just into parts of Putnam County. As you can see that, here is the county line right here. Tornado warning remains in effect for southern parts of Jasper County. We'll continue to watch that. Putnam County, a sliver of it in your county, your extreme western counties there. That's down toward the Stanfordville area. It's headed in your direction. You're not in the polygon if you're in the Stanfordville area, but it is headed in your direction, okay? And so you don't have any heavy rain over you right now. Certainly you got the lightning strikes there, but we are looking at that possibly holding on. It looks good to me as far as what I'm seeing as far as a couple of things. A, the rain is not as heavy. B, the lightning strikes have really begun to die down in this area. That's B. C, as we look at the velocity, I'm not seeing a whole lot as far as that rotation goes. I'm still concerned up toward the Monticello area, that area. Further south, not so much of a concern. You're still in the polygon though, so you definitely need to take necessary precautions. And this is moving toward the east at again about 30 to 40 miles per hour. But some good signs in this is all I'm saying. So there's some good signs at least that things are starting to subside there as this continues to push south of our area. These are our southernmost counties of our viewing area. If you're watching us and you're up to the north of Atlanta especially, things have quieted down for you. You're not looking at much in the way of any rainfall at all. Things have begun to quiet down. In fact, we even see some clearing starting to take place as far as those clouds go. Up in the Rome area, for example, starting to see the clouds begin to break out as well. We will get some sunshine back into the forecast area by this afternoon. I still think it will be a bit breezy this afternoon as our winds will begin to shift. We got a front that's making its way down through the area. That front will move through and our winds will begin to shift. We had that southerly flow earlier. Now we're seeing those temperatures where we had them in the 70s. In fact, we got up to 88 degrees yesterday. And so today those temperatures will be down a little bit back to the low 80s, but our winds will be out of the west northwest, and so that's going to provide some drier air for us as this system continues to push away from us. We were suspecting that by 3 and 4 o'clock, a lot of this would be on the southern fringes of our viewing area, and that's where it is, and continue to push further down to the south. Things will quiet down greatly for us, like what we're seeing up here to our far north, even around the Atlanta metro area. Even though you see this green polygon here, which indicates some flooding, Of course, we had that very heavy rain, and no doubt in urban areas where there's poor drainage or you have places that's susceptible to flooding, that is a typical thing, right? And so we do have some flooding taking place, so be very careful as you're driving into the city, all right? Again, to the north, you're looking fine. It's down here to the south that we're really concerned, okay? As far as these lines of showers and thunderstorms, we were talking about how, or I was talking about how at least the lightning strikes have begun to subside a little bit here. Also, we're starting to see where we have that heavy rain begin to shrink back, especially further over toward the west. And so you're talking about places like Troup and Meriwether counties. We've only seen a few lightning strikes associated with it, but further down to the south, as that continues to slide further down to the south, we'll be looking at at least no severe weather in your area, but certainly the thunderstorms at least continuing. So let's go back and focus again on the warning that we have right now. Current time, folks, is 4:21 in the morning. Thanks so much for joining us and watching us and depending on us for your weather information. We are continuing to be with you. We'll continue to stay with you with this tornado warning, Doppler indicated tornado warning, until it expires or the National Weather Service feels that there's no need, or at least the danger is over from this area. You can see how we have now the rain starting to break up in this area just a little bit. I do want to go back to velocity, see if anything looks in particular like rotation. Looks like it's getting a little bit broader in there. I'm still concerned about you in the Monticello area. If you're watching us right now, I hope that you are in your safe place. I hope that you have gone down to the lowest level of your home into your safe place, even south of the Monticello area. Looking at some of these areas down here, like 380, Route 380, looks like Route 11 as well. Some of the roads here would be Hilltop Lane. We're talking about Georgia Pacific Road, also into Forest Service Lane, Quiet Lane as well, Jordan Road in the Monticello area. We talked about Thunderberg Drive, also Rogers Road. Be on the lookout. Certainly, you're probably hearing some of those strong winds in your area, even if the tornado is not in your particular area. Allen Road, that extends all the way out. 16 extends further out, headed toward Smithsboro. Smithsboro, you are in the polygon here. You are in the warning area there. And so please be on the lookout for that as well, headed in your area if this holds together. If the National Weather Service decides to keep this going, we will see. And that means that we are now would be extending that into another county. So you see the county line right there. We're talking about Putnam County, which is just next door, just to the east of you. That's where you see Edenton on the map there, if that extends further into your area. It looks like the rotation would be moving mainly over toward the east, but down toward the Monticello area. Do not go outside. Do not try to look out the windows, folks. Stay away from the windows. Move to an interior place in your home to stay the safest. That's where you're going to be the most safe. The lowest level of your home, away from windows, away from exterior walls. You want to put as many walls between you and the exterior walls as possible. That's how you stay safe. Typically, when we talk about a tornado striking a structure, like a building, a house, typically it's going to take the roof off first. Okay, so if you're in the top level, if you're in the highest level of your home, as that roof begins to peel off, that debris falls down and you can be hurt by that, which is why we say the lowest level of your home, because now you're putting more barriers between you and those exterior walls. Also, that's why we say an interior room. Oftentimes on the first level of your home, that's going to be a closet or a bathroom. Okay, if your bathroom is next to an exterior wall, you don't want to go there. Again, you want to go to the central portions of that lowest level of your home to stay the safest. All right. Again, now we talk about the Monticello area again and down to the south, but it looks like the rotation was mainly toward the Monticello area, headed mainly over toward the east, moving about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So would be pushing into Putnam County. This is Jasper County here, where we have Monticello, and then moving into Putnam County. If it holds together, and we'll wait on that to see. That severe thunderstorm warning that you see is out of our viewing area. You're talking about places like Hancock and Taliaferro over toward Warren. That's well over toward the east of us now. And as you can see, the National Weather Service has decided to let that tornado warning go. Okay, and so they've decided to cancel that. And as I was saying, the rotation in that just wasn't quite as strong. Obviously, has begun to let up. what also the other things that we were seeing was the lightning strikes. The energy with this is starting to let up as well. You can see where the rain is starting to subside, at least the heavy rain from this starting to subside a little bit. All right, and so a sigh of relief that we can now start to let our guard down. And I think with what we're seeing here is weakening all the way around. And so when you look at this, we're talking about Flovilla, and then further down to the south, down toward this Forsyth area, that is where you have now a lot of the energy and at least the heavy rain sinking a little bit further down to the south. You look over toward the Edenton area, you do have moderate rainfall with just a few heavier pockets in there, but even the lightning strikes have begun to subside there as well. And then a little bit further over here toward the west, again, further down to the south is where you got the heavy rain there. There you are, Locust Grove, right along 75, headed down towards Forsyth. That's where it's all starting to move a little bit further down to the south. I do want to widen this out a little bit just to see if there's any other areas or pockets where that energy could spark back up, at least in our viewing area. And it doesn't look, well, if you look over toward the LaGrange area. In fact, let's go over here a little bit here. And you can see, well, as we zoom in a little bit, it doesn't look as impressive as far as the energy goes with what's happening in LaGrange. No doubt you've been experiencing these thunderstorms. Has not been anything severe. It hasn't been to the severe level in your area. Okay, so that's a good sign and some good news there. It hasn't been as severe, but you still have the lightning strikes and no doubt there's some gusty winds associated with some of these thunderstorms that have been pushing through. Look over toward the Woodbury area now, a very skinny sliver at least of some of that heavy rain. It will be out of your area probably within the next 15 minutes or so, working its way a little bit further down toward the south, down toward the Manchester area, down toward Pine Mountain. Once you get down there, you're talking about the Macon viewing area there, and so it's starting to have some impacts on the central portion of the state. Hogansville, things have cleared out and no doubt getting better over your area. I'm going to widen this out a little bit here. I do want to put on the SATRAD and you can see where this is now starting to slide a little bit further down to the south, moving mainly over toward the east, southeast. Okay, so you can see that movement, that general movement there, but already starting to clear out. Places like Atlanta, you may get a stray sprinkle or two left over. You can still see we do have some isolated showers that are left over from this system, still kind of pushing through there. The front itself hasn't moved all the way through the area, but that a little bit further back off to the west. In fact, you can probably see it right about here is where the front is. And so the line of showers, thunderstorms have been ahead of the front. And so that's going to continue to push further down to the south. And that front will begin to move through and that will begin to shift our winds a little bit. And our winds becoming more westerly. We had that southerly wind coming in ahead of the front. And so now our winds will begin to shift to more westerly, already clearing out in the far northwestern corner of the state. And that will continue to be the trend as we continue to head further into our area. Our news is coming on at 4:30. And so I haven't heard from my producer as of yet, but I'm going to be with you at least until my anchors get ready, okay? And we'll stick with it at least until we get ready, and then we'll start our news, folks. But we're going to continue to keep you updated on what's going on. We had these thunderstorms rolling through our area. I had to button up here a little bit. We had these thunderstorms rolling through our area this morning. There were a couple of tornado warnings, especially up to the north. In fact, that is where most of the reports that we have been getting in have been coming in. Lots of wind damage, okay? There was a confirmed tornado further up to the north, at least, up in the Triton area, further up to the north, over toward our far northwestern counties. And then we got severe thunderstorm warnings that were popping up along the Atlanta metro area and then further down to the south. Wind damage reports coming in, a lot of trees down, trees on roads, trees on power lines. And no doubt that's what you'll be seeing. Some of you may not even have power in your home right now. You're